extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام. درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
I'm just keeping an eye on the radio.
پا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنی پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آلین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است
I'll replay the piece.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی
Oh, okay. Oh wait, no, that's Greenland.
نور و سعادت مردم کشور.
You know what?
The Supreme Court will hear arguments this week on whether states can ban guns on private property that's open to the public.
I think it's coming.
At the center of tomorrow's case is a Hawaii law that does just that, unless a gun owner has specific permission from the property owner. Talks have been stalled, picketing continues, and there's no end in sight in the biggest nurses' strike in New York City history. It's now the second week of a nurses' walkout at three of the city's largest private hospitals, Mount Sinai, Montefiore, and New York Presbyterian.
At this critical time, we want to make sure that this is solved and that we have safe staffing.
City Council Speaker Julie Menin is urging the two sides to come together. 15,000 nurses are on strike for a contract guaranteeing their health benefits, better staffing ratios, and improved hospital security. The nurses union is attributing a patient death at Mount Sinai to reduced care, while Mount Sinai is accusing the union of harassing nurses who've chosen to work. The Buffalo Bills have fired head coach Sean McDermott. In a statement, the team said McDermott helped change the organization's mindset and was instrumental in turning the Bills into a perennial playoff team. He'd been the coach there since 2017 and made the playoffs every season except 2018. McDermott never got the Bills to a Super Bowl. He had a record of 98-50 with the team. This all comes after the Bills lost to the Broncos in overtime Saturday and were eliminated from the playoffs. I'm Chris Coraggio. A Republican governor candidate in Florida is suggesting a 50% sin tax on OnlyFans incomes. James Fishback recently told Joel Webbin on the conservative podcast NXR Studios that all creators in Florida should pay 50% toward the state on all earnings gained through the platform. The sin tax would fund crisis pregnancy centers, mental health initiatives, and education systems. He estimates that the tax could raise $200 million. Billionaires are richer than ever. A new report by the global charity group Oxfam reports that billionaires' wealth has risen sharply to a record high of more than $18 trillion. The number of billionaires also grew to more than 3,000 last year, with their collective fortunes increasing by 16%. Oxfam also said the super rich often use their wealth to gain political power and media ownership, citing Elon Musk as an example. Meantime, the report...
He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets.
Trump is looking for this kind of pandemonium to go on, like you just described, so that he can declare martial law.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place of trying to be polarized.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to
to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitar.
Pelosi and musicians including Joan Baez and John Mayer. A video tribute was also shown featuring Willie Nelson and other stars saying goodbye to the rock icon. I'm Chris Coraggio.
President Trump isn't ruling out using force to acquire Greenland, but correspondent Gabe Gutierrez says the idea of a U.S. takeover isn't going over so well there.
A frigid Greenland is fired up over President Trump's threats to take over the Danish territory. The island holding a protest over the weekend.
I'm just waiting for the interview.
With NBC News, Trump says no comment when asked if the U.S. would use force to seize Greenland. Over the weekend, he said he would slap 10% tariffs on Denmark and other European allies until a deal is reached for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. A new poll shows a majority of Americans think the economy has grown weaker under President Trump. The poll released by the Wall Street Journal found nearly 60% of those surveyed rate the economy as not so good or poor. Less than 10% describe the economy as excellent, while 33% describe it as being good. That's politics. I'm Brad Siegel.
Wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets.
Trump is looking for this kind of pandemonium to go on, like you just described, so that he can declare martial law.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place of trying to be polarized.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thanks, Scott Shannon. Hour 2, Sean Hannity Show. Toll free, it's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Well, things have been ratcheting up in the last 48 hours with Iran and the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and President Trump. Iran threatening to continue their mass executions of protesters during its brutal crackdown nationwide. Anywhere between 20 and 30,000 is the conventional estimate of people that have been slaughtered. But if they begin the executions, that will be in direct defiance of everything that President Trump said he's not going to tolerate, and that help is on its way. And, you know, just to give you some updates here, among, many women have been slain, moms, pregnant women among the regime's victims, as reported by the New York Post today. We have, nothing but fear and loathing, but the people still stick to the streets. I go back to the videos that I've been telling you that, have been coming out of there. And it is as gruesome a sight as you'd ever see. I mean, one headshot after another and a harsh response. Hundreds have been taken hostage. One interesting moment came when the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, who we've had on this program, multiple Iranian state TV channels were hacked on Sunday amid a near total internet shutdown of footage of the exiled Crown Prince and images of anti-government protesters that have rocked Tehran in recent weeks. They actually hacked the TV stations, which is pretty amazing. The U.S. Navy's Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier is now headed towards Iran as these tensions now continue to escalate. And the Iran now accused of killing anywhere between 20 and 30,000 people as of now. The Iranian regime elites now allegedly, according to Scott Besson and others, the Treasury Department, they are moving millions and millions of dollars out of the country, which would be probably in the lead up to escaping themselves. All reports are that they'd head to Russia. Joining us is Goldie Gamari, a human rights activist born in Iran when she was just a year old when her family fled for Canada in 1986, 7 years after another revolution deposed the Shah of Iran. She herself is a supporter of Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the former Shah. But he has said to me he doesn't care if it's him or somebody else, but he just wants this theocracy, this tyrannical Nazi regime to be overthrown and these people to get out of office, that the people, formerly obviously of Persia, be able to live in freedom. And Goldie joins us now. You made the same point I noticed on X about Barack Obama after the Iranian nuclear deal, where he dumped cargo planes of cash and other currencies to try to placate the mullahs in Iran. And all they did was build out their nuclear facilities and foment terror in the entire region.
Oh my gosh, you saw my post on X, Sean? That's an honor.
I did. It says Barack Obama, after the Iran nuclear deal, August 2015, Iran will gain access to $56 billion. And you also put up on X, in case you're not watching the Iran Revolution live, here is me and my reaction to Iranian freedom fighters hacking the Islamic regime state TV. So you were aware of the hacking of state TV, which I thought was very fascinating.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. It's an honor to be here. I'm a huge fan of you. And thank you for following me along on X. And so I have been broadcasting and covering the Iran Revolution. It started about 3 weeks ago daily. And, it's incredibly fascinating to see what's going on. And I don't use the word fascinating lightly because, of course, there is a mass slaughter and a mass genocide that is going on. The number of slaughtered Iranians, it's actually much more than 30,000, I think. 30,000, I would say, is a conservative estimate at this point. What we are seeing right now is it is the largest slaughter of Iranians by the Islamic dictatorship since they occupied Iran in 1979. But the message that Iranians in occupied Iran have been giving out, when they can, thanks to, of course, Elon Musk and Starlink, the message they've been telling us, those of us who are outside of the country, is to, don't lose hope. Don't let the Islamic Republic make people think that we have given up. We're still out in the streets. We're still demonstrating. This is the final battle. And what they're chanting, Sean, is "In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigerde," which translates to, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. And so for us Iranians, it's now or never. It's do or die. And all I can say is thank God that we have someone like President Trump and the U.S. administration on our side.
He really is the only hope. Now, I don't think it's an accident that Senator Lindsey Graham flew to Israel to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. I would imagine the Israelis know that if there's any military action, they probably will be the primary target. And they have to assume that the Iranians at that point, on their way out with billions in dollars, no doubt, and cash and other currency to Moscow and into the arms of Vladimir Putin, they have to anticipate that those people would be capable of going scorched earth on Israel, and they've got to be prepared for a worst case scenario. So I don't think it's an accident that Senator Lindsey Graham was in Israel all weekend and meeting with the Mossad head and meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and apparently now is off to Davos to meet with President Trump and report back to him everything that he learned while meeting with the Israelis. Does that sound like a fair assessment to you?
I absolutely 100% agree. There's a reason that Senator Lindsey Graham is there. And you're absolutely correct with the scorched earth analysis. I mean, just look at what the brutal mullahs are doing to Iranian people themselves. So imagine if the mullahs are capable of being that savage and that evil to unarmed Iranian citizens, of course they're going to go scorched earth on everyone else as well, because they don't even have empathy for Iranians.
I mean, that's the sad reality, and people are dying. I've said this often on the program is that, people don't win revolutions with slingshots. And when you have a regime that has been this brutal with all their human rights violations and treat women like fifth-class citizens and beat them and torture them if they don't even cover their head properly, and throw gay and lesbian people off of buildings, and it is a brutal theocracy. And these people take to the streets anyway, knowing that the odds are high that they're risking their life doing so. Obviously, they've just had it, and now it's a matter of does the world take notice and pay attention? The only one that seems willing to do that is President Trump.
Absolutely, and God bless President Trump for that, because he's seeing us for who we are, and he understands, he recognizes, and it's very, very interesting. I mean, President Trump is a very, very smart man, very intelligent person, and just the way that he's been maneuvering this entire situation. I mean, President Trump is playing 4D chess, while all these like Islamic dictators or whoever, they're basically playing checkers. So not even in the same league here. And, President Trump is a winner. He wants to make sure that when the strike happens, it's, going to be successful. And so, I know that there are a lot of Iranians who are impatient or whatever the case might be. But I personally have a lot of faith in President Trump. And it just seems like the stars are aligning. And even His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, he met with Senator Lindsey Graham, I believe it was last week, and they put out a joint video message, and they both said, make Iran great again. And
they even had Make Iran Great Again hats, which, by the way, I actually have one of them signed by President Trump.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. That's fantastic. I didn't know that.
Well, maybe I'll give it to you and you can auction it off and send the money to the people that are in need there. How's that? It's real. It's the real deal.
Wow. That would be an honor. But you keep that one for now, and then we'll get a second one later, maybe. But that's very, very generous of you. But oh my gosh, that would be great. But maybe a second one. You keep that, because I just love the fact that you have a MIGA hat. Maybe what you could do instead, Sean, is take a photo and put it on your social media with your MIGA hat. That would be a huge mood boost for Iranians. And that's the other thing I just wanted to say. We Iranians around the world, we're going through a very, very dark phase right now with the massacre and everything that's happening. But one of the things that has really made us, given us hope and encouragement, is the love and support from people all around the world, especially those who are who have been tuning into Iran Revolution Live pretty much every day, and especially all the Americans. So I just wanted to also give a big shout out to all the Americans who have tuned in, who have, sent their love, all the Americans who are, singing our Iranian revolutionary songs with us, like the Pish and others. I mean, just, you guys are keeping our morale up high as well. And I just cannot wait until Iran is free, and that, Iran and America can go back to being the natural allies that we were prior to 1979, when this Islamic dictatorship occupied our country.
Quick break, right back. More with Goldie Gamari, human rights activist. She's following the events and the protesters in Iran very, very closely. Listen, way back in 2017, President Trump issued an executive order to give every U.S. citizen access to the same kind of low-cost, high-quality health plans that used to be available only to employees of big companies. And what happened? The Obamacare, he tried to get rid of it. This was the next best thing, but still, premiums have skyrocketed, and unfortunately, they're up over 300%. We were promised the average family would save $2,500 on average per family per year. Never happened. Millions of Americans lost their doctors. Millions lost their plans. And many Americans, about 40%, have one, if they're lucky, two Obamacare exchange options, bad and worse. But there is a company called Ease Comprehensive Total Health, which stands for ERISA, access serving everyone. And you need to know all of this, that everyone who's eligible for ERISA and a plan already has one, of more than 150 million working age Americans, including yours truly. Now, Ease Total Comprehensive Plans are good for you, your family. If you have a small business or a big business, you need to look into Ease Total Plans. And no deductibles, no copays, no out of pocket. Oh, you can't use that doctor or this doctor, because they negotiate all the fees ahead of time on your behalf, and they will advocate and hold these companies, hospitals, pharmaceutical groups accountable to what it is that they promised in terms of price.
Half of the interview.
Now you can call toll free, learn more, 888-123-EASE. That's 888-123-EASE or EASE, FOREveryone.com. EASE, FOREveryone.com today.
Entertaining Americans coast to coast. Sean Hannity is on right now. Check out Sean live every weekday from 3 to 6 Eastern here on iHeartRadio.
You know, through the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, you can honor the courage and sacrifices of our nation's greatest heroes, first responders, and military heroes. Heroes like United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Christy Rabitz. Now, Christy served our country with unwavering dedication for 20 years. As a combat nurse, she provided life-saving care to wounded soldiers, including at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center during the height of the global war on terrorism. And after 6 years of courageously battling service-related cancer, Christy's life tragically was cut short. She leaves behind her husband, Stephen, and their 2 children, Jack and Stella. Now, Tunnel to Towers, thanks to your generosity, honored Christy's service and sacrifice by paying off the mortgage on her family's home. Please join us and help more families like Christy's. If you can donate $11 a month, it's critical for this great work to continue. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org. That's the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org. All right, if you find yourself, you're one of those people trapped in those horrible timeshares, and it's almost and feels almost impossible to get out of this. Now, that is why the only timeshare exit company that I endorse, they've been with us over a decade. I love this family-owned business, is LoneStarTransfer.com. They treat you with respect. They tell you the truth. They create a customized exit plan for your specific situation. And then lastly, their team will execute it all start to finish with professionalism, and they guarantee results. No more stress. You get peace of mind. Call my friends at Lone Star Transfer today. Now, call now. It's 833-594-0075 and get your free case review. That's 833-594-0075, or check them out on the web at LoneStarTransfer.com. Tell them your friend Sean Hannity sent you.
You just have to deal with the ads.
President Trump's plan to impose a 10% tariff on Denmark and its European allies as he ramps up the pressure to acquire Greenland is causing shockwaves across numerous nations. He announced the move in a post on Truth Social, saying it will take effect next month. The president said the new import taxes will start February 1st and increase.
No, I didn't study communications, guys. I was a politician. Remember, I was a politician for 10 years. I've had a lot of media training.
15,000.
You guys see the normal, you guys see when I'm off the clock. When I'm doing my interviews, I'm in politician serious mode.
Retired nurse practitioner told union leaders.
I'm listening in the background to see if it, because that was only the first half. That was only the first half of the interview. I know Sean Hannity's amazing. He's so amazing. Yeah, there's still so many ads. I muted the screen. That was only half. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they've. I don't know if it's done. I don't think so. It's still in ad mode right now. So maybe it's just a break, like a commercial break or something. I don't know. But we'll see. But honestly, even if that's it, I'm happy. If that's it, I'm more than happy with that. Thank you. Is that it? Yeah, I don't really listen to radio. Yes, we will go to Tuesday. As soon as Sean Hannity is done, we'll go to Tuesday. سپاس از لطفت. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه. امید آزادی ایران. Oh, thank you. I think this might be the second one.
All right, we continue now. Goldie Gamari is a human rights activist. She's following the events on the ground in contact with people out protesting in Iran as they now fight for their freedom and, clinging to the hope that help is on the way from President Trump. If you look in history, because the Ayatollah Khomeini was in France in exile. Why France ever took him, I don't know. And there's a whole issue of the Islamization of Europe and no-go zones in certain European countries, and Sharia courts in a place like Great Britain is unfathomable to me. If you're going to allow immigration policy, I think it's a prerequisite, should be a prerequisite. That you have assimilation, not separation. But putting all of that aside, when you look at the rest of the world and the lack of support, I mean, how did this revolution even happen? How did this guy make it out of exile back into Iran, into power, and then take such control over all of society? I mean, the Persian people have such a rich history of innovation, creation, and it's just sad to see the oppression they've lived under.
So basically what happened is, long story short, it was the communists and the Islamists who were working together to overthrow the Shah of Iran. They put out a lot of fake news about him. Oh, the Shah was a dictator, this and that, which all of it completely false. However, because this was happening in the 1970s and the USSR was still around, so all of these Islamists were actually funded and trained by KGB assets. And, even like Yasser Arafat and the PLO, which is now, sorry, not the PLO, PL, I don't know, whatever PL terrorist group they are, they were also funded and trained by the Soviets as well. So what happened was back in the 1970s, there was this, love affair with communism at the time. And so these communists and Islamists would put out lies. And then you also have mainstream media like BBC and others who even to this day are very, very anti-West, very, very pro-jihad. They were spreading, sharing that information as well. And then unfortunately what happened is Jimmy Carter, and, I know he's an American president, but Jimmy Carter is one of the most hated people by Iranians, because Jimmy Carter, we call him Jimmy Carter the traitor, instead of backing his ally the way Richard Nixon would have done. And we love Richard Nixon, by the way. Instead of backing the Shah, Jimmy Carter decided to back an Ayatollah who runs around yelling death to America and death to Israel and all of that. So, I mean, this was if Jimmy Carter had backed the Shah, this would have never happened. But it was Jimmy Carter, his involvement, that led to this. And so I just want to say it's incredibly poetic that after 47 years of oppression, because of a mistake made by the Democrats, the 47th president of the United States is going to, help us rectify that mistake, and he's going to help us make it great again.
This president certainly has reasserted America's military might and put fear in the hearts of all these dictators around the world, as he should. because I believe it is the natural condition of mankind to want liberty and want freedom. Listen, Goldie, honestly, keep up the good work. We will have you back. I'm going to send out a picture just on your behalf. I'll take a picture of the signed hat and put it up on X when I can. Appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me on. We'll be honored to come back anytime. God bless America.
God bless America and keep these people in Iran safe. They don't deserve to die just for fighting for freedom.
There you go, guys. What'd you think? Did I do okay? I'm telling you, that was like one of my favorite interviews ever. Like Sean Hannity, just such an amazing person. Like just the fact that he even offered to like donate his MAGA hat, which is signed by President, like Sean Hannity offered to donate his MAGA hat signed by President Trump to help us raise money for people in Iran. Like that in and of itself, like I was emotional. And I don't get emotional. I don't get emotional, right? Like I'm a former politician, very professional. But you know, when he said that, yeah, I was a little speechless. So there you go. I don't know if he's posted the pic yet. I mean, he's super busy. Let me see. Let me check his social media right now. No, he hasn't posted it yet. Let's give him some time. Sean Hannity is like super busy right now. So, you know, we're not going to like rush him. Like the guy is literally producing and running one of the most viewed TV shows and radio shows. Oh, I can't be 50. I'm 75. So I'm actually 75 years old. This is all Botox and face fillers. So yeah, you're right. I'm not 50. I'm actually 75. 75 years old. All Botox and face filler. So, all right. Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. I'm AI. You're right. All right. Okay. And look at that. Just in time for 2C TV, which is starting in about 9 minutes. So there you go. That was so great. I was so happy that I got to speak. Honestly, he literally just started off by saying, "I'm looking at your X posts," and I was just like, oh, like surprised, shocked face all over again. And here, while we're waiting for 2C, let me show you the Obama post that he was referring to. It's this one here. So I can't believe he saw this one. So I posted this morning and I said, thank God President Trump is not like Obama the traitor. And because Obama's a traitor, right? So here we go. This is what President Obama said, right?
It is true that if Iran lives up to its commitments, it will gain access to roughly $56 billion of its own money. But the notion that this will be a game changer, with all this money funneled into Iran's pernicious activities, misses the reality of Iran's current situation. Iran's leaders have raised the expectations of their people that sanctions relief will improve their lives.
Welcome.
Even a repressive regime like Iran's cannot completely ignore those expectations. And that's why our best analysts expect the bulk of this revenue to go into spending that improves the economy.
What an idiot. Like literally, like the analysts that he's talking about are the Islamic regime propaganda outlets, right? And they said to Trump, oh, lift the sanctions, give them money. The money's going to go to the economy, right? Like how stupid do you have to be? I'm sorry. This is why we call Obama the traitor. Like either he's stupid or he's complicit. And I don't know. Stupid people don't become president. So I have a feeling maybe he was, I don't know, he was complicit. I have no idea. But all I'm saying is, yeah, like what an idiotic statement to make, right? Like he's legitimately standing there and he's saying, "Oh yeah, the bulk of the money is going to go into the economy to rebuild the economy." Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, all of us Iranians were like screaming at the television screen. We're like, "What are you doing? What they're terrorists. They're terrorists." But because we didn't have social media, we had no access. We did not have a voice because there was no social media like there is today.
To go into spending that improves the economy and benefits the lives of the Iranian people.
Yeah, okay, benefits the lives of the Iranian people, right? Like Obama the traitor, literally. So that's why I was like, you know, so this is the X post that Sean Hannity was referring to, where I say, thank God President Trump is not like Obama the traitor. And then the other one that he mentioned, that was the one from yesterday. This one. So and then he saw this one, guys. He saw this one, and then he said he was so impressed. He was so impressed by us. He was so impressed. Look at this. Listen, look at this.
Okay,
so Sean Hannity saw this and told me that he was impressed by this video.
I'm bringing them up. This is so exciting. Oh my God, there are other people recorded it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure like everyone across Iran recorded it, right?
Oh my God. So let's translate the caption. Saying a video obtained by Iran International shows that on the evening of Sunday, January 18th, during a hack of the Islamic Republic state broadcaster, IRIB, moments from the Iranian National Revolution, including wall graffiti with the slogan Javid Shah, were broadcast on television sets inside Iran for a few moments. Let's watch. The other people are recording this as well. It's real. Oh, should I translate what's on the screen?
Well, play it first. Oh. Play it first one time.
Okay.
Play the whole thing, and then you can go back and translate.
Okay.
اخبار واقعی انقلاب ملی ایران. واقعی فرا رسیده است.
Oh my God. Okay, should I go through this?
Oh my God.
انقلاب ملی ایران.
So guys, Sean Hannity saw my surprised face. Look, he saw this expression. Look at this. He saw that face where I'm like, oh. Oh my gosh. Well, okay, but you know what they said here. So I mean, Armin explained this yesterday, right? But what happened right before this? What happened right before is you hear like a male voice. You hear a male voice, and they say, اخبار واقعی انقلاب ملی ایران, which means the real news of the Iranian national revolution. Okay, so let me go back here, right? So that's why like we both like just we lose our minds, right? So اخبار واقعی انقلاب ملی ایران, which means the real news of the Iranian national revolution. And then it's got like the I there, right? And then Why is that huge? Why is that huge? Because everything about like the Islamic regime state TV, it's like it's all like it's like they would say like the Islamic regime news, Islamic regime this, Islamic regime that, right? So like they would say, like for example, they would say Akhbar Jomhuriya Islami, right? Like they never say Iran. So the fact that they're saying the real news of the Iranian national revolution with like the I logo, and that's being broadcast on Islamic regime state TV. Oh my gosh. That's why we just like we lost our minds, because we've never ever heard any, like it's literally like Mission Impossible. It's like Mission Impossible level stuff, right? And not just us, like every single Iranian in the chat was like, right? Like look at this.
اخبار واقعی انقلاب ملی ایران.
That's, even Armin's like giggling like a girl.
واقعی فرا رسیده است.
Oh my god. Okay, should I go through this?
Oh my god.
انقلاب ملی ایران.
See, and even Armin, he repeats it because he's so in shock, right? Like he's in such shock that that's literally what we heard right now, right? We literally heard the real news of the Iranian national revolution.
Should I go through this?
Oh my god.
انقلاب ملی ایران.
You can't even believe it, right? So there you go. That was such a cute laugh from him, by the way. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's keep an eye on 2C TV. Oh, it's about to start. Okay. So yeah, Sean Hannity saw that. Sean Hannity saw that video and he was like, he's very impressed. He was like, I'm so impressed. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's impressed. There you go. So all right. I'm glad you guys liked my interview with Sean Hannity. That was fantastic. Right.
Welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has a new problem. The Iranians over the last week or so have been going around marking the members of the IRGC's houses and private residences, and now the operation has started. The hunt down begins. Iran currently doesn't really have a functioning government. The regime has collapsed and the leaders are hiding. They have a few thousand people who are the Arab proxies walking around the streets shooting at people. And of course, the anti-IRGC Iranians continue their fight despite the problem with the internet connection. Of course, some people have Starlink and they are sending us their videos. So let's talk about what's going on. We're also going to give you guys the latest update on the movement from the US military troops as they are getting closer and closer to the Middle East. And I'm going to get your reaction live as well. First things first, defections, I believe, as they are saying, also continue. We also have an update about the former president and the former foreign minister who have been arrested by the regime themselves for a very, very naughty thing. Yes, getting in touch with the crown prince. That is a very naughty thing to do in Iran. Let's talk about what's going on Ahvaz towards the southwestern parts of Iran. Khomeini Street. We've had a huge number of people continue their fight back, and the streets in many towns and cities.
I'm from Ahvaz.
It's still basically this anarchy because the regime don't have enough people in terms of the personnel, and also the actual proxies to be able to control every part. So what they have prioritized is the key cities and key areas. So the city center in Tehran, Mashhad, Esfahan, and not the whole of the cities, obviously. Some parts have now is essentially martial law. But in reality, a lot of other places is completely out of control of the regime, and that's why people continue their uprising. Now, the hunt down begins, which is a very interesting thing because this is the whole thing is becoming like a Hollywood Netflix sort of revolution at this point. The sort of stuff that we're getting from Iran, the Imperial Army of People, or the Immortal Guardian Army of Iran. This is basically the unofficial People's Army, who are loyal to the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, on the ground, have a special message saying they have now started their covert operations on the ground, and soon you will start to get videos. Of course, there will be a delay because of internet, but soon we will be getting videos about what they are up to. We go and see the message. English subtitles. Oh. Apologies for this. Let's fix this. That was close. What happened to the audio? It's my fault. There is, yeah, it's not 2CTV without technical issues, is it? Like every single day. It's been long. It's been a long few weeks. Let's go.
درود بر ملت عزیز ایران. ما سازمان بی‌ایرانی هستیم. رقمی که به شما دادم گفتم 12,000 نفر کاملا اشتباس. اینا بالای 30,000 نفر کشتن. به اون خدایی که خدای ایرانه، به اون ذره ذره خاک ایران قسم، هشدار داریم میدیم بهتون. ما دیگه نه صحبتی داریم، نه حرفی داریم، نه تقاضا میکنیم که برگردید به سمت مردم. این از ما. خلاص. به اون خدای ایران قسم، به اون خدای خاک ذره ذره شنهای ایران قسم، معامله ما با شما بکنیم، معامله باهاتون بکنیم، با خانواده‌تون بکنیم، با فرزندانتون بکنیم، با پدر و مادرتون بکنیم که در تاریخ ایران و توران نوشته باشن. ما دست تمام ایرانیایی که نزدیک 10-15 میلیون ایرانی خارجی کشوره، ما دست شما رو میبوسیم. شما خیلی کمک کردید به ما، خیلی زحمت کشیدید. ما در فضای مجازی داریم میبینیم که چه اتفاقی داره میفته. تمام تصویرها هست، خبرها هست، همه چی هست. دست شما درد نکنه. یک روزی بشه با اون که باز شما رو در ایران بغل بکنیم. اما رحم بی رحم از همین امروز ما شروع کردیم.
Guys, for those of you who are asking for the translation, this is 2CTV, so he just has subtitles. But actually, I've already lined up this video, and Armin will be translating this for you, in the way he usually does. So just pay attention now, like follow along. Don't worry if you don't catch it all, because we're going to go over, this is one of the videos we're going over later today. This is a really big deal.
و به زودی هم فیلماشم پخش خواهیم کرد که چه کاری کردیم. تمام فیلم‌ها رو می‌ذاریم از این به بعد. پوستی ازتون می‌کنیم که در زندگیتون یه همچین مرگ تلخی رو تجربه نکرده باشید. آینده ایران و مردم شریف ایران. جاوید شاه.
I appreciate that the subtitles were kind of tiny in case you missed it, in case you couldn't read it. So he first started by saying that the numbers that we are getting, about 10,000 people, 12,000 people, is not correct. It's definitely over at least 30,000 people who have been killed. We can't verify that. But the message from the Immortal Guard of the People's Army, this is basically the empire striking back in Iran, is that they have now started their new operations. They also thanked the people outside of Iran for their support, and they're all looking forward to, of course, welcoming everybody into a free and democratic Iran. Somebody says he's not the leader of the IRGC. He's a very naughty boy. Yes. 11,000 people in here and under 2,000 likes. Everybody should hit the like button, says Jack. Thank you very much for the heads up. Yes, do it, guys. And someone says, is he related to Darth Vader? Yeah. No, it's related to Kylo Ren. I will finish what you started. Now, let's go to Lordagon. The latest video from Lordagon, another funeral that has now turned into a massive protest and uprising. People chanting, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return home. Death to Khamenei, they say. Long live the king. Brave people. They have no fear left. Wow. So, staying with Lordagon, people are so brave now because they have control of most of the country, apart from, as I said, the key cities, key areas in cities where the Arab proxies are walking around. They are now in Lordagon and many other places flying the flag, the actual Iranian flag of lion and sun, at the funeral of Ali Khaledi, who was murdered by the regime. Watch this. They are turning funerals into essentially a war cry and a motivation for people to stay energetic and to stay fighters as they are. And of course, there's still a lot of bad things that are happening. A lot of innocent people are losing their lives. A lot of children, so many kids have been killed by the regime. There is a teacher in Iran that was filmed in his classroom, empty classroom, mourning the death of his students. Watch this. This poor guy. So many innocent children. But they are not giving up the fight. They're not giving up the fight because they know it's not really just about wishful thinking. It's not really just about saying, oh, okay, this time we have hope. This time we don't have any fear. It's not just that. It's that they know that the IRGC hugely and embarrassingly failed. They failed the crackdown. They failed to stop the uprising. They failed to go back to normal. And the supreme leader is still in hiding. They bring him out every Friday for 10 minutes with huge security around him, and for just a few minutes, and then they go back. Nobody is actually in charge. Everything is shut down. No businesses, no money, no water, nothing. And so they know that, so the war is still on, despite the fact that communication has been cut, despite the internet shutdown and everything else. Actually, the internet being shut down is also a massive signal that things haven't gone back to normal. Where is the regime? We don't know, because the people, the members of the regime themselves are also not in charge, because they got thousands of IRGC proxies from Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan currently on the ground, on the streets. That's why people are fighting. It's not really just about the fact that they know they've gone too far, there's no way to go back. It's not really just about the fact that they've lost so many people. They're like, well, they can't die in vain. We have to continue the fight. They know that the regime have completely lost control. Now, more videos are coming from the last few days because of obviously the internet delay. And but as I said yesterday as well, the media in the West told us, because they get their statements officially from the Islamic Republic, the media globally said, over the last 2 weeks, everything's ended. Everything's gone back to normal. The regime has won. Of course, no statement could counter the reality on the ground. This is from the moment a week ago when the massacre started. This is disturbing. People standing there, and then they hear the attacks. Towering. Vile regime. On the other hand, both the United States and the State of Israel are preparing hugely. Israelis who didn't want to get involved, who still don't officially want to get involved when it comes to directly attacking Iran or doing regime change themselves, because they know that there will be a huge retaliation by the regime. They know that the Islamic Republic could do a preemptive attack. So they have drawn a red line. The Prime Minister, Netanyahu, says, if the Islamic Republic makes a mistake and attack us, we will strike Iran with force that it has never been experienced before. Whatever happens in Iran, one thing is certain: Iran will never be what it was. They know that they have to be ready. And over the last few days, over the last week or so, since that airstrike by the US was stopped last minute for good reasons, they know they had to prepare prepare not just for the few hundred ballistic missiles, but for the hit back, for the counterattack. Eyal Zamir has now impressed us, the head of the IDF, who has been very cautious. He didn't want to do anything with Iran. He now says that the Israeli Defense Forces are prepared to activate an offensive capability of unprecedented magnitude against any attempt to harm the state of Israel. And the IDF is also preparing for the possibility of a surprise war. Now, I'm not convinced until at this point, I am not convinced that the Islamic Republic will be able to do any preemptive attack on Israel or US bases and actually have any impact or win. I just don't see it. Even during the 12-day war, where they were apparently prepared, they had their personnel and everything else, they still struggled. We now also have just breaking news that the official numbers, the official figures of those who've been confirmed dead, obviously, pinch of salt, now says 4,029. But then they are now saying 9,049 other deaths are now still under investigation. 5,811 people are seriously injured. 26,015 people have been arrested. So every single number that I gave you, you have to add a lot of numbers to it. These are the official figures from the Islamic Republic. But even these numbers don't really help them. It's embarrassing. But it shows the weakness of the regime, that even after all these murders and all the arrests, you still have not managed to take back control of Iran. You are supposed to be the occupiers. The whole point of the Islamic occupation is occupation. What happened to your strength and your power and your Allah? Where is your Allah? Right? Now, let's talk about the United States. What are they up to? What is the latest update on the movements from the military? First things first, the USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, is now obviously still heading towards the Middle East, is expected to arrive between 3 to 6 days, as predicted by us over a week ago. Now, it should be getting to the CENTCOM area between the 23rd to 25th of January, depending on the transit speed and also weather and obviously positioning of the aircraft carrier, where they actually want to position. That also matters extremely. So that's that, but there is more happening, because it's not really just about the USS Abraham Lincoln, because they have to wait for it to arrive for the rest of them to also get there, but the others are also getting ready. First things first, the Americans are now ramping up airlift to the Middle East. 2 C-17As Globemasters have started to fly to Jordan to back the F-15Es, the Strike Eagles that are already deployed. They left from an RAF base in the United Kingdom. That aside, we also have this, all going towards the Middle East. 12 F-15E strike fighters, or Eagles, deployed from Royal Air Force Base in Lakenheath. And these are going towards the east. And you also have 6 KC-135 tankers, refueling tankers that have been launched from another Royal Air Force base in the United Kingdom. They will be supporting the fighter jets, the movement. And as I said, the 12 C-17A strategic airlifters have also moved into the airbase in Jordan. This also includes direct flights from Diego Garcia, as well as the United Kingdom. Additional arrivals will be coming in from other bases, including Creech AFB. Now, we'll keep an eye on the movements from the Americans. Things are escalating very quickly when it comes to the mobilization of the troops. If, first things first, the US are simply mobilizing. That's all they're doing right now. They're sending everything, and this is not really some sort of gesture. It could be a bluff, but it's not sort of exercise because it costs a lot of money to mobilize these guys. All of them going to the Middle East, right? Now, obviously, there could be a last-minute change. There could be a U-turn, whatever. But if the operation goes ahead, whether it's end of this week or next week or whenever it's going to happen, because by the end of this week, they should be there, right? If they use everything that they have, everything they're sending, this is going to be one of the largest operations that you've ever seen. More than what you saw in Iraq. The Iraq situation, the actual operation itself was very quick, as you guys know. When Baghdad fell, technically, to exaggerate, within minutes, everything fell apart. With Iran, you can have a situation where the actual operation, if they use everything that they have, it will be very quick, right? But having said that, it could still take days to actually see the collapse, and then of course you have to hunt down the rest of them. Now, meanwhile, there's a couple of very important things coming in from inside the regime, the complete collapse of the regime, which has happened now. Firstly, I can't take this seriously. I need to stop. The foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi, who is looking for a foreign gig. He wants to have some sort of exit plan, right? He was going to get to Davos, the World Economic Forum, to make some new contacts, where obviously with the help of Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. He got the invitation because a lot of us put pressure on the World Economic Forum. WF leadership have decided to withdraw his invitation to Davos. He was supposed to speak tomorrow on Tuesday. And the Americans are going, obviously. President Trump is going to Davos and everybody else. And they said, you're not inviting this guy. So now Abbas Araghchi is having a bit of a public meltdown. This time, I'm not exaggerating. He's having a meltdown. He says, this is the official statement. It's quite long. The World Economic Forum cancelled my appearance in Davos on the basis of lies and political pressure from Jews. And it's American proxies and apologists. I'm going to read the rest of the statement, but can I just clarify? I know Abbas Araghchi is a big fan of Candace Owens. So until recently, apparently Israel was the proxy of America. But now, America is the proxy of Israel. How does that happen? That is very impressive. On the other hand, let's go back to the statement. He says, there is one fundamental truth to the recent violence in Iran. We had to defend our people against armed terrorists and ISIS killings, openly backed by Mossad. The sad irony. Israel's genocide of Palestinians and mass slaughter of 71,000 innocent people have not compelled the WEF to cancel any invitation extended to Israeli officials whatsoever. They always have to mention Palestine. Yep. In fact, Herzog even did a victory lap in Davos as early as January 2024, even as he faced criminal charges in Switzerland for the unfolding genocide in Gaza. If the World Economic Forum wants to feign a supposedly moral stance, that it's a prerogative, but it should at least be consistent about it. The current blatant double standards only conveys the moral depravity and intellectual bankruptcy. People have the right to show the truth and judge for themselves. Shame is solely reserved for those who think otherwise. Candace Owens did nothing wrong. I added the last bit. But yeah, so that's Abbas Araghchi literally crying over the fact that he can't go to Davos tomorrow. I mean, seriously. Also, since when did war become genocide? For the record, what happened in Gaza was not genocide, and what's happening in Iran is also not genocide. There are a lot of people going to say, oh, genocide in Iran. No, it's a slaughter, it's massacre, not genocide. There's a very specific definition for genocide, and it's not just about the action. It requires intent and planning. Oh, anyway, people are obsessed with the word genocide. Stop it, genocide. It's not an easy thing to do. You need to be smart and competent if you want to do genocide. Having said that, oh dear God, so there is a bit of a problem right now because as we reported this a few days ago, the former president of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Rouhani, and his former Foreign Minister Zarif had been arrested by the regime. Now, this was a very dramatic update that we got. First, this was just hearsay and rumors, right? I need to find something for you guys because I have now completely lost it. Let me get this sorted. Essentially, what they have done, Rouhani, the former president, and the foreign minister were arrested under house arrest over the last few days, over the last week or so, I think. We did get the confirmation that that is in fact true. There we go. Okay, it's ready now. The media have now confirmed this. Even the Israelis are now confirming this. Channel 14 of Israel has now reported this. Let me show you what we're dealing with. What is going on with this? Apologies for this, because this is supposed to be a lot smoother than what we're dealing with right now. I'm going to put on the report from the... There we go. Okay, now we're ready. Thank God for that. Okay. From the Israeli Channel 14, saying that those two were arrested because they were in touch with the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. And it's highly likely, highly likely, because the arrest has been confirmed. And these guys are now in huge trouble. Let's go to Channel 14, the report.
המחאות באיראן דעכו, אבל הן הותירו הרבה סימני שאלה וחשפו כמה מהחולשות של המשטר הקיצוני. בימים האחרונים יצאו דיווחים לא רשמיים באיראן על כך שחסן רוחני, נשיא איראן לשעבר, וחברו הטוב ג'וואד זריף, שר החוץ לשעבר, נעצרו על ידי כוחות הביטחון ונלקחו למעצר בית. והיום אנחנו מפרסמים לראשונה מה הייתה סיבת המעצר. נודע לנו שבימים האחרונים זריף שוחח כמה פעמים עם לא אחר מאשר מוביל המחאה נגד המשטר ביורש העצר האיראני הגולה רזה פהלוי. זריף ככל הנראה שיתף את תוכן השיחה עם חברו הטוב רוחני. השניים שגם כך בסכסוך מתמשך עם ההנהגה הנוכחית כנראה נמצאים תחת פיקוח הדוק מצד משמרות המהפכה, וזו כנראה הסיבה שהם נתפסו. השניים הם חלק מהזרם הרפורמיסטי, הזרם הפחות שמרני קיצוני במדינה. הם ידועים בניסיון תמידי של התקרבות למערב. לא מן הנמנע שהנשיא הנוכחי מסעוד פזשקיאן, שנחשב גם הוא למתון יחסית, היה אמור לקבל עדכון על המגעים. חשוב לציין, פזשקיאן מקורב מאוד לשניים, והוא נחשב לבן הטיפוחים שלהם. קשה לדעת אם תוכן השיחה היה על עריקה מהמשטר האיראני ועל הקמת ממשלה חלופית עם פהלוי, אך עצם העובדה שבכירים בהנהגה האיראנית מחפשים מקום מפלט, מלמדת שהמשטר הנוכחי באיראן מעורר, ואולי גורלו נחרץ.
This is so embarrassing. It's embarrassing for everybody involved right now. Embarrassing for Rouhani and Zarif, former president and foreign minister, for getting caught like idiots because they were talking to the Crown Prince. It's embarrassing for the Islamic Republic for allowing this to happen. It's embarrassing for the current president.
So I just want to say, I'm with you guys. I don't know if this is true. I feel like, because remember, Armin and I, we spoke about this news earlier a few days ago, and we said that this could be an Islamic regime plot to try and make it seem as if Rouhani and Javad Zarif are fighting against the regime, because then what the regime would do is then they would then push them forward as, oh, look, these are the freedom fighters, right? They're fighting the regime, right? So that's why, like, I'm not buying this story. It doesn't pass the sniff test, right? It doesn't pass a sniff test. It almost seems as if like they're trying to separate them so that instead of revolution, it's going to be reform. So yeah, I mean that's how I see it. That's how I see it. So that's my political analysis on this. But I mean, Tusi's right to report on this, because this is being broadcast on Israel Channel 14. But I don't know. Like, I just given my knowledge of the regime and how it works, this seems like another internal plot. So that's just my take on this. But Armin and I spoke about this like a few days ago.
Pezeshkian, who is also supposed to be a reformist. By the way, They are technically more liberal-minded, less conservative reformists, but they are still part of the regime. It's not like they're some sort of like freedom fighters or believe in democracy. They just have slight differences with Khomeini, but they're still the same. And they know that Pezeshkian has now been basically called out by by Channel 14 of Israel. He and his team are now going to be panicking massively because the regime are now going to be keeping an eye on Pezeshkian, the current president, and anybody involved. The fact that these conversations have taken place, allegedly, it also shows there are so many others at the top of the regime who are basically defecting or trying to have conversations. They know it's over. They know. In their defense, benefit of the doubt, okay, to be nice about it, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi did offer them this. A lot of people in the regime. He'd said for months, since the 12-day war, get in touch with us. We'll get in touch with you. Repent. You will face justice. But if you help us, obviously, then depending on what sort of crimes you had, then you will have to face your sentences, but then you can be part of the new Iran. So, and a lot of these guys were like, okay, so we can get in touch because we didn't really do much. We had to. We were part of the government. You know, my job was just being foreign minister. You know, I didn't really kill many. I just killed 5, you know, maybe 6. So this was the offer on the table. The fact that these idiots got caught, why couldn't you get like a satellite phone or something? Like, I don't know what they were doing. Meanwhile, there is the latest statement from the king of Iran, incoming king of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, Reza Shah II. He now says the Islamic regime right now is on its last leg. It is on the verge of collapse. It's going to attempt every other means to yet again survive. He says, that's why a definitive strike is going to completely reverse the odds in favor of the nation and defenseless people. That's why we need, in terms of actual support. He also says, this strike, it could be an American strike, it could be an Israeli strike, it could be whatever. The Iranian people now are looking at the cavalry coming because we can only hold the fort up to a point. Now, the reality is, even if somehow there is a decision for whatever reason for any attack by Israel or the US to not happen, which is fair enough, it could happen, it could be cancelled, then things won't go back to normal. The Crown Prince is correct that the people can hold the fort for so long, but what you're going to end up having is Iran will just become a land of anarchy, as it is now. It will be partly North Korea, partly Libya, in a sense that there will be a few thousand people who are just going to walk around claiming to have martial law. They don't have enough people, obviously, to do that, but they can like control the key areas, right? The rest of the country, you won't really have a functioning government. Basically, what's happening now, but long term, which means that the collapse will happen anyway. It will just be slightly longer. Eventually, people from the military who haven't even defected yet, they realize that, well, this isn't working. Khomeini is probably going to die anyway, if somehow the strike don't happen in the next week or so. So this is where we are now, and things are not going to go back to the relatively stable dictatorship that they had. Kevin says, how are the Kurdish, Azeris, Baluch, and other rebels? So unfortunately, we're not getting any updates in terms of the internet from those areas, much lack of internet, but the reports that are coming in says that they are still fighting, especially the Kurdish side. The Kurdish side are not giving up, and the Baluch as well in the southeast, and they're all calling for a united Iran. They're all calling for the return of the Crown Prince. So the regime have basically somehow managed to unite all these separatist groups. Some of these groups wanted to basically go different ways. They wanted to have their own countries. Now they want to be part of a united Iran. Thank you, Islamic Republic. We've been trying to do that. You are so handsome. True. and your wit makes me fall out of my wheelchair. Trump sent in the B-2 bombers. Thanks for the news coverage. CBS will not give us... no, don't send in the B-2 bombers. That was the plan last week. B-2 bombers are not going to be enough. That's why the president had to make the U-turn last minute. B-2 bombers are not going to do much because it's good for destruction, but it's not really good for targeted, detailed operations. So you need to be able to have the maneuver, even if that means that they would at some point have to use something, whether it's parachute or helicopters, to go and drop people in to do something specific, whether it's to arrest someone, pick them up, or assassinate them and come back up. You don't necessarily need boots on the ground in that sense, like Iraq. You don't need that, but you do need a wide range of different types of fighter jets and everything else, and there's obviously support, refueling tankers and everything else, and have a base, which will be hopefully USS Abraham Lincoln, in the water so they could keep going and coming back. That will be much easier than using any of the Arab territories, whether it's Qatar, Bahrain, or whatever, or Saudi Arabia. You won't have to rely on those scaredy cats. I love the IDF. They have such unkempt uniforms. Even the officers, he tells me that they are fighting for all the survival of sanity. Thank you, Israel, says Libel. Arash, thank you. Holly says, long live a free Iran. Long live King Pahlavi. Yeah, you have to get ready to call him King Reza now, soon, very soon. King Reza. Everyone's in Israel. Everyone in Israel, what? Already told to buy groceries for months by our government today. So that's the thing. So the preparations are already happening in Israel. Precautions for a big event. Now, it is good that the Israelis are getting ready. And again, I can't advise any sort of military because you don't have the intel. I don't have the intel, but my instinct still says, unless the Islamic Republic have some weapons that we haven't seen, maybe the last few months they managed to do some weird nonsense, I just don't see how a few hundred ballistic missiles could destroy Israel. Now, obviously, the Israeli government is correct to tell people to stock up very quietly, very, orderly. Shelters are ready and everything else, because you don't want people, because the Iranian regime are going to hit residential buildings in Tel Aviv and other places. You don't want people to be in their bedrooms or living rooms when this happens. And you need to have enough food and equipment and water in your shelters. Just have all the cans, tins, whatever. So it's good to do that. But I don't think, again, my instinct says, Israelis, you won't have to be in your shelters for too long. Won't have to be. If the Iranian regime does hit, that's just going to accelerate the operation by both the US and the IDF. So they're both going to go in, they're going to destroy the whole thing, and you can come out, hopefully, within a few days. Compared to the 12-day war, which could have continued even longer without the regime actually completely collapsing. That was the problem with the 12-day war, because there was no plan from the Israeli side, long term. There was the initial plan for the first day. Okay, we know what to do. We're going to take out the generals. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then they continued. Yeah, the regime could have been easily paralyzed, but they would have still had enough to just about survive and hit back for days and weeks and everything else. And it would have been expensive. It would have had casualties, and it would have been bad. This time round, if the Islamic Republic decides to hit, it's not going to be that long. ITC Channel 14 reported the former Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif was arrested after contacts with Crown Prince. Can you confirm this? Yes, I can confirm, because it was confirmed before Channel 14 as well. We verified this because initially it was rumors a few days ago that those guys were arrested. I said, I can't verify this, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were arrested. But now it's been confirmed. It's a funny story. It's actually funnier than what's his name, who was outed as a Mossad agent. We still can't confirm he was a Mossad agent because it's still literally sitting next to Khamenei every day, but he must be the best Mossad agent that they have. If I were the regime, I would be getting nervous right about now. Yeah, especially since their former president is talking to the Crown Prince. It's humiliating. It's so bad. Let's not forget that in Iran, under the Islamic Republic, you don't have democracy, obviously, right? So what they have is they have fake elections, which means there is the Supreme Leaders Council, that vets presidential candidates. So even if you become president of Iran, it's not a real job. Your job is basically just taxation and potholes on the streets, fix the roads. It's not a real job. The Supreme Leader calls the shots. It's like being the Prime Minister of Russia. It's not a real job. But they vet people. So they give you 2 candidates at the end that basically are the same and have been vetted by the regime. Sort of like the CCP in China. They give you 2 communists and like, here we go, pick one. Okay. And they already picked the one that they want anyway. Considering they vetted these guys and they still somehow defected, whoopsie. Have you seen the Amelia AI video that's been going around? She has purple hair and talks about the Islamification of Britain. It's good. I haven't seen that. AI video. Okay, I'll check it out. Denise says, President Trump is playing chess. His pawns are in play and his rooks and knights are moving. Well, leave the rooks to the end. Move the knights first. Usually, it's a good tactic. The world will not know his strategy until he's ready. But that's also a problem for me because that means I might be in bed if an attack happens. President, please don't do an attack at like 3 a.m. local time when I'm UK time when I'm in bed. Maybe 4 p.m., 5 p.m. That would be great. Before dinner, obviously, because don't want to disrupt. If I'm hungry, it's going to be rough. I'm going to be grumpy. You don't want to do that. So let me know. Thank you. Thank you, White House. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Greetings from Israel. Javid Shah, I believe Israel is helping and maybe in the cyber. It was brilliant to watch the Crown Prince on the Iranian TV. That was funny last night when they managed to hijack the state TV. I just hope they could do it every night. That would be funny. Just keep doing it. If you did it once, you can do it again, right? Please sing as a drama going drama. That's about the foreign minister. Love that. When Starmer calls Trump, he should tell him, we don't accept calls from the IRGC and hang up. Slap.
Okay. Why is someone threatening me? Hey, Goldie, watch your back. Oh. Okay. Don't worry, my back is fine. My back is protected. I got my line in sun, so I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, the death threats are always coming. The jihadis just can't handle like strong women, right? So they always feel threatened. Oh yeah, it was on you. It was a comment on YouTube. I banned them. All good. All good. So okay. Yeah, watch your back. I know, right? That's all they have. So Armin will be with us in a moment. Armin's a big deal. He's also doing an interview. Right. Okay. Any news from Iran? Yeah, there's news from Iran. That's what we're going to. This is Iran Revolution Live. There is news, but I also want to make sure I'm giving you the right news, right? Because there's like a lot of rumors and stuff. Oh man. So I mean, this is video of Islamic regime terrorists shooting at Iranians. So we don't know the date for this. This one's undated, but this would have happened sometime in the last week during the internet blackout, right? So this is what Armin and I say. Wait, let me change my banner here. This is what Armin and I say. Like when we say just because the internet's shut down and we're not getting videos, it doesn't mean that there isn't things happening. Like the whole reason the internet is shut down, is because they don't want the outside world to know what's going on. But look at this. This is a new video. And this is from a city of Qazvin. No, the person said watch your back, ho. Except he said the whole word. So it wasn't just watch your back, it was watch your back, ho. He was swearing at me, telling me to watch my back. So that's not me coming to a conclusion very quickly. If someone says watch your back, ho, I know what that means. See the person? Do you see that? They slowed it down. So you can see the person. So it's literally like these are the Islamic regime terrorists. They're literally just running through the streets and they're just shooting at people. Like it's, I don't know, like Call of Duty or something. Like it's messed up. It's so messed up. Look at this. You see? Literally, he's chasing unarmed Iranian freedom fighters, shooting them in the back as they're running, right? So messed up. There you go. So there's one. What's Erdogan saying? Of course. Oh, so of course, Erdogan. And again, this isn't a knock. This isn't a knock on our Turkish friends and supporters because again, guys, I always say I make a difference. I make a distinction between people and government policy. So this isn't a knock on Turkish people. We love Turkish people. But Erdogan, of course, is coming out in support of the Islamic regime because he is Muslim Brotherhood and Muslim Brotherhood supports the Islamic dictatorship. So no surprise there. No surprise there. And he even said following the Israeli attacks. So even Erdogan is spreading the communist terrorist propaganda that these, pro-revolution, he's basically spreading the propaganda that the revolution is basically just an Israeli conspiracy theory, right? So there you go. There's Erdogan for you. Shame on you, Erdogan. First class VIP ticket to hell where you belong. Won't be off it, Nasset. All right. What's this one? Oh, this is nice. Okay, some good news. President of the Liberal Youth Organization in Berlin, long live the Shah. Oh, that's nice. So Moritz Wimmer.
Nice.
Oh, hey, Armin, you're back. Welcome.
Huh? Yes, thank you. Sorry. The
You
interview
surprised
took
me.
longer
I
than
didn't even realize when you got back. So.
Oh, I just got here, and I'm glad that I got in here on the good news. What's the good news?
So good news is president of the Liberal Youth Organization in Berlin, long live the Shah. So the state chairman of the Liberal Youth of Berlin at today's gathering of Iranians in front of the Islamic Republic's embassy in Germany called for the expulsion of the regime's diplomats from the country and for the start of official talks between the federal government and Prince Reza Pahlavi. So here you go. Let's look at this. Yay, Germans!
اشتاینمایر اون موقع وزیر خارجه بود و الان رئیس جمهور ماست. کسی که همیشه دنبال سیاست مماشات با ایران بود و میخواست با آخوندها فقط نرم رفتار کنه. این سیاست باید تموم بشه. اگر اشتاینمایر یه ذره شرافت داشته باشه، باید همین امروز بیاد اینجا و سعی کنه چیزی رو جبران کنه و به این سفیر.
See, look, even in Germany, Iranians have the German flag. So I'm sure you guys can find his speech in German. But basically, like he's just, he's saying like the German government needs to expel the diplomats and recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi. And look, oh my gosh, look at this. So you can see all the flags here. So you can see Germany, You can see Iran. You can see Israel and America. Do you see America? There's America. Look, all the flags, right?
This is such a perfect screenshot to make the point that Goldie is making. Look, they're appreciative of the country that they're in. They're patriotic, not just to the Iran, but also grateful of the country they're in, and they're supportive of Israel and America.
Wait, what did my sister say? Golpar chi goft? I missed it. Oh, poor. Yeah, my sister has really good humor. No, you're right. This is great. And like, so this is what we mean, guys. This is what we mean when we say that the Iranian national revolution, it's like a patriotic revolution. And Armin, I really truly feel this is why there are so many patriots from around the world who are supporting us, because it's about fighting for our country. It's very patriotic. And of course, everywhere that we Iranians go, we're very, very patriotic, especially to our host country. And so, yeah, this is great. So look at that.
You're not going to see these flags on a so-called pro-Palestine rally unless they have it to burn. They brought it to burn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that. I want to play my Sean Hannity interview for you because I know you want to hear it.
Yes. Oh my God. You have it already?
Well, it's not out. Well, it's not out yet. But I mean, what I could do theoretically is I could go to the live stream and then go back like an hour and then just like replay what I broadcast already.
Yes, please. Let's do that.
Okay, well, let me see if it's up first. Sean Hannity.
Somebody is messaging me. One of my friends is messaging me from inside Iran, and I asked him if I could read his messages on
go
air,
for it.
and he said yes, but don't read my name. Okay, okay, I won't read your name. Just quickly, I'm just going to go through his messages. He just got online finally. It says, "Hi, how are you? Finally, my internet is connected. I saw your live a few days ago." And he says, "Armin, I could just tell you that 2 of the days was just complete, outright confrontational war, like just a full-on war. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Please do whatever you can to be the voice of Iranians. No, تا صدای ایرانیا بلند شه. Please, هر کاری میتونی بکن تا صدای ایرانیا بلند. Do whatever you can to amplify the voice of Iranians. این 20,000 نفری که میگن شوخی. This 20,000 number that they're saying is a joke, meaning that the number is way higher.
More than 30,000.
He's saying he's probably 3 times higher. He said, I don't know anybody that hasn't seen anybody being killed. He's saying خطر از بیخ گوش خودم گذشت. جلوی چشمم 7 تا 8 نفر مردن. It's like the threat actually, I almost died in front of my eyes. Oh my God, this is my friend. Like he's saying in front of my own eyes, 7 to 8 people died. خیلی وحشتناک بود. It was very scary. ولی دیگه کار اینا تمومه، مطمئن باش. But be sure that their days are numbered. Like basically be sure that the Islamic Republic is gone. I was never من هیچ وقت انقدر مطمئن نبودم. I was never this sure. So
this is why we push on, Armin, right? This is why we push on. This is why we focus less on the murdered and more on the victory, right? Because right now we're focusing on winning, and then after we win, then we can focus on tears and mourning and everything. But right now, and like this is, he's the one that's literally risking his life in Iran, and even he is saying we're pushing on, right?
Yes, exactly. We are bepishing.
We have to bepish.
We have to bepish. Yes.
All right. Okay. So now it's going to be like Goldieception here, because I'm literally going back in my live stream to see if I can find it. So here, let me see.
Well, there.
Seems information.
Craft carrier is now headed towards a
Okay, here we go.
Streets that he's not going to tolerate have been ratcheting up.
All right, this is where it starts.
New Sean Hannity Show.
Sorry, guys, we got like 2 Goldies
information
here.
On breaking news.
2 Goldies. No, that's good.
Inspired solutions for America.
All right, thanks, Scott Shannon. Hour 2, Sean Hannity Show. Toll free. It's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Well, things have
Come
been
back. We want two
ramping up
Goldies.
in the last 48 hours with Iran and the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and President Trump. Iran threatening to continue their mass executions of protesters during its brutal crackdown nationwide. Anywhere between 20 and 30,000 is the conventional estimate of people that have been slaughtered. But if they begin the executions, that will be in direct defiance of everything that President Trump said he's not going to tolerate, and that help is on its way. And, just to give you some updates here, among, many women have been slain, moms, pregnant women among the regime's victims, as reported by the New York Post today. We have, nothing but fear and loathing, but the people still stick to the streets. I go back to the videos that I've been telling you that, have been coming out of there. And it is as gruesome a sight as you'd ever see. I mean, one headshot after another and a harsh response. Hundreds have been taken hostage. One interesting moment came when the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, who we've had on this program, multiple Iranian state TV channels were hacked on Sunday amid a near total internet shutdown of footage of the exiled Crown Prince and images of anti-government protesters that have rocked Tehran in recent weeks. They actually hacked the TV stations, which is pretty amazing. The U.S. Navy's Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier is now headed towards Iran as these tensions now continue to escalate. And the Iran now accused of killing anywhere between 20 and 30,000 people as of now. Iranian regime elites now allegedly, according to Scott Besson and others, the Treasury Department, they are moving millions and millions of dollars out of the country, which would be probably in the lead up to escaping themselves. All reports are that they'd head to Russia. Joining us is Goldie Gamari, a human rights activist born in Iran when she was just a year old when her family fled for Canada in 1986, 7 years after another revolution deposed the Shah of Iran. She herself is a supporter of Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the former Shah. But he has said to me, he doesn't care if it's him or somebody else, but he just wants this theocracy, this tyrannical Nazi regime to be overthrown and these people to get out of office, that the people, formerly obviously of Persia, be able to live in freedom. And Goldie joins us now. You made the same point I noticed on X about Barack Obama after the Iranian nuclear deal, where he dumped cargo planes of cash and other currencies to try to placate the mullahs in Iran. And all they did was build out their nuclear facilities and foment terror in the entire region.
Oh my gosh, you saw my post on X, Sean? That's an honor.
I did. It says Barack Obama, after the Iran nuclear deal, August 2015, Iran will gain access to $56 billion. And you also put up on X, in case you're not watching the Iran Revolution live, here is me and my reaction to Iranian freedom fighters hacking Islamic regime state TV. So you were aware of the hacking of state TV, which I thought was very fascinating.
Saw our video.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. It's an honor to be here. I'm a huge fan of you. And thank you for following me along on X. And so I have been broadcasting and covering the Iran Revolution. It started about 3 weeks ago daily. And, it's incredibly fascinating to see what's going on. And I don't use the word fascinating lightly because, of course, there is a mass slaughter and a mass genocide that is going on. The number of slaughtered Iranians, it's actually much more than 30,000, I think. 30,000, I would say, is a conservative estimate at this point. What we are seeing right now is it is the largest slaughter of Iranians by the Islamic dictatorship since they occupied Iran in 1979. But the message that Iranians in occupied Iran have been giving out, when they can, thanks to, of course, Elon Musk and Starlink, the message they've been telling us, those of us who are outside of the country, is to, don't lose hope. don't let the Islamic Republic make people think that we have given up. We're still out in the streets. We're still demonstrating. This is the final battle. And what they're chanting, Sean, is "In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigerde," which translates to "This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return." And so for us Iranians, it's now or never. It's do or die. And all I can say is thank God that we have someone like President Trump and the U.S. administration on our side.
He really is the only hope. Now, I don't think it's an accident that Senator Lindsey Graham flew to Israel to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. I would imagine the Israelis know that if there's any military action, they probably will be the primary target. And they have to assume that the Iranians at that point on their way out with billions of dollars, no doubt, in cash and other currency to Moscow and into the arms of Vladimir Putin, they have to anticipate that, those people would be capable of going scorched earth on Israel, and they've got to be prepared for a worst case scenario. So I don't think it's an accident that Senator Lindsey Graham was in Israel all weekend and meeting with the Mossad head and meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and apparently now is off to Davos to meet with President Trump and report back to him everything that he learned while meeting with the Israelis. Does that sound like a fair assessment to you?
I absolutely 100% agree. There's a reason that Senator Lindsey Graham is there. And you're absolutely correct with scorched earth analysis. I mean, just look at what the brutal mullahs are doing to Iranian people themselves. So imagine if the mullahs are capable of being that savage and that evil to unarmed Iranian citizens, of course they're going to go scorched earth on everyone else as well, because they don't even have empathy for Iranians.
I mean, that's the sad reality, and people are dying. I've said this often on the program is that, people don't win revolutions with slingshots. And when you have a regime that has been this brutal with all their human rights violations and treat women like fifth-class citizens and beat them and torture them if they don't even cover their head properly, and throw gay and lesbian people off of buildings, and it is a brutal theocracy. And these people take to the streets anyway, knowing that the odds are high that they're risking their life doing so. Obviously, they've just had it, and now it's a matter of does the world take notice and pay attention? The only one that seems willing to do that is President Trump.
Absolutely, and God bless President Trump for that, because he's seeing us for who we are, and he understands, he recognizes, and it's very, very interesting. I mean, President Trump is a very, very smart man, very intelligent person, and just the way that he's been maneuvering this entire situation. I mean, President Trump is playing 4D chess, while all these like Islamic dictators or whoever, they're basically playing checkers. So not even in the same league here. And, President Trump is a winner. He wants to make sure that when the strike happens, it's, going to be successful. And so, I know that there are a lot of Iranians who are impatient or whatever the case might be, but I personally have a lot of faith in President Trump. And it just seems like the stars are aligning. And even His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, he met with Senator Lindsey Graham, I believe it was last week, and they put out a joint video message, and they both said, make Iran great again. And
they even had Make Iran Great Again hats, which, by the way, I actually have one of them signed by President Trump.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. That's fantastic. I didn't know that.
Well, maybe I'll give it to you and you can auction it off and send the money to the people that are in need there. How's that? It's real. It's the real deal.
Wow. That would be an honor. But you keep that one for now, and then we'll get a second one later, maybe. But that's very, very generous of you. But oh my gosh, that would be great. But maybe a second one. You keep that, because I just love the fact that you have a MIGA hat. Maybe what you could do instead, Sean, is take a photo and put it on your social media with your MIGA hat. That would be a huge mood boost for Iranians. And that's the other thing I just wanted to say. We Iranians around the world, we're going through a very, very dark phase right now. with the massacre and everything that's happening. But one of the things that has really made us given us hope and encouragement is the love and support from people all around the world, especially those who are who have been tuning into Iran Revolution Live pretty much every day, and especially all the Americans. So I just wanted to also give a big shout out to all the Americans who have tuned in, who have sent their love, all the Americans who are singing our Iranian revolutionary songs with us, like the Pish and others. I mean, just you guys are keeping our morale up high as well. And I just cannot wait until Iran is free and that, Iran and America can go back to being the natural allies that we were prior to 1979 when this Islamic dictatorship occupied our country.
Quick break, right back. More with Goldie Gamari, human rights activist. She's following the events and the protesters in Iran very, very closely. Listen, way back in 2017, President Trump issued an executive order to give every U.S. citizen access to the same kind of low-cost, high-quality health plans that used to be available only to employees.
So that's the first half. Now I gotta go forward a little bit to the second half. What did you think of that so far?
It was amazing. Oh, you hit all the right points. And guys, Goldie mentioned you. That was you. She was talking about you in the chat. So yeah, I guess Bapish. You were amazing.
Thank you. Okay.
You have a talent of feeding people information, but making it fun somehow. You know what I mean? You're not just educating people, but you're also making it easier to consume because somehow you make it entertaining to listen to, which makes it a lot more digestible and consumable to other people who might otherwise not be interested. That's your talent.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I mean, it's difficult speaking about a genocide, right? But
yeah, I know you exactly.
although you know what, I shouldn't call it a genocide.
Massacre.
Retired nurse practitioner told union leaders.
I'm listening in the background. Sorry, I'm trying to find the next part. Okay, maybe here it is. All right, here we go. This is the second half now.
Goldie Gamari is a human rights activist. She's following the events on the ground in contact with people out protesting in Iran as they now fight for their freedom and, clinging to the hope that help is on the way from President Trump. If you look in history, because the Ayatollah Khomeini was in France in exile. Why France ever took him, I don't know. And there's a whole issue of the Islamization of Europe and no-go zones in certain European countries, and Sharia courts in a place like Great Britain is unfathomable to me. If you're going to allow immigration policy, I think it's a prerequisite, should be a prerequisite, that you have assimilation, not separation. But putting all of that aside, when you look at the rest of the world and the lack of support, I mean, how did this revolution even happen? How did this guy make it out of exile back into Iran, into power, and then take such control over all of society? I mean, the Persian people have such a rich history of innovation, creation, and it's just sad to see the oppression they've lived under.
So basically what happened is, long story short, it was the communists and the Islamists who were working together to overthrow the Shah of Iran. They put out a lot of fake news about him. Oh, the Shah was a dictator, this and that, which all of it completely false. However, because this was happening in the 1970s and the USSR was still around, so all of these Islamists were actually funded and trained by KGB assets. And, even like Yasser Arafat and the PLO, which is now, sorry, not the PLO, PL, I don't know, whatever PL terrorist group they are, they were also funded and trained by the Soviets as well. So
did you catch that? Like, I couldn't remember if it was PLO or PFLP, so I was just like, I don't know, whatever PL terrorist group they are.
Whatever. I think that's the best description of them ever.
Like,
whatever
PL terrorist group they are.
Okay, from now on, that's their official name. Okay, no more guys, no more PLO. Okay, no more PLO.
I
Like,
can't
the
keep
official
track
name.
of all the terrorist groups. Like there's so many
Yes.
Palestine jihadi terrorist groups. Like they're all terrorists, right? But I just kind of said that on Sean Hannity.
And even like Yasser Arafat and the PLO, which is now sorry, not the PLO, PL, I don't know, whatever PL terrorists
PLO is correct.
they are.
You were correct.
They were
You were
also
correct.
funded and trained by the Soviets as well. So what happened was back in the 1970s, there was this, love affair with communism at the time. And so these communists and Islamists would put out lies. And then you also have mainstream media like BBC and others who even to this day are very, very anti-West, very, very pro-jihad. They were spreading, sharing that information as well. And then unfortunately what happened is Jimmy Carter, and, I know he's an American president, but Jimmy Carter is one of the most hated people by Iranians, because Jimmy Carter, we call him Jimmy Carter the traitor, instead of backing his ally the way Richard Nixon would have done. And we love Richard Nixon, by the way. Instead of backing the Shah, Jimmy Carter decided to back an Ayatollah who runs around yelling death to America and death to Israel and all of that. So, I mean, this was if Jimmy Carter had backed the Shah, this would have never happened. But it was Jimmy Carter, his involvement, that led to this. And so I just want to say it's incredibly poetic that after 47 years of oppression, because of the mistakes made by the Democrats, the 47th president of the United States is going to, help us rectify that mistake, and he's going to help us make it great again.
This president certainly has reasserted America's military might and put fear in the hearts of all these dictators around the world, as he should, because I believe it is the natural condition of mankind to want liberty and want freedom. Listen, Goldie, honestly, keep up the good work. We will have you back. I'm going to send out a picture just on your behalf. I'll take a picture of the signed hat and put it up on X when I can. Appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me on. We'll be honored to come back anytime. God bless America.
God bless America, and keep these people in Iran safe. They don't deserve to die just for fighting for freedom.
Oh my God. Never would I thought I would see Sean Hannity defending the Iranian people like this. Thank you. Thank you, Goldie.
No,
That
thank
was
you
amazing.
to Sean Hannity.
Yeah. Well, thank you for delivering our message to Sean Hannity. That was amazing.
Thank you.
That was amazing. Amazing job. Well done.
Thank
As
you.
usual.
Appreciate that. You know what? I always get I always get a little nervous when I'm like criticizing Jimmy Carter, especially on American media. So that's why I always preface it. I'm like, you know what? Like this criticism, it's not a criticism of America, because Richard Nixon was an ally. And Richard Nixon defended the Shah, and Richard Nixon was only one of two dignitaries who actually went to the Shah's funeral. And none of this would have happened if Richard Nixon had been president at the time. So that's why I always make that distinction, because I know some people were like, oh, America was involved. No, America was not involved. It was the Democrats. It was Jimmy Carter, and then it was Obama, and then Biden, right? And so that's why I always make that distinction.
So correct me, Goldie, let me know if you think this ranking is correct, okay? I think the most loved U.S. presidents in order are Trump first, Nixon second, and Reagan third among Iranians. These are the order of popularity of U.S. presidents. Trump number one.
Who number one?
I'm guessing Trump number one, Nixon number two, Reagan number three. In my opinion, because Reagan also defended the Shah, right? So, what is it?
No, I'm just seeing some comments from people. So Jimmy Carter didn't just betray Iran. Oh, wow. Okay. Leftists. So so Americans also dislike Jimmy Carter. Okay. All right. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. Because
Can I make can you let me know what you think about this? And I'm going to say they rate the ranking based on who they hate. Do you agree with the ranking based on who they love the most? Trump number one, Nixon number two.
Honestly,
And
I'm not American, so I can't say that. But maybe we can.
No, I'm
ask,
talking about Iranians. No, I'm talking about Iranians.
Oh, for
I'm
us
saying
Iranians. Oh, sorry.
for
I
us
thought you
Iranians.
meant which Iranians? Yeah. So
You
for
know, for
Iranians,
Iranians, Trump number 1, Nixon number 2, Reagan number 3.
oh, 100%,
For Iranians.
100%. Yeah,
100%.
Trump number 1,
All right.
Nixon number 2, and
Nixon.
Reagan number 3. Oh, 100%.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I thought
I'm
you were like,
talking-
what do you think? Well, who do you think Americans like? I was like, I don't know.
No. I'm talking about Iranians.
okay.
Iranians, right? And among the least liked ones, Jimmy Carter, the least liked, and then Obama number 2, and Biden number 3.
Jimmy Carter?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Number 1 most hated, Jimmy Carter, and then Obama, and then Biden.
All I can say is that when Jimmy Carter died, the reaction from Iranians was, it's a shame that he didn't
Celebration.
live long enough for us to for him to see a free Iran. That was the only sentiment people had. They were like, we just wish he lived long enough so that he could have seen how Iranians rectified the mistake that he made back in 1979. But yeah, Jimmy Carter most hated, Obama second most hated, and third is Biden for sure. Isn't that interesting though? Isn't it interesting that amongst Iranians, right? The top 3 most loved presidents are all Republican with the GOP, and the top 3 hated are Democrats, right?
Democrats, yes, Democrats, yeah. The Democratic Party is hated a lot by Iranians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I do have some videos that I want to share.
Can I just quickly say?
I know you want to share that video of that girl dancing.
Oh, okay.
But you can do that. You can do that after, because I wanna play some I want to take a quick commercial break because I've been doing this for like almost 3 hours now. So I'm gonna play some American songs in honor of Americans and Sean Hannity, and then I have some news for you, and then we can go to that girl after. But I actually have like some news that I want to share. So in honor of all the Americans, here you go, guys. Quick commercial break.
کشور ما تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شو همگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا بگذار هر دم ببرند
Taking him. I might need to like claim asylum.
ای برزگر راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
We need a Trump tower. We need a Trump tower.
دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش با امید روزی که
آمین دل بشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی ما با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
You're muted.
My mic is always muted. Oh my gosh. Okay, so guys, I have some new videos for you that I haven't shown you before. You're not going to believe this, okay? Yeah, Armin?
There is a video that you might really want to see. It's about Amnesty International group not allowing the lion and sun flag in their gathering.
Yes, show that because Amnesty International, guys, Amnesty International is the biggest fraud. They deny the crimes against Israelis. They deny the crimes against Iranians. Amnesty International is basically like a mouthpiece for communists and Islamists, right? Wow, unbelievable. I mean, actually, I shouldn't say unbelievable. I'm not surprised, but
Okay, so this is a woman with the lion and sun flag, and she's trying to join a gathering, and they're not letting her in. So she's pointing at another flag. She's saying, but let's just watch. Let's just watch it. Oh, this is
what country is
okay.
this?
So they sound German, guys. This is German. So I think this is
okay. I think that's German. Can our German people friends let us know?
Yeah, there is a translation in Persian.
Yeah.
So here's the title. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
میگن با پرچم شیر و خورشید نیان تو تجمع عفو بین الملل. They're saying don't come with your lion and sun flags into the gathering of Amnesty International. Apparently other flags are allowed, but the lion and sun flag is not allowed. So let me just play it all the way through. It's only 1 minute without pausing. See what happened, and then we could translate.
Nee, dann werde ich das veröffentlichen. Zeitung ist hier, ich will das veröffentlichen dann. Das geht doch aber nicht. Weil wir haben gesagt, wir dürfen nicht mit der Fahne zu ihnen gehen.
Wollen Sie nicht, ja?
Warum?
Weil Sie ein anderes Thema haben.
Das ist doch Amnesty, oder nicht? Amnesty muss doch das Menschenrechte.
Wollen Sie nicht? Und deswegen dürfen Sie die Versammlung nicht stören.
Kein Problem, ich rufe jetzt die ganze Zeitungen hierher. Ruf die ganze Zeitungen hierher. بچه های پادشاهی خان ملیگرا گروه بغل گفته ما اجازه نداریم با پرچم شیر و خورشید بریم اونور کاملا درسته مرد سپاسه
Mullah Chapi.
Yes!
I wish they didn't cut her chant. Mag bar said Mullah Chapi Mujahid. All right, so Goldie, do you want to explain this before we translate it? What happened, or
So, guys, NGOs have always been incredibly leftist. They support the communists. They support the Islamists. One of the most important things that President Trump did was basically get rid of US aid, right? Like he had Elon Musk responsible for Doge, and I think they cut like 70% or more of US aid funding. Guys, I'm saying this as I'm not American, but I've seen where the US aid funding goes. Cut it all off. Just get rid of US aid, because these woke NGO groups have literally taken over the space, I guess, a sphere, whatever you want to call it, and then they create all of these organizations. It's very like Orwellian dystopia. So if any of you have read Big Brother by George Orwell, or sorry, not Big Brother, 1984. If you've read, I need a coffee. Oh my gosh. If you've read 1984 by George Orwell, right? You know that like one of the tactics of these dictatorships or whatever is they will name something in a certain way, but it's literally the opposite of it, right? So for example, I don't know, like I read 1984 like 20 years ago or something. I actually have to reread it, but for example, like the Ministry of Torture was called the Ministry of Intelligence or something, right? So that's what they do.
Truth?
Ministry of Truth, or I don't know, something,
Truth.
right? But they change it around. So you have all these NGOs with these double speak. Yes, that's what it is. Double speak. Exactly. It's double speak. So they have these organizations and then they will name them something positive and light and friendly. But what they do is literally the opposite. It's the opposite of that. And so guys, Amnesty International is one of those organizations that does not care. All they do is they steal money to promote their leftist and communist and jihadi propaganda.
Anti-imperial, anti-Zionist.
Exactly. Anti-imperial, anti-Zionist. So like if it was up to me, I would just get rid of like US aid completely. Not only that, I would just like defund the UN. Like this is what I don't understand. And again, okay, so personal opinion, I'm not an American, so I'm not judging anyone. But all I'm saying is that given the fact that the United States is like the biggest sponsor of the UN, and the UN is now like, supporting like communists and terrorists and all of that, like honestly, the UN is the biggest joke and the biggest scam. Maybe when the UN was created after World War II, it had like a legitimate purpose. But right now, the UN has been overtaken by all of the communist and jihadi and Islamist countries, right? Because there's more of them, and so they're literally using democracy to push their communist jihadi propaganda. And then I don't know, Americans are literally footing the bill for it. Like if the United States backed out of the UN would just dissolve. It wouldn't be able to survive.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So I'm not here. I just want to say I'm not here to influence U.S. policy, but all I'm saying is like the UN is a big scam. The UN does not stand for peace or freedom. The UN is literally promoting like Marxism and jihadism and communism. Like the UN has been overtaken by all of these enemy states.
So yeah, I do want to add that Amnesty International, we Iranians will never forget that they spread the false. They were leading the way in spreading lies against our Shah, saying that he's committing torture. Okay, you're paying attention to something else?
No, I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
No, I'm just saying, did something big happen?
No. Sorry, it was just a comment I was reacting to.
Oh, okay. I thought a big news happened.
No.
No. I wasn't. Yeah, I was just wondering if we need to switch to something else. So, guys, we will never forget that Amnesty International was spreading lies against the Shah regarding him committing doing torture, and they lost all credibility in the eyes of us Iranians because of that. And we also don't forget that our major ally, Israel, Amnesty International constantly accuses them of genocide and apartheid, which is ridiculous, insane. Anybody who says Israel's apartheid doesn't know the meaning of what apartheid is. And also with regards to the United Nations, we will never ever forget that the United Nations, our major ally Israel, the United Nations has issued more declarations against Israel than, I kid you not, North Korea, the Islamic Republic, Russia, and China combined. More declarations against Israel than, so that to us that's a joke. To us is, if we do believe in international standards, okay, we don't see the United Nations as the force to enforce any form of international standards. We see the United States and its allies as the force that United States declare, whatever United States decides as the norms and standards globally should be. The United States, because the United States is paying the cost for it with its military, they should be deciding the standards, and they should be enforcing it. Other countries that are not contributing to keeping peace and stability around the world shouldn't have as much of a say as United States that is paying the cost for it. So the United Nations is not the enforcer of international standards around the world. The United States and the allies of United States are.
100% I agree. Like, honestly, like, I think the United States, now we're getting to like international foreign policy and international law, because that was what I did before I became a politician. But like, if the United States backed out of the UN would just crumble, and then the United States could actually rebuild and create something new where the leader of the free world is in full control, and the leader of the free world has veto power, right? Because honestly, guys, the only reason that the United Nations has legitimacy is because of the United States. That's it. I mean, everyone knows who the leader of the free world is. Everyone knows who controls the world. And many of us aren't complaining. We're actually grateful. We're grateful for that, right?
Yeah.
And the other thing you have to remember is that international law doesn't actually exist. International law is non-enforceable. So the only reason that these courts or whatever exist is because countries have signed a gentleman's agreement. But as you can see, when it comes to actual freedom fighters, all of these leftist NGOs or whatever, which are funded primarily with your taxpayer dollars, right? So your American taxpayer dollars are paying for all of these lefty jihadi propaganda NGOs, right? Look how they're treating Iranian patriots. So when Iranian patriots want to attend a rally, Amnesty International is saying, if you have the lion and sun flag, right, that's this flag. And by the way, remember, President Trump endorsed this flag. He endorsed this flag last week when he posted about it on Truth Social. Remember, he posted about Iranian Spider-Man on his Truth Social?
Yes.
So President Trump has already endorsed our flag, right? Because he's the leader of the free world. He understands who we are and what we're fighting for. So President Trump has already endorsed our lion and sun flag, okay? And the lion and sun flag is flying on the flagpole of the Iranian embassy in Washington D.C. Right? No police stopped it, by the way. Right? So when Iranians went to the shutdown embassy of Iran in Washington D.C. and raised the lion and sun flag, they did it with no problem, and the flag is still there. So America has already said, who they support, who they endorse, even though, President Trump said it, he implied it, right? He didn't say it explicitly, but again, there's a reason he posted Iranian Spider-Man. So President Trump has already recognized that the lion and sun is our real flag. And yet you have this, Amnesty International, who, by the way, Amnesty International spread lies about our Shah. Amnesty International put out reports that, the Shah of Iran, this is one of the most ridiculous things. So Amnesty International, okay, so if you have children listening right now, I don't know, mute your TV, mute your phone for like the next 15,
Kick
20,
them out
30
of the room.
seconds. Cover their ears, because I'm going to say this, because this is the truth. So one of the reasons that people think the Shah was a dictator is because back in the 1970s, and then, right after the revolution, right after the Islamic coup d'etat, Amnesty International put out reports saying that the Shah of Iran and Savak was like, the equivalent of the CIA.
Mossad. Yeah.
Mossad, CIA. They put out reports saying that the CIA of Iran, Savak, they would hang political prisoners from their by their genitalia from ceiling fans, and the ceiling fans would rotate, and then these protesters were hanging from the ceiling fans by their genitalia, rotating around, and then
they would rape them. I would rape them as they go by. Yeah.
Yeah, they were, and then they also said that they were being raped by bears. So they also put out a report saying that political prisoners under the Shah were raped by bears trained by Savak.
Can I say something? What they also said was, as you pass by, when you were rotating on the ceiling fan, then the Savak agents would rape you as you pass by, which is physically impossible.
So that's what Amnesty International was putting out in 1979. Yeah. So when all of that has been debunked, by the way, because it's utter nonsense. Yeah. But yeah, that. So you guys want to know, because a lot of you are asking, like, how did the revolution happen? Gee, I don't know. Maybe it was because it was like globalist, jihadi, communist organizations like Amnesty International who literally put out like fake news claiming that like the Shah of Iran, the Savak, which is the Iranian CIA, or like the Iranian Mossad, they trained bears to rape people. That's like the weird garbage that we have to deal with. So yes. You cannot hate Amnesty International enough. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know Iran had bears either. There you go.
Yeah. One last point, one sentence. By the way, if anybody doesn't like United States leading the way when it comes to maintaining stability around the world, and also based on that deciding the standards for the global order that we're in, if you don't like that, you would like the alternative even less, because the alternative to that is a Chinese-led global order and their standards. Okay, so even if you're one of those people who is not smart enough to understand that we have a really America leading, we should be thankful to every single American taxpayer, because they are paying most of the cost for maintaining peace and stability around the world. Even if you don't understand that we have to be grateful to Americans for bringing the highest amount of peace and stability and prosperity globally into our world that has never been experienced for our 10,000 years of civilization, then understand at least this, that the alternative would be far, far, far worse if anybody else was leading that.
Yeah. All right, so did you want to go in? Did you want to?
I think people get the picture. The only part that I want to because I want to see what you want to share. The only part that I want to share is the ending.
We'll share the whole thing because it's important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Sure.
I think this is a really important video, so it's important to share it. Yeah.
Okay, so let's translate it then. Okay. Okay, so she's asking, so she's pointing to another flag that they have there. She's saying like, so, but that flag is okay. So why can't we go with this flag, but that flag is okay? And I don't know what flag she's pointing at. She's saying this is not right at all. این پرچم ملی ایران ماست. This is the national flag of Iran. نه پس من این را رسانه‌ای می‌کنم. I will basically expose this in the media. So this is the caption saying they're telling them that the lion and sun flag is not allowed in the gathering by Amnesty International. Saying the media is here. I want to make this go viral on the media.
Das veröffentlichen. Zeitung ist hier.
So basically, she's telling them that if you're not letting my flag, the lion and sun flag, in, this is going to go onto the media.
Ich will es veröffentlichen da. Das geht doch aber nicht.
اما این که امکان ندارد. ما گفته بودیم که اجازه نداریم با پرچم پیش شما بیاییم.
Weil wir
So she's saying, what the hell? Like, this is impossible. We are told that we cannot come with this flag towards you.
Die haben gesagt, wir dürfen nicht mit der Fahne zu ihnen gehen.
Wollt ihr nicht da?
So the police officer is saying they don't want it. They don't want it. Yes.
Warum?
And she's asking why. By the way, guys, is this in Austria? I think people said this is in Austria.
مرسی.
چون شما موضع دیگری دارید این مربوط به عفو بین. So the police is telling the woman, because you have a different position, this is related to Amnesty International. So the police is saying this has nothing to do with this. They don't want you here because you have a different position because of your flag.
Ein anderes Thema haben.
Das ist doch
عفو بین الملل که باید مربوط به. So she's saying that Amnesty International is supposed to be about human rights.
Amnesty muss doch das Menschenrechte.
Wollen Sie nicht?
میخواهند و به همین دلیل شما اجازه ندارید. The police is saying this is what they want, and for this reason you don't have the permission.
Und deswegen dürfen Sie die Versammlung nicht stören.
Kein Problem.
So she's saying مشکلی نیست ما به رسانه‌ها تماس میگیریم. She's saying no problem, we will contact the media.
Ruf jetzt die ganze Zeitungen hierher. Ruf die ganze
I will contact the
Zeitungen
media.
hierher. Acha!
So now she's speaking Persian to the crowd, the Iranian crowd that is there. So she's saying that people, the monarchists and the patriotic people here. So Guruh Bagal, my assumption is that there's another Iranian group that is like leftist that is over there, organized by Amnesty International. And they have made the police not allow these Iranians there because they don't like them. So she's saying Guruh Bagal, which means this other group, have said that we are not allowed there. We are not allowed there with the lion and sun flag. Guys, the Iranian leftists hate the lion and sun flag. So somebody's saying Javid Shah, but she switches it to a different channel. So she look at this. This is so powerful this year. So she's apparently confirming it with somebody else on the other side of the police. Like they say, like somebody said, like, yeah, you're not allowed here. So she's saying, Commandant, the rest says, so is that completely right? And she confirms it. And as soon as she gets the confirmation, she starts shouting, Mag bar safasid, mullah chapi mujahid. So I will translate that. So look at, she's like, Commandant, the rest and then she starts shouting. Look at this. Oh, so the chant gets cut. So she starts chanting. Hold on. She starts chanting, death to the three corruption. And the rest of that chant is Mullah Chapi Mujahid. So guys, if you don't know this, this is now a very, very viral common Iranian chant, which goes Mag bar fasid, Mullah Chapi Mujahid, which means death to the three corruptions, the mullahs, the leftists, and the MEK. By the way, Goldie, because we have new people from Iran in our chat, a lot of times they don't. What were you referring to that people didn't know what you're talking about? Yeah, when you said Iranian Spider-Man, the Iranians who just got online, because Iranians haven't had internet connection for a long time, so now they're like confused what you're talking about. Is Goldie with us? Goldie is probably listening to something. You're muted.
I'm listening. I'm just trying to find something.
Yeah. Wait, where's my chat doing this? Mag bar safaz, death to the three corruptions. By the way, guys, this is one of the most popular chants among Iranians. Death to the three corruptions, the mullahs, the leftists, and the MEK. These are basically these three ideologies are responsible for Iran being for the destruction of Iran today. So while she's looking, let me see if I can show you something new while she's looking for this. By the way, guys, earlier today we got this report that I'm sorry that I have to share this again with you guys, because I just want you to know how disgusting and vile the Islamic Republic is. Some of the some of the people who were arrested by the Islamic Republic, they were sexually abused with the batons. They were sexually abused with batons, and one of them was a 16-year-old teenager among Iranian protesters sexually assaulted in custody. A rights group says 2 people detained in Kermanshah, including a 16-year-old, tell group they were subjected to sexual abuse during arrest. And I'm sure this is happening a lot more. And if you go read the article, apparently they were sexually abused with the batons. And let me show this again to you guys.
Okay, I found what I was looking for.
Okay, let's go to Goldie.
Well, no. I can wait until you're done.
Oh, okay. So, guys, if you because I only showed this once on the live stream, but because I thought it was really, because I don't want to just share gloom and doom, like, oh my God, look what horrible things that are happening. I want to show you the resilience and the fighting back, as Goldie has inspired us to focus on the fighting back. So I think a lot of you know what this is referring to, this video that people made, what it's referring to. But for people who don't know, let me show you one more time, because we don't know who he is, but I think everybody should know his story. And I think he's probably dead, by the way.
Yeah.
So
they killed him. They killed him.
Yeah. So what you're witnessing here is a lot of the protesters. A door was left open for them to come here inside this building and hide. And while they're running away, this one man stands behind to hold on to the door. A lot of people are calling him Iranian Hodor, because he stands behind to hold the door while other people could run away. The anti-riot police is trying to force themselves in, and he stands by to buy them time, knowing the cost that he's going to be paying for what he's about to do. So watch this. So you can see he's holding onto the door. So you can see as soon as they come in, they start beating him up. Like if you look here, as soon as they come in, he falls onto the ground and they start beating him, right? And if you see it from another angle from outside, look at how many they are. Oh, and they also start now knocking out the security camera. But you can see from outside, these are the protesters. The door was left open for them so that they could come inside and hide. These are all the protesters. And these are the last 2 remaining protesters. And now the door is closed and he's holding the door. Just one man by himself is holding the door. And these are the anti-riot police coming in. And if you can see, one of them has a machete. This guy has a machete. Look at, you see this? You see this? This guy has a machete. This is what they're using to beat the protesters with, right? So, and they go in, and that's why when they start beating him up. I'm probably dead. But that's the sacrifice. That's what he did to try to save these people, and that's why people made this video in celebrating him. Where is it? Just give me a second. Oh, this one, yeah. Yeah, so this is based on Persian mythology. This is based on Shahnameh mythology. These are the Div. The Div means like demon in Persian.
So let me just explain that. Let me just explain that. So so you know how like the Greeks have the Odyssey, and then British people have like Shakespeare, and like all these like epic like titles for like epic stories and novels and stuff. So our version of like the Odyssey is called Shahnameh. And you guys are already familiar with the word Shah, because Shah means king, right? So Shahnameh means Book of Kings. So our like the Persian version of the Odyssey is called Shahnameh. Yeah, King Arthur. There you go, King Arthur. Yes, exactly. So each culture has each culture, each civilization has its own like epic histories, like mythology. So ours is called Shahnameh. And so they made this in like the Shahnameh, right? And Shahnameh means Book of Kings. So, and it was written by Ferdowsi. Yes.
Yes.
Game of
So-
Thrones. Yeah, absolutely. Game of Thrones for the USA. That's a good one.
Yes. So
Or
we had
Lord of the
Game of
Rings.
Thrones.
No, wait. Lord of the Rings is
We had-
UK.
Yeah, we had Game of Thrones 1,000 years before you guys did, which is the Shahnameh, right? And yeah, and just one more image for you guys to see how vile and disgusting the Islamic Republic is. This is one of the people they took from us during this revolution. This is one of the people who were killed during the revolution by the Islamic Republic. Her name is Melina Asadi. She was 3 years old. So it says Melina Asadi, say her name. Melina was 3 years old. We must end this evil regime. All right. So Goldie, you wanted to share something?
We don't. So people are asking. We don't think Hodor. We don't think Iranian Hodor survived. We don't think he did. I mean, I pray that he did, but probably not. Probably not. So yeah. I wanted to play a quick video by so this is an interview with the Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. And guys, this is gonna explain. So you know how we were telling you about how Amnesty International and like all these other like NGOs, leftist NGOs, were putting out like Islamist propaganda about like the Shah being a dictator and like all that like jihadi nonsense. Like, guys, the Western media was complicit. Western media was complicit. Just listen to this. Listen to this. It's a short clip, but just listen to this. Like it's insane. Every time I hear this, I get so angry.
What every country does.
Sure.
Wait.
You're saying you do what every country does.
Sure.
If torture is necessary, you torture.
Not the torture in the old sense of torturing people, twisting their arms and doing this and that. But there are intelligent ways of questioning now.
Well, they talk about.
And you know, literally the same thing that the United States does, right? No different than how the United States questions Islamic terrorists, right? And it's literally the same exact thing. Same exact thing.
So the Shah, can I just quickly add, the Shah was really on a mission to end all forms of physical torture in Iran. He was on a mission to end it. He was actually fighting against the Savak to end it. But he did believe in what he referred to as psychological torture, nothing physical. He believed in that, which is actually for his time was more progressive than many Western countries. And that's
exactly what like Western countries are doing right now. It's a psychological torture.
Yeah, and he's being very honest about it.
But you know what? Torture isn't even the right word, but he's just using that because that's how Wallace is baiting him.
Psychological and physical torture.
Physical, I don't believe.
See, like he did it again. He did it again. Even though, guys, do you see? So you cannot hate the mainstream media enough because even though the Shah clearly says, "I don't believe in physical torture."
If torture is necessary, you torture.
Not the torture in the old sense of torturing people, twisting their arms and doing this and that. But there are intelligent ways of questioning now.
Well, they talk about psychological and physical torture.
Physical, I don't believe.
I talked
not anymore. Maybe in the old days, maybe.
I talked just today to a man whom I believe, who told about torture.
So listen to this part. So Wallace says, I spoke to a man, I believe him, but he provides no proof, right? This was the journalism. This was the journalism in the 1970s, okay? He spoke to a man, probably like a communist or an Islamist, and he's like, oh, I believe him, and he spoke about torture.
He was tortured?
Yes.
And you believe that he was tortured?
Yes.
How many years ago?
Within, I want to be very careful, not yesterday.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
The word has gone out to stop it.
To stop what?
Torture.
But a long time ago, yes.
But the victims of Savak knew better.
They would tie the hands and feet. And there would be a
So guys, so those photos that they showed, none of those were actually like tortured by the Shah. Those are just like random people that were beaten up. And then they just gave those photos to the media and they were like, oh, look at these people. And then this guy, so do you see how the women beside him are dressing? Like they're like covering their faces like that. So this guy is an Islamist, okay? This guy here, he was part of the jihadis, the Islamists who were trying to overthrow the Shah. So of course he's going to sit there and he's going to lie and it's going to be complete and utter nonsense, right? Listen to this.
some sort of a hood that would be placed on their head, such that whenever they would scream, it would echo in their head. And then they would whip you at the bottom of the sole of your feet with the electrical cords.
I had said on some previous occasions that we needed 10 years here to try to make this country a kind of a model state, a country where absolute justice will prevail, not only in the courts, but social justice too.
So there you go. So this is a statement from him back in like the 1950s where he's like, I'm building a country where social justice will prevail and you know, like all kinds of justice. And then you have like the Muslim jihadis are like, oh, he's torturing us. So very, very small clip. Guys, I have spoken about these things quite a bit, but I just wanted to give you a little like quick insight into the kind of lies that like Amnesty International, yeah, he wanted real social justice. This is the Shah is the one that you know gave women the right to vote in 1963. So, but it was the communists and the jihadis that you know managed to overthrow and destroy Iran. Oh, he was so gentle. He was so kind. We loved him so much. We still do. Then you know what? I just want to say thank God.
Gentleness.
He was too gentle because when Khomeini should have been executed, he forgave Khomeini and exiled him instead. But that's you know for another time. But even Sean Hannity got it today because Sean Hannity was asking about the communists and the jihadis, right? So guys, all of these like pro-Pali, Antifa, progressive people that are in your countries and they're attacking imperialism, they're very dangerous because that's what they did to Iran and that's what led to you know what happening. And then they were like bolstered. They were bolstered by Western media. Anyways, that's what I want to say. But I wanted to share something a little bit more lighthearted. Armin, I think you're going to like this one.
Before you go to that, can I just say I'm looking for a documentary and I can't find it about and a documentary regarding Iran's prison during the Shah times. So there was a report that there was a woman, a communist woman, that was beaten up so severely that she can't walk. And I don't know if it was the BBC or no, it was somebody else who secretly was recording the prison courtyard from far away, and she was walking and she was completely healthy. Have you seen that documentary?
No.
Showing they were lying about, like, everybody, basically the media was believed that, oh my God, the so-and-so woman who was a Marxist has been beaten by the Shah to the either she's dead or she's like so severely beaten that she can't walk. So they're recording their prison courtyard from so far away, and she's walking around and she's completely healthy and smoking. So then they go close to her and they talk to her and like, we were told that you're beaten up, and she's like trying to hide her face and run away because she doesn't want to expose that it was a lie. If anybody has that documentary, please send it to me, because that's such a good example. And also in the same documentary, it shows how amazing the prison is. And there was a person that actually threw a grenade, like one of these Marxist terrorists, and he was given like a whole studio to paint, and he was released after 2 years, even though he was trying to kill people. And the Shah forgave the man that shot him. There was somebody that tried to assassinate the Shah, and the Shah forgave him and set him free. So yeah, what an evil, crazy
Yeah,
Dictator, right?
what kind of dictator literally forgives the people who try to assassinate him and shot him in the face, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, all right, Armin, I think you're gonna laugh at this one. So this happened.
Okay.
This happened at like a free Iran demonstration. I think this was in Washington D.C. So a crazy man in a dress goes to a free Iran demonstration. When he starts attacking President Trump, Iranians get angry, call the police, and tell him to leave. The man in the dress, the man in the dress then says that Iranians are misinformed, and I said he belongs in a mental institution. So maybe like,
wow,
look at this. So literally, this like, this like psycho shows up because
What
you
is
know
that?
he thought that like Iranians hate President Trump, and then
Right.
Iranians get so like, these are Iranian Americans, they get so angry at him. And look at Iranian Burt Reynolds.
He looks so badass.
Yeah, or someone in the comments also said like he's the Iranian Ron Swanson, which I will take because he's definitely. But like, guys, look at this. So this like weird like man wearing a woman's dress shows up, and he thinks that like, Iranians hate President Trump. But like when this guy like starts attacking President Trump, that actually insults the Iranians there, and they're like, and they're like, leave, get out of here, right? So
What did he expect?
Just watch this.
Decency for all human beings in terms of the laws of the Constitution, of the laws of the state of Washington, and the United States. So I think she might be trying to advocate though based on that interaction. Well, that's a bummer. I mean, there's going to be people standing in support of free speech.
So when Iranians start chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king, this man in a woman's dress starts yelling like, Trump's a Nazi, which is, it's so weird, right? Just so weird. So
Get
weird.
the F out of here.
Like, look at this. Oh, and then do you see the woman yelling? So as soon as like this like crazy man starts yelling Trump's a Nazi, you can hear like Iranians behind, like, standing behind the angle, and they're like yelling at him because they're getting mad because the Iranians, Iranian Americans, like, they're very, very pro Trump, right? Like I said, we love President Trump, so they get really offended. And then you hear like, so this one woman, like, you can hear this like Iranian woman shrieking, and then I guess she wants to go after him, and then you hear a man's voice, and he's like, police just, right? He's like, police is here, calm down, police is here.
That's what you're doing? That's what you're doing. You leave. Just leave.
And then you hear Iranian, they're like, leave, just leave. And then this man is like, oh, I have freedom of assembly, right? So Iranians are like, leave, get out of here.
Just leave. I have the First Amendment right to freedom of assembly. It seems like these people are very interested in amplifying Trump to disfavor because they're misinformation.
Did you hear that? So this is where he says, oh, these people, blah, 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 there's misinformation. So this crazy person in a dress shows up to like a free Iran rally, and then when he finds out that Iranians support Trump, he says, oh, Iranians are just misinformed, right?
It seems like these people are very interested in amplifying Trump to disfavor because they're misinformation. Trump is your king. Trump is the North Sea.
There you go.
Unbelievable. the audacity to come, Iranians having a protest and trying to make it his own thing. Like, who the hell do you think you are? Just like, they're trying, like, look at me. This is a look at me moment. Like, we're having our own cause. We're fighting our battle. We're fighting for our freedom. And you're coming here with your own irrelevant message. I mean, beyond the fact that what she's saying is insane, but beyond that, even if it wasn't, go do your own protest. Why are you hijacking other people's cause, fighting for their freedom? Disgusting people. Like, this face. This, I mean, that says it all. Like, what the hell?
That's Iranian Ron Swanson. You know, فقط داره نگاش میکنه و میگه این دیوونه کی از تیمارستان فرار کرده. So basically it's like the expression on his face is like, when the heck did this crazy person manage to escape from the insane asylum? Like, that's his face.
I think he's saying, what is that thing? That's
yeah.
what he's saying.
Like, what is this? So, oh my gosh. Honestly, like the left is insane. The left is insane. So guys, like I love that they called the police, right? So guys, pro tip, if you want to go, like,
Like, what? They should put a what's there, like W-U-T.
Like, he's probably saying
Perfect response. Oh my god.
Gosh. But like, so just, you know, pro tip.
Be careful scrolling down. X, be careful, because X might have some things that is not YouTube friendly, so don't scroll down.
This is one of my favorite memes. Someone posted this meme. Do you want to read it?
Say, it's actually a bit shocking meeting Iranians. I thought everyone would be Muslims who are upset about their democratic leader Mossadegh being overthrown by the CIA. I'm sure you don't know your history properly. The Shah was a brutal dictator and was pro-West, which you guys must have hated. Oh my god, this is perfect.
I know, and you can see he's like a dirty, like, smelly communist, right? And then the Iranians, like, I gotta protect my children, right? So we're just like awkwardly like walking away. We're like, oh, right? So
Can you send that to me? That's perfect.
Sure. It was someone posted this someone said found it for you, because it's so true. It's always like the weird.
Oh wow, this was made before this happened?
Yeah,
this meme was made before.
One.
Guys,
yeah, this is an old one.
What he did was so common that they already have a meme for it.
Because it happens all the time. They're always like, oh, the Shah was the dictator. Oh, Mossadegh, right? Remember, like, when like Chunky Overt was like, oh, Mossadegh, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, buddy, right? But it's like, it's literally a meme for us, guys. It's literally a meme for us, because all the communists and the jihadis, they just spout this like this propaganda that was pushed by the communists and Islamists. And the reason Armin laughed when he read it is because you can see, like, it's literally what we're dealing with, right? But guys, just to he's so good. Oh, look at this comment. So all the Iranians are trolling him now, right? So this is one of my favorite comments. He's like, bro, still not sure what he is himself, and he's calling us misinformed. LOL. So there you go. So guys, just a quick. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Actual Iranians, please intervene, help us. Leftist Westerners. No, you don't really want us to. Let me explain to you why that would be imperialist. So true.
while supporting imperialism themselves, as long as it's Putin, commie, or Islamic imperialism, they support it.
Yeah. There's a lot of comments. Oh, this one's gone really viral now. I didn't realize. Wait, let me see how many likes it has.
Be careful, it's X. We might show something on
8.3. Okay, wow. Okay, so this one's gone viral. So yeah, guys, just a quick pro tip. we welcome everyone at our pro-Iran rallies. But if you're going to show up and you're going to like, attack President Trump, we're not going to tolerate that. So yeah, don't show up at a pro-Iran rally and start spouting like weird jihadi propaganda, because Iranians are they're not going to tolerate that. So
yeah, don't lecture Iranians about their own history. They probably know more than you do.
And please don't call us misinformed either. That's not going to go well. That will not go well at all. There you go. There's a video for anyone who wants it. So there's that, and then Armin, there's just one more really important, because I've been waiting all day.
These
and
are good.
Thank you.
Please
and
share
then
more.
Well,
Be careful though.
listen, I make lists every day, but I never get around to it. But this is the one that I wanted you to. So you know what? Why don't I send you the link so that you can like put it on your screen, and then you can like because then that way you can like pause and restart as you need to, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I make lists every day. I just never really get around to it. But I have even more news than this too, but these are just like the top ones. Okay, why is this not working? Come on. Give me a moment here.
No rush. No rush, no rush, no rush.
Okay, here we go. There you go.
Okay, bringing it up right now. Okay. Okay. So guys, before I translate this for legal reasons and YouTube reasons, I have to announce that our translation of this does not mean that we are condoning violence. We are translating this for educational purposes. This is a message that is coming from inside Iran by Garda Javidan, which I'll explain shortly. Please understand that for legal reasons, I'm saying this, that whatever he's saying, me and Goldie and this channel is not endorsing anything. We're just telling you what he's saying for educational purposes, okay? We're not endorsing violence. Clear? Everyone clear? Okay, let's go. Ooh, okay, this is very powerful. So yeah, I have to tell you what Garda Javidan he is first before I play this. So for people who don't know, Prince Reza Pahlavi, a couple of weeks before this revolution started, he was preparing, him and his team was preparing us for exactly this revolution. That's how wise and forward thinking the prince and his team is. So he and his team released a booklet called Garda Javidan, which means the Eternal Guardians, which gave Iranians inside Iran a very detailed instruction on how to create groups as small between 3 to 5 members all across Iran to prepare for days like this. So when the revolution happened, so get trained and be ready for exactly a day like this, so that when the revolution happens, they could come into the assistance of Iranians, right? So these are the groups that were created under the order of Prince Reza Pahlavi. So this guy is a member of one of those groups, basically a member of Garda Javidan, right? The Eternal Guardians, which is something historic in our ancient Iranian history, right? It's based on that. It's a reflection of that. So he's saying Payam Mohem Garda Javidan Iran. So, but I mean, the text on the screen says a message, a very important message from the Eternal Guardians of Iran. منتظر باشید نوبت یکی یکیتان خواهد رسید. Be ready. It will be the turn of every single one of you, meaning that the regime forces, the people of the regime, you know how Goldie says, taketun, that's what he's saying, that we will come for every single one of you. Again, please understand that I'm just translating what he's saying and I'm not endorsing violence. So let's go and translate what he's saying. So he's saying, salutations to the dear nation of Iran. I didn't understand that part. He mentioned the name of the group. So he's saying the number that they're giving you when they're saying 12,000 people, that is completely wrong. The stat that when the number that they're giving you that 12,000 people have died, that number is completely false. Saying these people, meaning the Islamic Republic, have killed more than 30,000 people. So he's saying, I swear on the God of Iran. I swear unto every single grain of sand in Iran that we are warning you. That we are warning you. We have no more talking. There's no more talking with you. There's no talking to you anymore. Basically the time of talking with you is over. We are done also with asking you to join the people. So he's saying the time that we ask you to join the people, the side of the people, that time is over. We don't have that request from you anymore. This is from us. Done. Khalas, done. I swear to the God of Iran. I swear upon every grain of sand in Iran. We will do something with you. Again, guys, we do not endorse this. He's saying we will do something to you. We will do something to your family. We will do something to your children. We will do something to your mother and father. We will do such a thing to you that they will write it in the history of Iran. He's now speaking to Iranians outside of Iran. He says to the 10 to 15 million Iranians outside of Iran, we kiss your hands. Basically, it's a metaphor for saying we thank you. So this is directed. He's from inside Iran to Iranians outside of Iran.
That's like all of us outside.
Yes. He's saying we thank all the Iranians outside of Iran. You have helped us a lot. You have done a lot of work. We're seeing on social media what's happening. So basically he's saying we're noticing on social media what Iranians outside of Iran are doing. All the pictures, all the news, are all there. We see it. So he's basically creating a bridge between Iranians inside Iran and outside Iran, and basically strengthening the bond, saying that we notice you. Thank you for what you're doing. And like he's saying, hoping for the day to come that we could welcome you back into Iran with open arms. No. No, Goldie, you want some time before I go to the next? Or?
No, I just wanted to say, like, one of the reasons that, for all of you who are, watching and you've been tuning in for the last, 23 days. The reason why we do this, the reason why Armin and I are here pretty much every day, sitting in front of our chairs, screens, whatever, and we're here with you sharing the news is because we know that word is spreading in occupied Iran, and even though we can't communicate directly, but what we do is so important because we're giving, like, guys, and one thing that he says, like when he says I kiss your hand, like that's just such It's just such like a very respectful, like he's basically like he's saying like we honor you, we respect you, but honestly, like we kiss their hands, because Armin and I, we're sitting in the safety of our homes outside of Iran, right? Our lives are not at risk, and yet these people, these brave Iranians, they're the ones who are literally risking their lives, being murdered for freedom. And so for him to say like we see you, we acknowledge you, we kiss your hands, like that's just you know, now you guys know why we do this. Now you guys know why we do this, because even when the internet is shut down, we know what's happening in occupied Iran, and we know that because of Starlink, certain things are able to get back in there. And so we will not stop doing Iran Revolution live stream until Iran is free, because this is what people in occupied Iran hope that we would do. And so it is literally our responsibility. It is our responsibility to be doing this, and I could not think of a better person to be doing this with than Armin, because you see the message that we get.
Yeah. And Goldie, you're so on point. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Thank you so much for saying this. Imagine him thanking us. He's out there risking his life, and he says, like, I thank you guys, Israel outside of Iran. Like, we should be thanking him. And he's thanking us.
You know, Javune, like it's obvious he's young. He's a young person. He's probably Gen Z.
This is why it's so good that I do this with you, because you notice these subtle little things that I miss sometimes, and you're so on point to. It's so good that you pointed that out, because I missed that.
All right, yeah, you can continue now. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, so let me just go back a little bit, because what comes after is related to what he said before. So he's saying, we're seeing everything, and thank you to all of you. There will come a day where we will welcome all of you with open arms inside Iran. However, mercy, no mercy. We have started from today, and soon we will release the videos. We will show you what we have done. We will release all the videos. We will skin you alive. That's a metaphor, by the way. Yes. Okay. Guys, that's a metaphor. Okay. It's like we will skin you alive.
Yeah, for legal purposes, it's a metaphor.
For legal purposes, this is a metaphor. We will skin you alive in a way so that you will experience a type of death that is unimaginable, basically.
Another metaphor.
Another metaphor. Long live Iran, and long live the honorable people of Iran. Long live the king.
Javid Shah.
Javid Shah.
So
let me repost this. This is you. Oh.
Tag it to.
Okay. Tag it to.
So I hope you guys. So I hope you now. Yeah, and now you. And now you know.
Now you know.
Yeah, and now you know. So guys, I hope now that the rage and the anger that I had on the Piers Morgan show, I hope it makes sense now, because even though at the time I went on Piers Morgan, we had no communication with people in Iran because the regime had shut down the internet. We knew exactly what was going on, and we were speaking on behalf of people in occupied Iran. And guys, I was holding back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because that they were like, "Oh my God, look, Goldie is such a radical." You have no idea. You should. You have
They
no
have no idea.
idea what
They have no
they
idea
have
what
no
to do.
idea. Like Goldie is holding herself back compared. Like they don't know what we went through. They have no idea the 47 years of absolute Islamic cruelty that we have experienced. I think the same people who are judging you, Goldie, if they experience 1% of that, they would become terrorists immediately. They will become actually terrorists. Right? But by the way, Goldie, I have a, you know how we were talking about them lecturing to us about our own history. I have
Yeah.
a crazy example of that if you want me to show. But let's
Can I
go.
just show this first? Because he was talking
Yeah,
about
of
how
course.
so they're starting to go after like Islamic regime homes, right?
Mhm.
So this is a video. This is a new video that came out. شناسایی منازل سرکوبگران ما با خانواده هایتان تصفیه حساب میکنیم. Do you want to translate that?
So yes, so identifying the houses of the suppressing forces, we will settle the score with your families. So guys, I know some of you might be judging. Let me tell you the strategy here, okay? Because some people might be like, and first of all, for legal reasons, we do not endorse violence. We do not endorse anybody going after anyone else's family, okay? What we're seeing here is probably not something that these people are going to be doing, okay? We do not endorse going after anyone's family. What we're seeing is a psychological warfare, right? What they're doing is them trying to change the calculation in the minds of the regime forces, not actually going after and after the family members of people, but trying to scare. It's a deterrence strategy. It's a psychological way to tell them to basically make them consider retreating.
I mean, what's the thing that like the Palestinian jihadi Islamic Muslim savage terrorists say? They're like, oh, resistance is justified when people are occupied. Well, Iran is occupied. Iran is the real occupation. Right. Iran has been occupied for the last 47 years.
Yes.
So,
but when they need to put the fear, what they're doing is trying to put the fear inside them and change the fear from Iranians to their occupying force.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So watch this video, Armin. And this is a woman.
These are the name of the people. So they're writing the name I think to show that they know the name. Yeah.
So what does it say there?
این خونه مال یه سرکوبگره علی اکبری. So they're writing the name of the person that they know as part of the regime forces, which is his name is Ali Akbari, and saying this house belongs to one of the suppressing forces and his name is Ali Akbari. And the woman, and the reason why she's wearing a chador is for her to be less suspicious until she gets there. And she's writing on the wall Ali Akbari intiqam as, I can't see.
We'll go back.
Ali Akbari intiqam as Sarkoogaron. Hey, the cat!
I know, I love the random
the
cat.
laser eyes.
Guys, we have a lot of cats in Iran, so I just thought that was really funny and cool that they added that.
Okay, that was a nice touch. Oh, that's the address. Yeah, so go back a little bit to the red text. So on social media, they're giving you the phone number of the person and his address.
They're basically doxing. So now they're doxing all of the Islamic regime terrorists and where they live.
Yes. So that's it. That's the guy's address. Yeah, this is why the regime forces wear masks. This is what they're afraid of. Okay, so now we have the full text. Pause here. Oh, guys, go back. Guys, if you guys know what that is, use the emoji in the live chat. Okay, so it says Ali Akbari انتقام از سرکوبگران نزدیک است. So Ali Akbari is the name of the guy, and he says revenge of the suppressing forces is near. Guys, what is that? Tell me what is it called? The Rafshikavyani. So you see the X with the dots around? That's a simple way of drawing the Rafshikavyani, which is the pre-Islamic symbol of Iran, which is the Sassanid dynasty. Are people using it in the chat? Yes, I see people are
my
using
chat
it in the
is
chat.
full. That's all I see.
Yes, amazing. Okay, so yeah, can I show? Go to the end so that
Wait.
the logo comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, so because they're going to highlight the logo and bring it on the screen. So play it.
Yeah. Let me get the thing.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, time is up.
I love that. I love this. Is honestly, Armin, this is so badass. This is Hollywood next level. They're using Kaviani to go after the Muslim colonizers.
Yes, guys, this is the Rafshikavyani. This has been turned into a symbol of revenge against Islam, because this is the Sassanid dynasty was the dynasty before the Islamic takeover, and this was their symbol, and this was the empire that was fighting against the Islamic takeover. So that's why this symbol which is a very popular symbol in Iran, is also now the symbol of resistance. This is why, guys, we tell you that our fight is not against what happened to Iran in the past 47 years. Our fight is against what happened in Iran in the past 1400 years, not 47 years, 1400 years. We're not just doing we're not just undoing the Islamic Republic, we're undoing Islam. All of it. We're undoing Islam, and that's why they use the symbol. Yes.
And mainstream media, like they can't, they won't be able to give you this context because they don't know what the symbol is or what it means.
Yes.
But when we tell you that this is literally an anti-Islamic revolution, when I tell you that Iranians, we're literally kicking Islam out of the country, right? This is what we mean. Like we're literally a country of like 90 million Islamophobes, and we're getting rid of every single like Muslim savage.
Yes.
This is revenge. This is revenge for them conquering us 1400 years ago. This is revenge for 1400 years of Arabic, jihadi, Islamic, Allah Akbar, whatever garbage nonsense, right? Like we're sick of it. We're sick of it.
We're going back to our nature, the Iranian nature, because this has been a tumor. This is the Islamic tumor,
cancer.
And we have been sick.
Cancer.
It's a cancerous tumor that has been affecting Iran, and finally, after 1400 years, we have the treatment, and the treatment is Pahlavi. If Islam is the cancer, Pahlavi is the chemotherapy.
Okay. Yeah. I think based on this, people are feeling really hyped up. So let's go to just one quick song. I know people are gonna like this song, and then we'll continue with the news, and that'll give us like we literally have like 2-3 minutes for a quick break if you need to do something, get a coffee or have a whatever break. But I think based on Derafshikavyani, we have to play this song now.
Okay.
If you need to take a break, you can go take a break.
Good choice for after
the We're going back to the Persian Empire before Islam. This is who we were before Islam took over, right? This is what we're going back to. There you go. There's a little bit of Miga pride for you guys. All right. Armin,
I
so that
have
was-
something similar.
Yeah, go for it.
I have
go for
something
it.
similar.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. So let's do. Is it okay if I do an AI version of ancient
Yes.
Persia? What it looks
Yes.
like? Okay.
Listen, AI ancient Persia, I love it. I have so many like AI like ancient Persia videos.
Have you seen
I
this
just
one?
don't play them, but no, I haven't seen. Oh no, I have. This one's really good.
Okay, so ancient Persia.
Read the
500
title.
years. Yeah, so a trip to Persepolis, not the ruins, but the actual how it was, 500 years before Christ. So this was just. پدرم خشایارشاه. So guys, look, قدم زدن در کاخ آپادانا. So guys, you know, when you look at the Persepolis, you only see the pillars. But if the roof was on, this is what it looked like, right? So it's saying پدرم خشایارشاه, my father خشایارشاه. Is in English it's Xerxes, right? Xerxes in English.
Khashayar-Shah, yeah, that's Xerxes.
So Kushahaya Persepolis. So around the castle, this is what the historically with the villages around, the alleys around look like. Oh,
This is Zoroastrian fire.
Yeah, رفتم به معبد آتش. So this is a fire temple, a Zoroastrian fire temple. This is what the Zoroastrian fire temples used to look like. نگهبانایی که از شهر گارد جاویدان. This is our گارد جاویدان. These are the guardians of the city, basically. She's the princess. So this is the celebrations and happiness. And then so اینجا ورودی زیبای شهر. So that's the gate of the city, the beautiful gates of the city.
Could you imagine if like that actually still exists? Could you imagine like if that was still there? Like I would just love to walk into like our town.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. They should rebuild it.
They should.
So
They should rebuild a mock-up right beside it. That's what I think. Because you can't touch the ruin, but you should build like exact. No. You should build a replica right beside it. That's what I think, anyway.
So that's the library. Is in ارتش. So this is where the word ارتش comes from. In ارتش افتخار پدرم هست. So he's saying this ارتش or this army is the proud army of my father. This is she's saying, the princess saying, this is my favorite place. مکان مورد علاقه, another favorite place. خوشحالم که I was glad to be with you. Anyways, so I'm hoping that with better AI we could see, like, we could have historians, because this was just an initial attempt on that, and I think pretty soon we're going to have like more historically accurate, made by historians, AI versions of ancient Persia. So I'm really excited to see like long versions of videos like this going through the Achaemenid dynasty and then also the Sassanid dynasty. These are, by the way, guys, for people who don't know, these are the two favorite dynasties among Iranians in their ancient history, the Achaemenid and the Sassanid.
So I have a few things that I want to share, but I need about a 10-minute break because I have a package that's being delivered and I have to go pick it up. So Armin, are you able to just run the show for maybe like 10 minutes and I'll be back in 10 minutes so we can share some more?
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. Let's do that.
Okay, all right. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay. Let me just close this then. I was gonna go. No, that would be boring, guys. So let's look at this then. So this is crazy. So Emily Schrader just posted this, okay, and we were talking about Iranians being lectured about their history. So Emily posted this in Persian saying ایرانی های عزیز نظرتون درباره این فعال فلسطینی چیست? So she's saying, dear Iranians, what is your view about this Palestinian activist? And then the caption continues, imagine having the audacity to tell the Iranian people that you as Palestinian activists know what they want and need more than them. You cannot make this up. So apparently this Palestinian activist, by the way, Palestinian just means terrorist. Okay, I refuse to accept the Palestinian identity unless you're referring to a terrorist group. Let me know if you agree with me in this chat. So I refer to the people in Gaza as the people in Gaza, and the people in Judea Samaria, I call them the people living in Judea Samaria. But if you want to refer to anybody as Palestinian, the only way I recognize that identity is if you are referring to a terrorist group. The Palestine is not a name of a nation, is not a name of a state, is not a name of a group of people, it's not a name of a place, it's not the name of a group of people unless you're referring to the members of a terrorist cause, to a terrorist movement. So yeah, Palestine, the flag of Palestine and the name Palestine is the name of a terroristic movement. And I refuse to use it in any other way. So here, these so-called Palestinians have posted this. Just a reminder for Iranians who oppose the Islamic government. Oh, guys, wow, Iranians in the chat. Let's see a Palestinian is going to be lecturing us about our political views and our history. Guys, we Iranians, this is exactly what we needed. We're too dumb to understand our own history and our geopolitics and our movement. This Palestinian is going to come and explain it to us. Wow. Okay, guys, sit back and take notes, okay? Let's see what they have to say. It says, the modern political use of the lion on your flag literally celebrates a US-backed coup that destroyed Iran's democratic trajectory, enabled the Shah's dictatorship, and set the conditions for decades of suffering that continued under Khomeini. Wow. Okay. This is where the Free Palestine crowd actually is, trying to explain basic history to one of the most misinformed diasporas in the world about what their symbols even mean. Guys, given that I'm on Goldie's show, I cannot express myself the way I want to express myself right now. But every swear word that you can imagine that I want to say right now, just imagine me saying that right now, because this is the most infuriating, insulting, disgusting, vile crap I have ever seen. And honestly, everything I want to say includes a swear word. So I'm basically... Look at, like, guys, you could not, I could not imagine the Palestinian cause being more hated by Iranians anymore. But thank you. Thank you, because I am going to take this, the rage and the anger and the hatred that we have for anything Palestinian. You just reminded me that we don't hate you enough. Thank you so much for this reminder. Let me just read this one more time. This is what this Palestinian is saying. They're saying this is where the Free Palestine crowd actually is, trying to explain basic history to one of the most misinformed diasporas in the world about what their symbol even means. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for showing us how justified we are to hate everything about you. And for us to celebrate the fact that you're being destroyed by Israel, the fact that Israel is crushing you, and all your free Palestine, your BS free Palestine chanting in the streets of Western country got you nothing because you're still losing. It brought you nothing. It brought you nothing. Hamas decapitated. Hezbollah decapitated. The Houthis decapitated. And now, and I know you're so afraid. I know why you're posting this. I know why you're posting this, because you are afraid. You are afraid because we're going for your main supporter, your main funder, your main trainer. This is game over for you. This is why you're crying. This is why you're so afraid. This is why you're so much, you hate the Iranian people. This is why you hate the Iranian people, because the Iranian people are toppling your main funder. And you think this is the worst thing you can happen to you? You think that by toppling the Islamic Republic, that's the end of it? You think that's the end of it? You think like, oh, wow, you're scared because the Islamic Republic is gone, and all of a sudden the main supporter of this BS Palestinian cause, of your terroristic cause that you call resistance, you think that will be it? And this is the tragedy? That is not the end. That is not your main tragedy. Your main tragedy, your nightmare has just begun. Once the Iranian people take charge, once the Iranian people have their own state, a state that represents the Iranian people are going to come after you. Do you know what how much the Iranian people hate you? Do you understand once these people have an army, and once they have the Savak back, do you know that we're not going to be hunting our oppressors only in Iran? We're going to be hunting our oppressors everywhere on the planet. The same way the Jews went after the Nazis after the fall of Nazi Germany. We're going to come after all of you. You think we're done with you just because you're outside of our borders? You think we're done with you just because now we're free and we have our own country and we have secular democracy? We're not done with you. We're coming for all of you. We're coming for the Palestinian cause. We're coming for Hamas, anything that is remaining from Hamas. We're going to be cooperating with Israel to annihilate all of you. Our Artesh is going to be working with the IDF. Our Savak is going to be working with Mossad, and we're going to be hunting you down. It's going to be hunting season on terrorists all around the world. We never forget, you enabled this. You Palestinians enabled the Islamic Republic. You have blood on your hand. You have Iranian blood on your hand. We will never forget that. We're coming for everybody, anywhere in the world that justified the crimes of the Islamic Republic and enabled it and supported it. Once the Islamic Republic is done, Hashd Shabi, every single member of Hashd Shabi, we're not going to rest until every single one of them is crushed. Zainab, Hashd Shabi in Iraq, Zainabiyun in Pakistan, Fatimiyun in Afghanistan. You think you're safe? You think that you could come kill Iranian people and then cross the border, and even if the Islamic Republic falls, you're going to be safe? Did you not learn? Do you not know your history? You think we're going to be less aggressive than when the Jews went after the Nazis? The Jews went after their oppressors. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for the Jews to get their country. It wasn't enough for the Jews to get Israel back. So it's not going to be enough for us to get Iran back. When Israelis got their country back, they came hunting for the people who used to be oppressing them, and we're going to copy that. That's going to be our role model. That's what we're going to do to you. You dare insult us? You think this is the view of the Iranian diaspora? You think that's only the Iranian diaspora thinks like this? You haven't seen aggression. The Iranian diaspora are saints compared to what the Iranians inside Iran want to do to the Palestinian cause. You think you call us misinformed? If you think our views on you and our flag and our Shah, if you want to call that misinformed, wait until you see what the Iranians inside Iran think of their Shah and their flag and you. They will become your nightmare. You will be begging the Iranian diaspora to save you from the Iranians inside Iran. For your sake, I hope there is a God, because you're going to be on your knees praying, man, because there's nothing else that might be coming to your aid. Just wait until we're free. We will unleash hell upon you. We will unleash hell upon you. Even if Israel manages to take over all of Gaza and Judea and Samaria, wherever you run away from, we're going to come, even if you're not in Gaza anymore, because Israel is finally full, Israel is finally complete. And believe me, your cause has no success, has no chance of success or victory. All of your land, everything you're fighting for is going to be Israel, as it should be. But whatever desert you run away to, we will find you there. We will chase you everywhere you are. We will chase you until the end, and even in hell if we have to, because even hell is not good enough for you guys. You see what they're doing to Iranian people? You guys, it was the Palestinians who trained, it was the Palestinians, so the Palestinian terrorists who trained the Marxists who started the Islamic Revolution of 1979. It was you guys who armed them. We will never forget that. It was you who took advantage of the fact that we have an Islamic rule, who take advantage of the mullahs just stealing the wealth of the Iranian people to spend it on your insane cause, stealing our wealth and our resources. You have to pay that back one way or another. Hi, Goldie.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you like my hat?
Oh my God. Where is that? Hold on. Love the hat. Look at that. You should get that signed by Trump. Oh my God.
My hat finally came in.
That's look at that, guys. That looks beautiful. Hold on. We should put you fully on screen. Can we do that? No. Never mind.
Well, sure. I mean, here, that's how we do it. Miga. There we go. My Miga hat finally came.
Mine, Miga. Miga, please. Looks great in you. Can you go like this? Because we want to see the lion and sun. There we go. There we go. That looks badass.
All right. Armin, I sent you a video.
Oh, let's go with that one. Is this new?
It's from yesterday. Well, it was posted yesterday.
Oh.
So go back.
Yeah.
So the title is
Oh, let's go. You mean Iranian Crown Prince Pahlavi addresses the delegates of JP B. Mar-a-Lago. Huh? Mar-a-Lago.
So he was. Remember, he was in Mar-a-Lago. I
Mar-a-Lago,
think last week.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay. Okay. Let's watch this.
Dear friends of the Jerusalem Prayer Breakfast, I wish I was able to attend in person the event that we have, but unfortunately, the circumstances have forced me to leave prematurely to return back to Washington for sensitive meetings that are time sensitive. I'm sure you understand that. So instead, I'm sending you this message. First and foremost, to thank you for having invited me. I can tell you that
Goldie, people are getting echo from your side. Maybe we should mute your screen. Let's go. Thank you guys for telling us. So is it okay if I mute your screen? I'll mute it. Okay. So let's do this again.
Dear friends of the Jerusalem Prayer Breakfast, I wish I was able to attend in person the event that we have, but unfortunately, the circumstances have forced me to leave prematurely to return back to Washington for sensitive meetings that are time sensitive. I'm sure you understand that. So instead, I'm sending you this message. First and foremost, to thank you for having invited me. I can tell you that the circumstances as we speak are dire in Iran. The regime has utilized under total darkness and cutting our computers away from the world to crack down on them severely. Many casualties have resulted as a result. Nevertheless, my compatriots are holding firm and continuing to fight the struggle. I spoke to a doctor who told me that one of his patients was a young girl that was shot in the face. Her jaw was broken, and she asked the doctor to patch her up. And the doctor said, "What's the rush? You need to be treated." She said, "I want to go back to the streets. I want to continue the fight. I want to be there to see my leader return so we can ultimately be safe from this regime." You can imagine the load of responsibility added on my shoulders. To respond to their call, we're fighting our fight. We are the boots on the ground, but we need further support. And I trust and hope that President Trump will, as promised, do his part in making sure that Iranian people are not dying in vain and to prevent more casualties by putting an end to this regime that has been nothing but evil, true evil. And unlike this regime, Iranian people are peace-loving people. They want to have brotherly relationship with our neighbors. Unlike this regime, they're not at war with Israel, but want to have cordial relations with the state of Israel and our Arab neighbors. Unlike this regime, Iranians are tolerant, they are diverse, they respect every faith, they defend every belief. And that's the difference between us and a regime that has, from the very beginning, discriminated against religious minorities, Jews, Baha'is, Christians. So where are we at right now? I know you're praying for us, and I've talked to some of you, but I think that we need to say, not that we hope for a better future, but let's start believing in a better future, because it can be done. We have the natural resources and the human resources to get it done. And if it's a question of faith, have faith in the Iranian nation. We need your prayers more than ever to make sure that this does happen. And we will do our part. And I appreciate your solidarity and support. Thank you, my friends. And hopefully we'll have the next prayer breakfast in Tehran once liberated. And we will welcome you with open arms.
Perfect. Perfect as usual. Muted. You're muted.
That was amazing. Wait. Why is this echoing? Wait, what about now? Okay. I muted your screen and that stopped the echo.
Yeah.
That's kind of strange.
I think you might have two browser open that is showing StreamYard on another browser.
No.
Or YouTube open on another browser?
No.
Okay, weird.
Because if like my screen's unmuted right now and there's no there's no echo. So the echo's coming from when your screen is unmuted for some reason.
Yeah, same thing was for your screen. When I muted your screen, the echo
Oh,
stopped.
weird. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I can leave and come back, or
No, it's fine. We'll just mute the screen.
okay. But there's another video that I wanted you to translate. This is a new one from Manoto. Let me pull it up. You know how Manoto has like the translated videos?
Oh.
So here's another one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send this to you. And then I'll mute my screen.
Oh no, one of those. This is hard to watch. Is this hard to watch?
I haven't seen it. I'm sure it's gonna be difficult to watch, but it's important, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Should I play it all the way through once without translating?
Yeah, play it all the way through once, and then we can go back and play it again.
Okay. So let's read the context first so that we know what's happening before we play it. Saying a live message from inside Iran. The streets are not quiet. The fear has not stopped people, and the uprising is not over. Iranians abroad are urged to speak up and not abandon those still resisting inside the country. Oh my God. Translated using AI to make this testimony accessible to a global audience. Guys, so because it's AI, I mean, Manoto is doing AI so that they could get it out fast. There might be some mistakes, but they're doing this so that there's no delay before the videos get out. So let's watch this. So if there are any mistakes, Goldie and I will tell you which parts of the translation is mistake once we go through it in a second time.
میخواستم به هموطنای خارج از کشورم بگم که اینجا هیچی تموم نشده. فکر نکنید اینجا هیچی تموم شده ها. یعنی تو
تازه آغاز شده.
تازه شروع شده.
اصلا اینجا هیچی تموم نشده. ما هر شب موقع که شاهزاده دستور دادن یه بار رفتم بالای پشت بوم با همسایه ها توی خونم رفتم، یعنی همین الانم 8 شب.
Is there echo, guys? People are saying there's echo.
رفتم، یعنی همین الانم 8 شب بشه میرم، هیچی عوض نشده. اینا موتوریاشون میان میخوان ما رو مثلا بترسونن، از کوچه ها رد میشن هر موقع این ساعت میشه، میخوان ما رو بترسونن. ما بچه ها رو گذاشته بودیم پایین، گفتیم که اومدن و اینا به ما اطلاع بده. ما هیچی تموم نشده، مطمئن باشین، فقط ما رو اینجا تنها نذارین، اصلا ما رو اینجا تنها نذارین، سکوت نکنین اصلا که فکر کنن مثلا اروپا فکر کنن اینجا تهران ایران چیزی همه چی عوض شده، یعنی امن و امانه. نه اصلا هیچ چیزی اینجا عوض نشده، مطمئن باشید. ما کارمون رو داریم انجام میدیم، ما تموم نمی‌کنیم. اینا 20,000 از هموطنای دست گل منو کشتن، مگه من میتونم بشینم تو خونم حرف نزنم؟ من دیگه اصلا نمیتونم اینا رو تحمل کنم، اصلا به هیچ عنوان دیگه نمیتونم باشون زندگی کنم.
و نور عزیز، این حس میان 90 میلیون تن ایرانی مشترکه و این ما رو باز به هم نزدیکتر از پیش میکنه.
خیلی ممنون، مرسی که صدای ما هستید.
دورت بگردم.
شما تصاویر تظاهرات و راهپیمایی ایرانیای بیرون رو میبینین؟
بله میبینم، خدا رو شکر. برای ما قبلش
بله بفرمایید.
من از شنبه که بازاریای عزیزمون اعتصاب کردن، 3 شنبه که بچهای محل ما اومدن بیرون، از 3 شنبه ما می اومدیم بیرون. یعنی اصلا کسی به ما نگفته بود، خارج از کشور به ما نگفته بودن که بیاید بیرون. ما خودمون این راهو شروع کردیم، ما خودمون داریم پیش میریم.
بله.
و خودمون هم باید تمومش کنیم. حالا کسی به ما کمک کرد، دستش درد نکنه، خدا عمرش بده. نکردم، ما باید خودمون این کارو
تموم شد و رفت. بله، نگاه اینه، اراده اینه.
All right, so let's go through it with
میخواستم به هموطنای خارج از کشور
I wanted to tell my compatriots outside of Iran
بگم که اینجا هیچی تموم نشده.
that nothing is over here. Guys, please pay attention to her voice. She wants to, when she's almost crying, she's trying to tell Iranians outside of Iran that the revolution has not stopped. She's afraid that we think that it's over. She's saying, no, nothing is over. Like, they're still fighting. This is why it's important for all of you to understand that Iranians are still fighting.
فکر نکنه اینجا هیچ چیزی
میدونیم.
تموم
Look at how much look at the desperation in her voice. She wants to. She's saying, "Don't think that everything is over here."
هیچ چیزی تموم شد.
So he's saying, "Miduni" means that we know that it's not over.
یعنی تو رو
تازه
خدا
آغاز شده.
So she's trying to say, "I mean," but then he says, it has just begun."
تازه شروع شده.
And he also says, "It has only started."
اصلا اینجا هیچی تموم نشده. ما
Nothing is over yet.
هر شب اما که شاهزاده دستور دادن
From the first night that the prince ordered us to go into the streets, into the streets, like, yeah.
دادن یه بار رفتم بالای پشت بوم.
One time I went on top of the roof. So she's saying, she's basically now listing the things that she did in response to the prince's command to go out. She says, one time I went above the roof
با همسایه‌ها توی
with our neighbors.
خونم رفتم، یعنی همین الانم 8 شب بشه میرم.
Like she says, even now when it turns 8 o'clock, I'm going to go back to the roof and I'm going to chant from the rooftop.
هیچی عوض نشده. اینا
Nothing has changed.
موتوریاشون میان میخوان ما رو مثلا بترسون.
They come on their motorcycles trying to scare us.
از کوچه ها رد میشن هر موقع.
They pass the. Okay, so she's saying when we go to the rooftops and chant against the regime, they drive around in the alleys with their motorcycles trying to scare us so that we stop chanting from the rooftops.
این ساعت میشه میخوان ما رو بترسونن.
So when it gets close to the 8 p.m., when they know that we're going to go above our rooftops to chant, that's when the the regime's motorcycles come around the alleys and they try to scare us.
ما بچه‌ها رو گذاشته بودیم پایین، گفتیم که اومدن و اینا.
So guys, when Bachaha literally translates to children, but that's not what it means. Bachaha is just an endearing way. It literally does translate to children, but it's also is an endearing way to refer to people you know, okay? Like the boys or the gals, like the guys, right? So she's saying that we had some people that, not children, we had some people downstairs. So that they will tell us if the regime forces came into the building to come to see who's chanting on the rooftop. You had people downstairs to let us know. Nothing is done. Nothing is finished. Be assured that the fight is going on, that it's not over. Just please don't leave us alone here. So she's basically calling from inside Iran to this show, Manoto outside of Iran, telling Iranians outside of Iran to please don't leave us alone. This is the reason why Iran Revolution Live keeps going. This is why Goldie continues to do as she does, because Iranians inside Iran expect us to keep the attention on the protests going on. That's what she's asking. Don't leave us here alone at all. Continue covering this. Continue bringing attention to this. Don't be silent at all. Guys, and by the way, guys, this is why we ask you to continue to come here to take part in the protests, even if you're not Iranian, because the Iranians are asking this. This is what she's asking. This is the request of Iranians inside Iran. Don't be silent at all. So don't be silent at all, so that the Europeans think that so that the Europeans don't think that inside Iran everything has changed, basically meaning that the revolution is over. So everything is back to safety and security. No, nothing has changed. She's basically saying that the chaos still continues. Nothing has changed. Be sure that nothing has changed. We are doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're doing our job in the protest. So she's saying we won't stop. These people have killed 20,000 of our compatriots. And she starts to see that she's fighting not to cry. This is what Goldie and I have been telling you. The killing by the Islamic Republic doesn't end the revolution. It makes it stronger. It makes it bigger, because the Iranian people inside Iran they cannot imagine stopping the fight once they have paid this high of a price. So she's saying nothing has finished. They have killed 20,000 of our compatriots. So how can we go and sit home after what they did to us?
میتونم بشینم تو خونم حرف نزنم. من دیگه اصلا نمیتونم
Like she's saying, how could I go home and not say anything anymore?
اینا رو تحمل کنم.
I cannot tolerate these people anymore. So this is exactly, the Islamic Republic is killing thousands of Iranians to make them silent, to make them go home, to make them stop fighting. But they're miscalculated, because after so many people dying, this is the response. She's saying, after what they have done, how could we go home? There's no way, even if some people could have tolerated these people with difficulty, now they can't tolerate them at all. Everything has changed. Everybody in Iran agrees that they must go. So they made the revolution stronger. They ended themselves the moment they decided to point the guns into the crowds and shoot the people. That was the moment that the Islamic Republic died, because there's no way the Iranian people are going to tolerate that.
اصلاً به هیچ عنوان دیگه نمیتونم باشون زندگی کنم.
So she's saying there's no way I could live with them anymore.
نور عزیز این حس میان 90 میلیون تن ایرانی مشترکه و این
So he's saying that this is a common this is the view that is shared among 90 million Iranians.
این ما رو باز به هم نزدیکتر از پیش میکنه.
And this is going to bring us closer together more than ever before.
خیلی ممنون، مرسی که صدای
She's saying thank you for being our voice.
دورت بگردم.
شما تصاویر تظاهرات و راهپیمایی ایرانیای بیرون رو می‌بینین؟
Oh, so he's asking, are you seeing the videos and pictures of Iranians outside of Iran protesting for Iran? Do you see them?
بله می‌بینم، خدا رو شکر.
She's saying, yes, thank God I do see them.
بله ما قبلش
بله بفرمایید.
من از شنبه که بازاریای عزیزمون اعتصاب کردن، سه شنبه که بچهای من
So she's saying since Saturday when the bazaris came out on a strike, and then on Tuesday
ما اومدم بیرون، از سه شنبه ما
on Tuesday when the people from our neighborhood came out,
اومدیم بیرون.
on Tuesday we started coming out.
یعنی اصلا کسی به ما نگفته بود، خارج از کشور به ما نگفته بودن که بیاید بیرون. ما خود
Nobody from outside told us to come outside. We came out ourselves.
این راهو شروع کردیم. ما خودمون داریم پیش میریم.
We're going through this path ourselves.
و خودمون هم باید تمومش کنیم. حالا که
we should end it ourselves.
به ما کمک کرد، دستش درد نکنه.
So she's saying if somebody helped us, then thank you. So basically if foreign forces, they helped us, thank you so much. But if not,
خدا عمرش بده. نکردم ما باید خودمون این کار.
But if they don't help us, we should end this ourselves. We should finish this job ourselves. So she's basically saying with or without foreign support, we have to finish this. But if they do support us, we'll thank them. But if not, we have to end this. We have to win this revolution. And this guy is agreeing and saying like, yeah, that is all. That's period, basically. Mic drop. This is the right view. This is the will that we need to show. So there's that video. And then there was a second video that Goldie just sent me.
So I just want to like it's your screen. Can you like remove your screen and then re-add it? Like just remove your screen share and then re-add it. I know it's the echo is with Armin's screen. Like when my mic is unmuted and then Armin's screen comes on, the echo starts.
But it was also with your screen when you were talking.
But my screen is unmuted right now and there's no echo, so I don't know. It's probably just a glitch or something. So just like reshare your screen now and maybe that'll fix it. Let's see. Yeah,
testing,
okay. So now it's working. Now there's no echo anymore.
Let me play it a little bit, see if it's hold on.
خودم بود و متاسفانه همون شب در
Because like I can speak right now and there's no echo. Yeah. No, honestly, it's just a glitch sometimes. It's a StreamYard glitch. It just happens. So when it happens, you just remove the screen and re-add it. So it's all good. The echo's gone. Okay. Yeah, this is the other one that I sent to you.
All right, so let's just listen. Oh, this is 7 minutes. So let's go through this one. Does this have a, this one doesn't have AI translation? Do you want
No,
me to
but
just translate? Oh.
yeah, I think you should just like translate it. Like, don't play the whole thing because this one's really long.
Yeah.
But maybe just go through it because this one's also really important.
By the way, before Goldie, you know the video of the person, the woman who's dancing to Bepish? That's not just a random girl. That's Rebecca Barsev, which is a famous among Israelis. That's
Okay,
what I
cool.
want to know. Yeah. Okay. So let's watch this. And she's a big fan of you, by the way.
Oh, that's so
So,
sweet.
yeah. All right, so let's play this.
من الان که با شما تماس میگیرم
Okay, so actually context for people who don't know, guys, this is Manoto Live. Manoto is a famous Iranian media that is based in the UK. So this is the Iranian diaspora, and they're calling from inside Iran. As soon as people get connections, they call into Manoto. So this is basically Iranians outside of Iran listening to Iranians calling in from the revolution from Iranians inside Iran. Okay, so let's watch this.
من الان که با شما تماس میگیرم میتونستم نباشم.
So she's saying me who is calling you right now, I could have died by now. So I could have been not existing right now. Apparently he had a near-death experience.
روز پنجشنبه 18 توی هفته تیر 25 شهریور با دوست عزیزی اونجا رفته بودم اون
Wait, she's talking about some much earlier.
پنجشنبه 18 توی هفته تیر 25 شهریور با دوست عزیزی اونجا رفته بودم اون ساچمه خورد به پاش خانومی بودن من رفتم طرفش این نیروی کثیف سرکوبشون اسلحه‌شو گرفت تو صورت من لیزر اسلحه‌شو انداخت تو چشم به من گفت برو نمیدونم چرا نزد.
So he's talking about my earlier experience that he had in the revolution when the woman was hit with the pellet gun and he went to help her, and then somebody the armed forces pointed their gun right into his face and told him to go, and he says like I don't know why they didn't shoot me.
به 18 تو هفته تیر 25 شهریور با دوست عزیزی اونجا رفته بودم اون ساچمه خورد به پاش خانومی بودن من رفتم
A woman was shot with a pellet gun in her leg and he went to help her.
این نیروی کثیف سرکوبشون اسلحه‌شو
This vile suppressing force of the Islamic Republic took their pointed their weapon right at my head.
تو صورت من لیزر اسلحه‌شو انداخت تو چشم به من گفت
The laser of his gun was pointed right into my eye.
نمیدونم چرا نزد.
He told me to go. I don't know why he didn't shoot me.
ولی نزد و
Why he didn't shoot me.
من هنوز موندم و من خوشبختانه هم دوستم هم خودم به قول معروف حالا هستیم زنده ایم اما
So luckily both me and my friend we are still alive.
میتونستیم نباشیم میتونستم الان من
it was totally possible that I could have been dead by
ارشان
now.
قاسمی باشم که آشنای خودم بود و متاسفانه هم
So I could have been like Arshan Qasemi. So Arshan Qasemi is apparently somebody who was murdered by the regime, and he said that I could have easily been in his place right now.
اون شب در هفته تیر جونش از دست داد ما عزاداریم اما به
So we're all mourning,
شدت خشمگینیم و نمی
but we're also very angry. We have rage.
ترسیم
We might be mourning, but we are filled with rage and we are not afraid.
در ما جایی نداره ببینید ما الان متاسفانه همون شب در هفته تیر جونش از دست داد ما عزاداریم اما به شدت خشمگینیم و نمیترسیم ترس در ما جایی نداره ببینید
Okay, because they both speak at the same time, I don't know what he's saying.
بود و متاسفانه همون شب در هفته تیر جونش از دست داد ما عزاداریم اما به شدت خشمگینیم و نمیترسیم ترس در ما جایی نداره ببینید
ترس در ما جایی نداره. There is no room for fear in us.
ما الان گذشتیم از اینکه بخوایم دیگه چیزی رو به دنیا ثابت کنیم ما
So oh my God, this is powerful. He's saying we have moved past the point where we are trying to prove something to the world.
رو دیگه نداریم که بخوایم به دنیا ثابت کنیم. دنیاست که باید الان خودش رو به ما ثابت کنه.
Wow, that's very powerful. He says we don't have anything to prove to the world anymore. The world has to prove something to us now. That is such a powerful statement because the Iranian people already have proven themselves. Now it's the world's turn. You understand this? He's saying we have nothing, like, look, based on what the Iranians have done, they are done proving themselves. The world has to prove itself to Iranians now. Iranians have nothing to prove anymore. What? That is some powerful stuff. Okay.
از حال و هوای بله از حال و هوای شهر بهتون بگم مترو قلهک دیروز بود.
So he now wants to talk about the conditions of the city, like he's talking about the metro.
یک جوونی سوار شد شروع کرد به خوندن یک رپ اعتراضی تمام کابین.
So inside the metro, there was one young person that started singing a protest rap song against the regime. Okay, so
مترو قلهک دیروز بود یک جوونی سوار شد شروع کرد به خوندن یک رپ اعتراضی تمام کابین مترو ما زار می‌زدیم از خوندن این جوون شجاع ولی با
So the entire cabin in the metro, okay, the underground train, when this rapper started singing a rap against the regime, the entire cabin was moved by it, and they were crying, and they were basically making, in responding to this rap, like basically saying everybody was responding and being basically trying to show that how the environment in Iran is that everybody is seeing eye to eye now.
این وجود سر اون بیت هایی که تکرار میشد همه یک صدا اون بیت ها رو تکرار میکردیم.
But the parts of this rap that were repetitive, everybody would repeat those parts. Like everybody was basically vibing with that rap and repeating the parts of those parts of the rap.
یک فضای عجیبی تو شهر حاکمه.
So like there's a very strange sense in the entire city. Basically, it's trying to describe that everybody is united. Everybody is on the same wavelength. Everybody is united for the same cause. That's what he's trying. Everybody's chanting the same thing. Like they were, yeah. So he was basically saying, like, even in the metro, when a rapper comes and says raps against the regime, the parts of the chant that people could repeat, they would just, like, you could see that there's nobody that is not does not agree. Like everybody feels like they're connected somehow with each other. That's what he's trying to communicate with this example.
میخوام بهتون بگم که ما ترس در ما باز تکرار میکنم جایی نداره اما
So he says, I want to repeat, there is no room in fear for us. This is what the Islamic Republic has done. The Islamic Republic has tried to scare the Iranian people, but by taking too much, they have made it so that they have nothing more to lose. So instead, they have killed any remaining fear they had in them, right? So if you come and if you scare me that I'm going to come kill your child, you might scare me. But if you then kill my child, then I'm going to be so enraged that I'm going to feel rage instead of fear. Do you understand? If you scare me by taking my child away, if you threaten me that you're going to take my child away, I might experience fear. But if you actually do it, then there's no more room for fear. I'm only filled with rage, and there's nothing else you could do to scare me. So that's what that environment is in Iran right now.
یه نکته رو می‌خواستم بهتون بگم امیدوارم فرصت باشه که بتونم حرفمو کامل بزنم.
حتما. So he's saying, I want to make another point. I hope there is enough time to make my point. So the guy is saying, yes, for sure.
ببینید من این روزها خیلی با خودم فکر میکنم که چرا ما باید به یک همچین جایی برسیم.
So he's saying, these days I think to myself, why do we have to get to this point where
که ده ها هزار نفرمون به این شکل به خاک و خون کشیده بشن.
So that tens of thousands of us are die like this, bleed like this, are destroyed like this.
دلایل واضحش که مشخصه و این هم راجبش صحبت شده اما یک
The real reasons, the main reasons are obvious and they have been talked about a lot. So about how we got to this point.
که دلایلش به نظر من در افرادیه که در این سالها نذاشتن صدای واقعی مخالفت ما به دنیا برسه.
But oh my God, this is so good. He's saying, but part of the reason are the people who didn't allow the real voices of our opposition against the regime to get out there.
از نوبل بگیرش تا روزنامه نگارش تا فیلمساز نوبل بگیرش تا
from the people who received the Nobel Prize. You guys, write in the chat who is he talking about? He says as Nobel Begirish. Give me the name. Say the name in the chat. Who is he talking about? He says the people who didn't allow our voice, our opposition against the Islamic Republic to get out there in the world. Who is he talking? And then he says, so he starts with from the Nobel receivers. Yes, the Iranians are mentioning her name in the chat. Their name is Nargis. People are saying Nargis. No, not Obama, Nargis. Nargis Mohammadi. That's who he's calling out. Nargis, yes, the Iranians know. The Iranians are giving the right answer. Nargis Mohammadi. Yeah. So he's saying from the Nobel receivers, from the Nobel Prize receivers to the newspaper writers, to the filmmakers who go receive basically prizes for their movies.
جمهوری اسلامی ما رو از رو میزد و هنوز میزنه و اینها از زیر ما رو میزدن.
So he's saying the Islamic Republic is hitting us from the front, from the top down, and these people are were hitting us from the bottom up. So basically, if he basically that's metaphor for saying that if the Islamic Republic was suppressing us obviously and transparently, like for the world to see, these people were suppressing us more indirectly. That's what he's saying. Awesome. So somebody's saying, so guys, is this confusing? For people who this might be confusing, let me explain what's happening to you, okay? For people who are not Iranian, I might not understand what's happening, okay? So the Islamic Republic suppresses the Iranian people in many different ways. Violence is not the only way. They have many, many different tools, okay? One way that the Islamic Republic very actually geniusly has managed to suppress the Iranian people is by creating fake opposition against itself and introducing that to the world, to the Western world, as the actual opposition against the Islamic Republic. And they create these people, and they use their lobbies in the West to get them prizes, like prizes for their films, prizes for their writing, Nobel Peace Prizes for Nargis Mohammadi, access to journalists around the world. And also in Iran, the Islamic Republic imprisons the very opposition so-called leaders that it has created to basically build up their resume. And when the Iranian people wanted to get their voice out to the world, calling for the Shah, calling for Pahlavi, they, instead of their voices being heard, the lobbies of Islamic Republic will introduce the Western world with the fake opposition, using all of its influence over Western media and Washington, D.C. It will use all of these fake opposition to sell these as the real opposition to the Western world, as these are the people who are against me. But they were with the Islamic Republic. These people were with the Islamic Republic. People like Masih Ali-Nejad, people like Nargis Mohammadi, people like Taraneh Ali Dusti, okay? These are the people who are, and like the BBC and Sedai Amrika and different, for example, Angelina Jolie was given access to that. There's a lot of detail. I'm not going to go over all of these details, okay? Like Tumaj, for example. Thank you so much. Like, these are examples, okay? So all of these were either created by the Islamic Republic or at some point turned into Islamic Republic assets as fake opposition. So this man is repeating what I have been telling you for the past 4 years regarding the face opposition. This man is telling you that these people are the reason why we got to this point where the Islamic Republic is killing tens of thousands of us. Everybody, yeah, Tumar Salehi. Everybody understands? Like, was that explanation helpful? Let me know, because I want everybody to understand the nuances of this. Oh, he's saying it. I didn't know he's going to say this. Look at this. He's actually saying what I just said. No, guys, I didn't say Angelina Jolie was created by the IRGC. Oh my God. Nargis Mohammadi, who is a fake opposition inside the prison in Iran, she was given access to be interviewed by Angelina Jolie. Okay, Nargis Mohammadi. Okay, which pro-Pahlavi and monarchist Iranians inside prison, they can't even talk to their own kids. And she, like, what kind of an opposition gets access to Angelina Jolie inside the Islamic Republic prison? And by the way, she gained weight while she was in prison. And there are videos from her, like, having a party inside prison. Like, she has the best conditions inside the Islamic Republic prison. There was leaked videos showing that they're dancing and having a party. She gained weight. She has access to the whole world media. She even was given access to speak to Angelina Jolie, which shows that the Islamic Republic was treating her very well when she was in prison. Unlike for somebody like Fatima Sepehri, who is a supporter of Princess Pahlavi, and she's being treated extremely badly inside prison. So that's what I'm saying. Does that make sense? Does that make sense now? So let's continue.
دلایلش به نظر من در افرادیه که در این سالها نذاشتن صدای واقعی مخالفت ما.
So he's saying these are the people who didn't allow the real voice of Iranian people, the real opposition to the regime of the Iranian
به
people,
دنیا برسه.
to reach the world.
از نوبل بگیرش تا روزنامه نگار،
From the Nobel receiver to the newspaper
تا
writer
فیلمساز جایزه بگیرش،
to the prize receiving filmmaker.
اینها جمهوری اسلامی ما رو از رو میزد و هنوز میزنه و اینها
The Islamic Republic hit us from the front, and these people were hitting us from the back.
از زیر ما رو میزدن. سالها بازآورده شدن در نشر اپوزیسیون کنترل شده گلخونه‌ای از درون خود سیستم.
Oh my God, I love this man. He's saying for years, this fake opposition, was being grown inside the greenhouse, like a plant inside the greenhouse of the Islamic Republic.
I knew you'd like this one. I know it's long, but I knew you'd like it.
Yeah, no, I'm loving every second of this. Thank you. He's saying for years, this fake opposition was being grown in the greenhouse of the Islamic Republic.
و هنوز میزنه و اینها از زیر ما رو میزدن. سالها بازآورده شدن در نشر اپوزیسیون کنترل شده گلخونه‌ای از
the controlled opposition of the Islamic
درون
Republic.
خود سیستم صدای مخالفت
Can you pause for a
واقعی
moment? Pause for so guys, you can actually hear him say control. He says control شده, right? So he says opposizione control شده. So go back and you'll hear him literally say the word opposition and control. So he's referring to the controlled opposition.
Yes.
تا فیلمساز جایزه بگیرش، اینها جمهوری اسلامی ما رو از رو میزد و هنوز میزنه و اینها از زیر ما رو میزدن. سالها بازآورده شدن در نشر اپوزیسیون کنترل شده
اپوزیسیون کنترل شده. Controlled opposition. He said opposition control شده. Right. Thank you. Yeah. Some of these words are similar to English.
خونه‌ای از درون خود سیستم صدای مخالفت واقعی ما رو خاموش کردن.
They suffocated the real voice of the opposition.
و ریشه دووندن جمهوری اسلامی رو بهش تقویت کردن.
And they helped they increased the growing roots of the Islamic Republic.
کمک کردن به ریشه دووندن جمهوری اسلامی.
they helped the Islamic Republic through screw.
همه اینها نقش دارن در فاجعه‌ای که امروز اتفاق افتاده.
All of these people have a role in the tragedy that is happening today. They have blood, guys. Basically, he's saying they have blood on their hands. That's what he's saying. Nargis Mohammed, these leftists, guys, you think we don't hate these leftists enough? We don't, because the leftists are not just responsible for the 1979 Islamic Revolution. They have been fighting against us all this time. You think we just hate them because they caused the 1979 Islamic Revolution and then they stopped? They didn't stop all of these years. They continued helping the Islamic Republic grow its roots inside Iran. Oh, he's saying with their reformist mentality, instead of the toppling, instead of a revolutionary mentality to remove the Islamic Republic, they have this reformist mentality. And Manfaat Talabi, this Manfaat Talabi, guys, Iranians, Manfaat Talabi is like selfish people who are just in it for themselves, with having their own agendas for their own self-interest. By saying me, by always saying me, like Masih Ali-Najad. Guys, saying Iranians in the chat, I think when he's saying manam kardanashun, he's referring to Masih Ali-Najad, saying rahbar manam rahbar toyi. Do you think he's referring to Masih Ali-Najad? Here, I think he's referring to Masih Ali-Najad.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay, yeah. Manfaat talab is self-beneficial. Yes, thank you guys for the help. With their anti-Pahlavi agenda. These people, he's saying these people with their anti-Pahlavi narratives, their anti-Pahlavi agenda, these are the people who are responsible for all the crimes that are happening.
نمونش همین آقایی که دیروز در جشن افتتاحیه آکادمی فیلم اروپا حرف‌هایی رو از رو میخوند و نه حتی از دلش، از رو میخوند. و من تاکید میکنم روی کلمه جشن در شرایطی که ما درش هستیم و ایشون در این جشن شرکت کرده بود.
Okay, so now he's talking about an Iranian filmmaker that was taking part in a celebration for a movie or something, and he's saying, for example, I don't know, guys, who's this guy he's referring to? And so he's saying that he's referring to some people who are celebrating an opening of a movie, and so while such a tragedy is happening.
کمک کردن به ریشه دووندن جمهوری اسلامی. همه اینها نقش دارن در فاجعه‌ای که امروز اتفاق افتاده. با رویکرد اصلاح طلبانه‌شون، با منفعت طلبی هاشون، با منم کردن هاشون، با پهلوی ستیزیشون. نمونش همین آقایی که دیروز در جشن افتتاحیه آکادمی فیلم اروپا حرف‌هایی رو از رو میخوند و نه حتی از دلش، از رو میخوند. و من تاکید میکنم روی کلمه جشن در شرایطی که ما درش هستیم و ایشون در این جشن شرکت کرده بود و جشن افتتاحیه آکادمی فیلم اروپا.
So he's basically talking about these people, these kind of academic elite people who are, one of them, for example, is taking part of in a celebration I think it's an opening, sorry, not academic, in an opening of a movie in this European celebration of movies. I don't know what. So he's basically calling out some of these elites who are participating in celebrations where Iranian people are dying.
جشن افتتاحیه آکادمی فیلم اروپایی که هنوز مردد با جمهوری اسلامی مماشات.
Oh, he's saying the Europe that is still having a policy of appeasement with the Islamic Republic. Guys, European countries have still not closed down their embassies. Still have not closed down their embassies, which is insane. So he's saying, like, even till this day, European countries are still wondering if they should continue the policy of appeasement with the Islamic Republic or not. And he's calling it out after this amount of tragedy, out of this level of crime committed by the Islamic Republic. He's calling Europe out.
دهه 70 مارلون براندو به خاطر اعتراض به کشتار بومیان آمریکا توی مراسم اسکار شرکت نکرد و اسکارش رو نگرفت
Oh my God, he's saying that in let me see that he have thought like around 30 years ago, the same person didn't participate in one of these movie festivals or celebration or whatever the hell they are. He didn't participate because of America's genocide on the American natives, right?
هشدار بومیان آمریکا توی مراسم اسکار شرکت نکرد.
So they didn't. They didn't participate in the Oscars as a way to protest Americans, basically slaughter of the natives like years ago.
و اسکارش رو نگرفت.
And he didn't accept his Oscar just so that he could protest.
پس زد اون جایزه
یک
رو.
دختر
اما من
سرخپوست رو پای
انتظاری از این
با پای
آقا
برهنه فرستاد.
بله اما من انتظاری از این آقا و امثال این آقا ندارم.
So basically he's saying that the Iranians, for example, that didn't go to the Oscars to show their opposition against Americans killing the natives many years ago, now when they're killing Iranians, they're going into these ceremony, they're going into these gatherings and they're accepting their rewards for their movies, and they're not actually opposing this. So basically showing the hypocrisy, because this shows that the leftists are basically just anti-American when it comes to the killing their own people. These leftist Iranians are not showing any, they're not demonstrating any protest or any opposition. They're not protesting that. But when it comes to protesting against America, they're always ready to do that. He's saying it's true that our hearts are broken. Well, he didn't say broken. He says our hearts are torn apart. It's true that right now our hearts are torn apart, but we still remember our history.
آقا و اون خانومی که چند شب پیش در شورای امنیت به گزاف گفتن که از جانب مردم ایران حرف میزنن، سالهاست که دارن با دردها و رنجها و دلهای پاره ما و مبارزات مردم برای خودشون پله درست میکنن.
Oh my God! He's calling out Masih Alinejad directly here. He's saying in the Security Council, he's saying that man and woman who were speaking on behalf of the Iranian people in the Security Council, those are the same two people who for years have been building a ladder based on the suffering of the Iranian people.
Okay, pause for a second. Pause for a second. So, guys, remember. So Armin wasn't here. Remember when I was playing the UN Security Council, and as soon as Masih Alinejad came on, I was like, guys, this is controlled opposition. This is controlled opposition. Remember? And I was like, she's part of the controlled opposition. She's like a regime plant. And you know, we went over it. And some of you guys were like, oh, we don't know. There's not enough proof. But do you guys remember that? Do you remember? Believe us. But I'm telling you, when Armin and I tell you something, please believe us, because what we're saying is this isn't our personal opinion. We are speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians. And even this Iranian man in occupied Iran, okay, he's seen that those people went there and he's calling them out. So when I was calling them out, I was doing it on behalf of Iranians in occupied Iran. Because we know, guys, we know the controlled opposition. We know the fake opposition. So please trust us. I know. Listen, when it comes to like Iranian politics and the Islamic regime and all the politics and stuff, I know it's very confusing. There's a lot of layers, but that's because we're dealing with an Islamic totalitarian dictatorship and their propaganda, right? So the things that we talk about are things that you would never see in like a normal country or normal democratic country, right? Like you wouldn't see that in a democracy or anything. But when it comes to Iranians, unfortunately, our political situation is much different. So just wanted to say, so I hope now you guys understand why when the UN Security Council meeting was happening, and I was like, guys, like Masih Alinejad is a plant, like she's controlled opposition. So anyways, I just want to add that. Sorry, Armin.
No, that's really good. Just really quickly, let me just show you the 3 fake opposition that the Islamic Republic tried to sell to us to basically remove all the attention from Prince Reza Pahlavi. 1 is Masih Alinejad, and 2 is, hold on, why is this frozen here? Oh yeah, there we go. 2 is Narges Mohammadi. Okay, this is the one that got the Nobel Peace Prize, and the most recent one they're attempting. The most recent one they're attempting was right before the revolution started. Taraneh Ali Dosti. And guys, notice what is the similarity between all three of them? Narges Mohammadi, Masih Alinejad, and Taraneh Ali Dosti. They're all women, right? So the Islamic Republic has figured, like, their understanding is that nobody, like, they're trying to fool the world because the world thinks like, okay, well, if they're women and if they're against the Islamic Republic, they must be the real opposition because the Islamic Republic is anti-woman. So that's how sneaky they are. Okay, this is what you're seeing with these three women. This is the Islamic Republic. Okay, all three of them. These are the fake controlled opposition.
Yeah. And I just want to say, so one of our viewers, you're absolutely correct. So when we played Masih Alinejad's speech, she never mentioned the Shah, and I was like, that is how the reformists are sneaking their way in there. So you know what? There you go. But that. Thank you guys. Thank you for believing us, and thank you for trusting us, because I know it's complicated. I know there's like a lot of layers here, but guys, we are here to share with you the real voice of Iranians. So there you go. Even that Iranian man now is literally calling out Masih Alinejad. All right, sorry. Go back to that part again, because that's so critical.
Yeah, I went back to replay that, but you guys could tell Masih Alinejad is not real opposition because at the United Nations Security Council, she didn't mention the name that the Iranian people are giving their lives for, to say his name once. And also we know, but another evidence, clear evidence, is that when the revolution started, when thousands and thousands of Iranian people were being killed in the streets of Iran, she was cherry picking the videos that she was showing on her Instagram and X to make sure none of the chants that she shows has any Javid Shah or Pahlavi chants in there. She would only share chants that says death to the dictator or death to the Islamic Republic or death to Khamenei, but nothing mentioning Javid Shah and nothing mentioning Pahlavi will return. Eventually, when she was called out by Iranians on social media that you're cherry picking and you're disgusting for doing that, she started sprinkling in just a few of them in, but only a few. But for a few days at the peak of the revolution, she was cherry picking the videos without sharing any of the pro-Pahlavi chants from inside Iran. That's how disgusting of a person this is. For her, this is a competition against Pahlavi. Anyways, so let's listen to that part again.
کشتار بومیان آمریکا توی مراسم بله اما من انتظاری از این آقا و امثال این آقا ندارم. ما دلهامون پاره است. اما
our hearts are torn apart.
حافظه تاریخی داریم.
But we have historical memory. Iranian people have historical memory.
آقا و اون خانومی که چند شب پیش در شورای امنیت به گزاف گفتن که از جانب مردم ایران حرف میزنن.
That man and the woman that in the United Nations Security Council so wrongfully said that they're speaking on behalf of Iranian people.
سالهاست که دارن با دردها و رنجها و دلهای پاره ما و مبارزه.
For years, they are using our suffering, our torn apart hearts to build steps for themselves. So basically, they're using our suffering as a ladder to basically grow themselves.
So that they're using the stuff. So basically, he's saying, like, for years, these people have been grifting off of the suffering of Iranian people to raise their profile and make themselves seem as if they're the leaders or something. And there's actually one quick question. So someone asked, was the assassination attempt of Masih Alinejad a false flag? Yes, false flag, 100%. She has fooled the American public, and there has been so much American taxpayer dollars wasted on her false flag assassination attempt. Yeah. 100%. And she's made millions off of it.
It was the worst assassin in the world, by the way.
Guy. False flag. But the whole thing, like, so again, the Islamic regime, they're very, very, like, they have a lot of resources, right? So the whole thing is a false flag attempt. And what's really frustrating is that she's basically wasted, I don't know how many millions of dollars of American taxpayer money to portray herself as a victim with like the courts and like the fake evidence and like everything. Oh yeah, 100% false flag. 100% false flag. Yeah.
All right. So let's continue. They want he actually used the English word. He said میخوان در spotlight قرار بگیرن با دردهای ما. So he says that they want to be in the spotlight using our pain. That's what he said. They want to remain in the spotlight using our pain. But we are aware. We are aware. He's basically saying we Iranian people, we are aware.
آقایی که یک روز 2 روز قبل از اینکه اینترنت ها قطع بشه وقتی مردم داشتن کف خیابون فریاد میزدن جاوید شاه و پهلوی برمیگرده ویدیوی اعتراضات مردم رو گذاشته بود روی صفحه اینستاگرامش و صدای واقعی رو مردم رو حذف کرده بود.
Oh, he just repeated what we just said. He said this is the same guy. These are the same people who 2 days before the regime, he's repeating what he exactly just said. He said these are the same people who 2 days before the Islamic Republic cut the internet, he was putting the videos of the protests on their Instagram, on their social media. And when people were saying Javid Shah and calling Pahlavi, he was censoring the voice of the Iranian people. This is exactly what we just said. He's saying that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So what he just said is that these are the people who, right before the internet was shut down and we could see their profiles, they were posting videos of the protests, but they were censoring the videos and they weren't posting any of the videos where we were on the streets yelling Javid Shah, long live the king. So even people in occupied Iran know that these people are fake controlled opposition. And yet, unfortunately, you have Western politicians, Western media, Western pundits who treat them as if they're like the voices of the Iranian people.
Imagine how vile and disgusting and scumbag you have to be as a person for you to watch the Iranian people give up their lives to call out Prince Reza Pahlavi. And you call yourself the voice of the Iranian people and you censor their voice and you try to represent your version of reality to the whole world and at the same time pretending that you're reflecting what they're saying while censoring the voice of your own people, Like, can you be any more vile? Can you be any more disgusting?
که ادعا میکنه فیلمساز واقع‌گرا و موسیقی ارتجاعی 57 گذاشته بود روش.
Somebody who I don't know who he's referring to here. There's a filmmaker that pretends to be what?
حذف کرده بود. آقایی که ادعا میکنه فیلمساز واقع‌گرا.
Oh, so the man who pretends to be a filmmaker that represents reality with his movies.
موسیقی ارتجاعی 57 گذاشته بود روش.
But he was putting the ideology of 57 on the music representing the ideology of 57 on his movie. Guys, so the ideology of 57, if you watch Goldie and I, you'll know the 57 refers to the people with the ideology that started the Islamic Revolution. So this is basically the mix of leftism and Islamism ideology. So he's referring to music representing that. Go on, Goldie.
57 is the equivalent of 1979. So when you hear Iranians say 57, that's the Iranian calendar. So when we talk about like the 57 people or the generation of 57, we're referring to the people in 1979, the globalists and communists and Islamists who got together to overthrow the Shah and bring about the Islamic regime. So 57 actually means 1979 in the Gregorian calendar.
Yeah, and it represents a group of people that think like that are anti-Pahlavi, anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist, and it represents those ideas, right? Isolationist against the West, right? So he's basically calling out the filmmaker that acts like he's representing reality, but he uses music on his movies that represents those types of ideology.
که روزی که اعلام کردن 12,000 دست کم 12,000 نفر کشته ما دادیم روی فرش قرمز تو نیویورک واسطه بود با جایزش عکس میگرفت و منت
This is the same person when it was announced that at least 12,000 Iranians have been murdered by the regime. He was on the red carpet, and he was the pictures were being taken of him while he was accepting the prize for his movie. And then he was saying, I basically dedicate this prize to the blood of young Iranians. And he was saying, what is this prize going to do for us? Like, what is the point of your prize? Your prize is useless for us. And also with the garbage reformist movie that you made. Okay. By the way, guys, reformist in Iran is a very dirty word. Reformist basically means a policy of appeasement with the Islamic Republic, and that's why Iranians say that there's a sea of blood between you and us. They're basically it's a no to reform statement. Okay, so whenever you see an Iranian say like your reformist movie, reformist is an insult, because anybody who's a reformist is basically want to negotiate with the Islamic Republic or talk to them or appease them, something like that. And we are not talking to the Islamic Republic. We don't want the Islamic Republic to reform. The only thing we want the Islamic Republic to do is die.
توی صفحه ایکسش یه فعال اصلاح طلبه که توی صفحه ایکسش بدترین توهین‌ها رو به شاهزاده میکرد.
So he's saying his co-worker who is the screenwriter for his movie, he's also a reformer, that on his X account he has posted the worst insults to Prince Reza Pahlavi.
حالا ما الان باید هیجان زده بشیم که این آقا اومده با روزنامه گاردین مصاحبه کرده.
And now we Iranian people have to be so excited that this man has come and talked to the Guardian. And he has in his interview with the Guardian, he hasn't mentioned the Prince Reza Pahlavi even once. Go on, Goldie.
I just want to add something. So, guys, do you see how this one random Iranian man who's calling in to Manoto and he's speaking in Persian? He is well aware of everything that's going on outside Iran, right? He knows about the X pages. He knows about the Guardian. He knows about all the articles, right? Why? Because we Iranians were educated. We speak English. We understand English, right? But this is what I'm saying. So Iranians in occupied Iran, they're not like just, random, like they're not like, I don't know, Somalis or something, I don't know, like they're not like yes, Iran is occupied by like third world savage barbarians, but we Iranians were actually very educated. We're very smart, and we know and we speak English. So all of this propaganda that like the woke left and the communists and the reformists and whoever are putting out, guys, everyone in Iran is aware of all of this, right? And I guarantee you, people in Iran are also aware of our channel as well, right? So it's not like we're doing this and people don't know. They know. So when he is calling out like the Guardian and all these other things, that's because they know, like we know, Iranians know what's going on, and they know which, that's all I want to say. Like they know everything. Don't assume that just because the internet is cut off, that Iranians have no idea what's going on. They know everything that's going on. They monitor everything, right? And there's going to be like a day of reckoning when the revolution is successful. But that's why he's mentioning the Guardian, right? Because like Iranians are familiar with all of these media outlets. So I just wanted to add that context there.
Yeah. Very politically aware and very historically aware for people who want to educate us about our history. So let's continue. Yeah, by the way, that was a very good observation. That look at just people from Iran, when they call, they know, they see everything, they know everything. That's a very good point, Goldie. So he's basically talking about how in the Guardian article they didn't mention anything about Princess of Pahlavi, nothing at all.
واقعا چرا باید هیجان زده بشیم؟ یه دوستی
Why should we be excited about you talking to Guardian?
این خبر رو از شبکه شما شنیده بود، به من زنگ زد گفت تو به این بدبین بودی، دیدی که اسم شاهزاده رو گفت. آخه واقعا نمیفهمم. دیشب شما به درستی از ریزش منفعت طلبان، ریزش.
So apparently there was another guy that mentioned Princess of Pahlavi, and he's saying there was somebody who said like, oh, you guys were against this person, but you see he actually finally mentioned Princess of Pahlavi. So he's actually suspicious to those people who are now mentioning Princess of Pahlavi as well, because he says that these are defections, selfish, what was that? Manfaat talabo, what did you guys say? Self-serving defections. So this man, the caller, even some people who might now be mentioning Princess of Pahlavi, he's not trusting them as well, because he considers these people to be anti-Reza Pahlavi for so long that now if they're just like slightly mentioning Princess of Pahlavi's name, they're doing that for their own benefits. Right? So that's what he's saying. So he's saying, sorry, I'm so angry and I'm so in a rush to say all of these things that it's not coming up. Oh, ریزش منفعلانه نه منفعت طلبانه. So he changed his word. So ریزش منفعلانه.
من اسم کاری که اینها میکنن اگر ریزشی واقعا باشه میذارم ریزش منفعت طلبانه.
Oh, ریزش منفعت طلبانه. He's saying even if these people are actually defecting and actually coming to Pahlavi's side, they're doing this for self-interest.
اینها همیشه هر جا که نفعشون بوده چرخیدن.
These type of people, where they always turn to the direction that was in their best interest.
حالا که الان دنیا داره به صدای مردم، به رهبری شاهزاده در این انقلاب، به خونها ریخته شده واکنش نشون میده، نفع رو در این دیدن که همچنان که متمایل به چپ هستن راهنمای راستشون رو هم بزنن.
So he's saying now that the world is paying attention to Iran, now that the world is watching what the Iranian people are bleeding for, now that the whole world is saying that the Iranian people are calling the Pahlavi name, basically, he's saying now they have seen that it's in their best interest, that even though they're going to continue to be left-leaning, they're going to turn their right signal on as well. So, while you're driving, you turn your signal right turning signal on to turn right. So they're saying their nature is going to continue be left leaning, but they're also like, because it's in their interest, they're going to just slightly come to the right. That's what he's saying. He's using a metaphor in Persian that it sounds a lot better in Persian than in English. So me translating it verbatim to English doesn't do it justice. So he's basically calling them two-face. Yeah, it's basically Iranian he basically in a very nice poetic way is calling them two-face, that they are continue to have their garbage leftist ideology, but because they're seeing that the whole world is noticing that what Iranian people are bleeding for, they're going to mention like Pahlavi and just act like they are also celebrating this because this is where the money is. That's what he's saying. Oh my God, this guy. Look at you guys. I'm really not doing it justice in English. He said it so well that the host just he was so impressed by how he described it that the host just threw his pen on the table and he did you look at his reaction? Guys, I wish you guys could understand Persian, because this man explained leftist grifting in the most beautiful way, and look at how impressed he is. Watch this.
اینها همیشه هر جا که نفعشون بوده چرخیدن. حالا که الان دنیا داره به صدای مردم، به رهبری شاهزاده در این انقلاب، به خونها ریخته شده واکنش نشون میده، نفع رو در این دیدن که همچنان که متمایل به چپ هستن راهنمای راستشون رو هم بزنن. اون موقعی که امید سرلک ها رو میکشتن اینا کجا بودن؟ رگ گردنشون برای گزره زده بود.
Did you see his reaction? Oh, he went like this. I thought he threw his pen, but he's like, That was so well spoken. That
Armin,
was so well said.
It's in the eyes too. Like Rosh Miran Bala. Like he raises his eyebrows. He's like you know what that expression means in Persian, right? He's like,
Yes.
Go
Oh
back.
my God.
Show his face again.
Yeah,
Look at the expression.
راهنمای راستشون رو هم بزنن. اون موقعی که امید سرلک ها رو میکشتن اینا کجا بودن؟ داشت رگ گردنشون برای گزره زده بود بیرون.
Wow! He's saying when the Islamic Republic was killing people like Omid Sarlak, where were these people? رگ گردنشون برای غزه زده بود بیرون. Meaning that their rage was only being used for Gaza. They were only outraged for Gaza. Like if he's saying if these people are genuine today, if they're mentioning Pahlavi, then why is it that when the Islamic Republic was killing pro-Pahlavi people, instead of talking about them, these people were talking about Gaza? Rag Garden. By the way, guys, again, he's saying it in such a poetic Persian way that doesn't translate well in Rag Garden. God, this man is on fire. This man is on fire. This, by the way, I'm realizing more and more how beautiful, how amazing the Persian language is, and really poetically describing stuff. Like the English language fails.
اینا اون موقعی که امید سرلک ها رو میکشتن اینا کجا بودن؟ داشت رگ گردنشون برای گزره زده بود بیرون. واقعا شرم آوره.
Saying this is shameful. This is shameful. Let me go back here. I want to translate this line by line, verbatim, just to try to do it a little bit of justice.
دیشب شما به درستی از ریزش منفعت طلبان، ریزش ببخشید، انقدر عصبانی و هولم که
حق داری دادا.
از ریزش منفعلانه به درستی صحبت کردید. من اسم کاری که اینها میکنن اگر
So he's saying I called it what these people are doing self-interest defection. If they even if they are defections, they're self-interested.
منفعت طلبانه. اینها همیشه هر جا که نفعشون بوده چرخیدن.
These people, they always turn in the direction that was in their best interest.
حالا که الان دنیا داره به صدای مردم
Now that the whole world is paying attention to the voice of the people in Iran, to the leadership of the princes of Pahlavi in this revolution, responding to the bloods that are being spilled in the streets, now they're saying it. Now they're saying that their interest is in that even though they're going to continue to be leaning on the left, they will turn the right signals on. Where were these people when the regime was killing people like Omid Sarlak, which was a monarchist in support of Pahlavi, who the regime killed? So he's saying that so this is a Persian metaphor. So he's saying the veins of their neck was getting larger for the sake of Gaza. So when somebody gets really, really angry and rage, their neck vein basically gets bigger, right? So this is a Persian metaphor.
What he's saying, Armin, is that like his
vein bulging.
Their jugular was like throbbing for Gaza, right? So
for Gaza, yes.
Yeah. So what he's saying is that like they cared more about the fake genocide in Gaza than they did about the Islamic regime murdering innocent Iranians, right? That's what he means when he says like their jugulars were throbbing for Gaza. Guys, I'm telling you, Iranians, like we do not like Palestine, we do not like Gaza, we do not support it whatsoever. So yeah, that's true. Yeah. So I mean, you can. So again, like when I talk about Palestine and like all these like jihadi terrorists, again, it's sure it's my personal opinion, but it's also the opinion of like 80 million Iranians in occupied Iran. And as you can hear, like even he's saying like these leftists care more about the fake genocide in Gaza than they do about Iranians who've been murdered by the Islamic regime.
Yes. Exactly. I think the hatred for the Palestinian cause in Iran might actually be the same as it is in Israel, if not more sometimes.
Probably even more, because it was Yasser Arafat and the PLO
Right.
that actually, well, Yasser Arafat and the PLO helped Khomeini come to power, so we'll never forget them for that. And then on top of that, the Palestinians, like, you know, the savage inbred jihadi terrorists they actually joined in the Iran-Iraq war, and you know, like they joined Saddam Hussein in the Iran-Iraq war so they could have the opportunity to murder Iranians. And then they also have like statues of like Saddam Hussein in Gaza. So I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, nuke it to the ground. Like, just
Actually,
scorched earth. I don't
just
care. Literally, I
one
don't care
point
about I don't care about Gaza whatsoever. Bunch of savages.
One point before I bring this back on the screen. If Israel is being attacked by the Palestinian cause, Iranians have been occupied by the Palestinian cause.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah.
And they send all of Iranian money to like Palestinian jihadi savage terrorists. And by the way, those are the same Palestinians who right now are in occupied Iran murdering us. Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, all of these Palestinian savages are the ones right now in occupied Iran murdering Iranian freedom fighters. So yeah, we do not like Palestine. We do not like Gaza. We don't want anything to do with it. We have nothing to do with this, like, you know, jihad. Like, we're sick of it.
Yes. By the way, Goldie, for legal reasons, when you're talking about nuking Gaza and stuff,
it was an expression.
It's a metaphorical.
Metaphorical expression.
Yes. Poetic license. Okay.
Poetic license, yeah, because we're very poetic.
Yes. Respect our culture.
Yeah. Respect our Iranian perspective.
Right. Exactly.
بودن داشت رگ گردنشون برای گزره زده بود بیرون واقعا شرم آوره
This is shame. This is something that should bring shame.
واقعا من از اینجا بهشون میگم خسته نشدید که سالهاست دارید از درد ما، از رنج ما، از مبارزات میدانی مردم برای خودتون پله میسازید و
He's saying, are you not tired that all of these years you have built yourself steps, like build yourself a ladder from our pain, from our misery, from our pain, from our misery, from our fighting inside on the ground, in the field, in the battlefield. You have built a ladder for yourself from all of this. And you basically raise funds and get prizes using our pain and our misery. He's like, stop throwing salt at our wounds. Please be real. The people are real. The people are direct. Their lives. They have their lives on their hands. So this is an Iranian expression saying basically they're offering up their lives. It's like they have put their lives in their hands and they're in the streets with their lives in their hands. This is basically saying that they're in the streets offering their lives for freedom. She's saying they're receiving their bullets in their bodies so that you could go get funds and get prizes. That's enough. That's enough. Let us breathe, he's telling them.
Let's translate that. So guys, he's like بس دیگه بذار نفس بکشیم. So بس دیگه means enough, like stop it, enough. And then he's like بذار نفس بکشیم, like let us breathe. He's like stop it, let us breathe.
Yeah, I did translate that. Yeah.
I know. I just wanted to say it again because
emphasize it. You wanted to say it again, yeah.
Oh.
It's so, yeah. You could hear the. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Do you
can
hear the
see
do you hear the
the
frustration
pain in his voice. Yes, he's like, stop it, let us breathe. Like because these people with their agenda, they haven't allowed the real voice of Iranian people to get to the world. So he's like, you're suffocating us. Just stop it. Yeah.
Can we pause for a moment? I just want to go to Sean Hannity because he's playing a
There's only 1 minute left.
and it's live, so that's the only reason.
There's only 1 minute left, though.
I know, but this is live. I can't pause Sean
Oh.
Hannity.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Tantamount
That's
to
the only
war.
reason why.
To top it off, activists hacked into Iranian state TV and posted a message from the exiled son of the late deposed Shah of Iran calling on security forces to lay down their arms. Here's what he had to say on America Reports earlier today.
I think the president was absolutely correct when he says there has to be a change of direction. And that's exactly what the Iranian people are asking for.
As the military pressure grows, according to new reports, Sean, the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier group is now within a few days of the region, ready to respond if the White House calls for it. The stakes might just go up again. You are right. One Iranian official hinting that capital punishment could be reinstated for at least some of those arrested. That's a red line for Washington. Back to you.
All right, Greg, thank you for that report. Now we turn our attention to Greenland, where President Trump is not taking no for an answer. Coming up, we're going to break down.
That's all I want to share. Just only because this is live, so I can't pause it. But all right, go back to the video.
All
If
right,
something
let's look
comes
at
up,
the
I'll let
last-
you know.
Okay. I'm gonna have to leave soon because I'm getting some really crazy messages. But let me just do this part and then, yeah, let me just finish this. Okay.
نمک روی زخم‌ها نپاشید خواهد.
Stop putting salt on our wounds.
یک ذره واقعی باشید. مردم
Be real.
واقعی ان، رو راستن، جونشون رو گرفتن کف دستشون میرن کف خیابون گلوله‌ش رو میخورن که شما ها جایزه و فاند بگیرین.
They take the bullets on their body so that you could go receive the prizes and your funds.
بس دیگه بذارین نفس بکشیم.
بس دیگه بذارین نفس بکشیم. Stop it. It's enough. Let us breathe.
زندان رفتن برای کسی منزلت نیست. زندان رفتنتون رو تو این سالها تو سر ما کوبیدین.
Wow! This is what I've been telling you. Remember, guys, some of you thought I was crazy. Some of you thought I was crazy when I told you that the regime puts these people in prison just so that they could boost their resume as leaders, as the opposition leaders, right? He says that for years you have been hitting us with you in the head by your prison sentences. Like, stop telling us that you've been in prison. You know, you have been shoving us, basically saying you have been shoving this down our throats by saying us like, oh, we've been to prison. So listen to this part. Good, Manzalet. What is that in Persian? Like in English, there's a good translation for that. If there is, like, let me know. Iranian speaking.
جونشون رو گرفتن کف دستشون میرن کف خیابون گلوله‌ش رو میخورن که شما ها جایزه و فاند بگیرین. بس دیگه بذارین نفس بکشیم. زندان رفتن برای کسی منزلت نیست. زندان
So he's saying going to prison is not it doesn't get you any points. So he's basically calling them out, saying they understand this trick. They go to prison, the regime puts them in prison so that they could be like, oh, for the sake of freedom, I have been imprisoned. That's how they boost their resume as leaders of the opposition. So he's saying going to the prison doesn't get you any brownie points. Like something like that, right? So he's saying that you have been hitting us in the head for years by telling us that we have been to prison. Yeah, it doesn't get you any street cred. Exactly. That's a good translation. You don't get any street creds because you have been to prison. He's saying we're in prison for 47 years. So he's saying, don't tell us that we've been to prison. When he says we have been in prison for 47 years, he's saying all of Iran is a prison. So stop telling us that you have authority over us or we have to pay attention to you because you have been in prison. We have all been in prison because all of Iran is a prison. We have been in prison for 47 years. That's what he's saying.
به اندازه سنم به اندازه عمر 47 سالم توی زندان و توقیف بودم.
So he's saying, I have been in prison my entire life. The years that I have been in prison is basically my age because Iran is a prison. So stop telling us that you have street cred because you have been imprisoned by the Islamic Republic. We all are in prison because we live in Iran.
فرق بین زندان رفتن اینها که به قول هم پالکیاشون تو هتل موندن و با
guys, you remember I told you Nargis Mohammadi, when she went into prison, she got chubbier, and she also was basically dancing, and they had parties in prison, and she got to get interviews with the biggest world media, Western media, and including an interview with Angelina Jolie. She's saying that even their own people say that the prison for these people is like a hotel. Like the fake opposition that the Islamic Republic has, when they go to prison, they go to a different part of prison, and they get treated very well in prison. And he says that even their own people, because Faizer Rafsanjani just recently came out and said that Iranian prisons, for at least for their people, is like hotel. Like it's actually a nice place to be. So Fatima Sepehri, for example, is a woman who is pro-Pahlavi, and prison for her is absolute torture. The way that they treated her is so disgusting. It's so vile. They wouldn't even let her get treatment from the doctor when she was sick, and she wasn't even be able to meet people. But the prison section and the way that they treat people who are the fake opposition, even Faizer Rafsanjani, which is part of the reformers, she came out recently and admitted that it's like a hotel. So he's pointing at that even your own people are telling us that your prison is like a hotel. He mentioned the exact example I used, because he said Fatima Sepehri. So I keep using the example Fatima Sepehri as somebody who's mistreated in prison because she's pro-Pahlavi. He's using the exact same example. So people like Nargis Mohammadi, when she goes to prison, she has hotel-like experience. Faizer Rafsanjani, when she goes to prison, she has hotel-like experience. But Fatima Sepehri, who's pro-Pahlavi, when she goes to prison, it's absolute torture. So he's giving the exact same example. Hey guys, we Iranians think alike. We finish each other's sentences.
فرق بین زندان رفتن اینها که به قول هم پالکیاشون تو هتل موندن و بانو فاطمه سپهری ها که زنج حبس رو در خاموشی تحمل میکنن.
So, oh my God. Banu Fatima Sepehri is so beautiful the way he's saying it. Let me actually make sure I do it justice.
47 سالم توی زندان و توقیف بودم. فرق بین زندان رفتن اینها که به قول هم پالکیاشون تو هتل موندن و بانو فاطمه سپهری ها که زنج حبس رو در خاموشی تحمل میکنن چیه واقعا؟
So he's saying, what is the difference between these reformist prisons who is like hotel, the prison experience of these reformers who is like a hotel, right? Compared to Our Lady Fatima Sepehri, who suffers the experience of prison in silence. So the people who basically what he's saying is that the reformers, when they experience in prison, they have a good experience in prison, but they constantly talk about it. Like, oh my God, I've been to prison, I've been to prison, I've been to prison. But Fatima Sepehri, who has the worst experience in prison because she's pro-Pahlavi, she actually doesn't, every time she's speaking, she doesn't actually even talk about, oh my God, poor me, poor me. She always talks about other people. She doesn't say like, oh my God, poor me, I've been in prison. She suffers her prison experience in silence. That's what he's saying. Look, she's so impressed by him. Look at you can see her, like, look at this, look at the way she's like, oh my God, look at her. Oh no, that was him. He's saying thank you so much for listening to me, and I apologize for shouting so much. So he's saying call again and shout again. That's what he's saying. He's like, I'm sorry for shouting, for talking so much, and for shouting so much. And the host is saying, call again and shout again.
سر من داد بزن ولی زنگ بزن و حرف بزن.
Oh wait.
زنگ بزن بازم داد بزن سر من داد بزن ولی زنگ بزن و حرف بزن.
You can shout with me, but please call and talk more.
دمت گرم درود به شرفت.
It's like he's saying congratulate your honor. You think amazing job. I congratulate your honor. Or salute to your honor. And now he's saying Javid Shah. Look at this.
دمت گرم درود به شرفت. تا ابد و یک روز بفیر.
Javid Shah to abad for eternally.
دمت گرم درود به شرفت. تا ابد و یک روز بفیر.
Guys, do you see? I just want to say, do you see how the person on the phone in occupied Iran, the way that he's yelling Javid Shah, like he's not just saying regularly, like it's coming from like the bottom of his heart. He's like Javid Shah, like it's coming. It's 47 years of oppression, right? Javid Shah is our cry for freedom. So Iranians are saying we want our king to return and free us from this Islamic occupation. And he's so fed up. So he's just like Javid Shah, Javid Shah. Sorry, I just wanted to add.
No, that's good. But the amazing thing they said that I want to explain it word by word because this is so poetic. He said Javid Shah to abad o yek roz. This is,
I mean,
guys,
forever and a day.
Forever and a day. So not even forever. Okay, not even forever is enough. Forever plus 1 day. So basically saying eternity is not enough. We should add 1 more day to eternity. So Javid Shah for eternity and an extra day on top of that.
Pretty much, yeah. So for like non-Iranians, the expression would be, Javid Shah to like infinity plus 1.
Infinity
it's like
plus
Javid
1.
Shah to infinity plus 1.
Oh God, I love the Persian language.
It's
infinity
really good.
plus 1. Total infinity.
Or like,
one.
for people who watch Toy Story, it's like to infinity and beyond. So
beyond,
he's basically saying Javid Shah to infinity and beyond.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Forever. Long live the king, forever and beyond.
Yeah.
Yes. That was Goldie. Thank you. That was like a treasure that you found. Amazing.
I always bring you the best stuff.
Thank you. You do.
I knew you would enjoy that.
Guys, say thank you to Goldie. This was amazing. It's not even going that viral and you found it.
Well, I knew you would enjoy that, and you do a very good job of handling these things, right?
Yes, sorry. I was playing. Yes. Thank you, Goldie. Thank you. Guys, say thank you to Goldie for finding the voice of the Iranian people for us.
No, say thank you to Armin for translating.
Oh my God, no, it was such an honor to translate this. I hope I did it justice, guys. I know you can't do it justice completely, given like it fails. Like there's some stuff that is lost in translation. But I tried my best. I promise I tried my best. And Goldie also added some. Oh, thank you.
You did amazing. So, yeah, there you go. I know, Armin, you need to get out.
I need to go, but I would feel really bad if I don't share Rebecca's.
Go for it. Share Rebecca's video really quickly. That's fine.
Really quickly, where is it? Oh my God, did I lose it when I needed it the most? Oh my God. Oh no, I have it. Oh thank goodness. Okay, so Goldie, if you don't know, Rebecca Barsef is very well known among Israelis. She's very well known, and she is now a big fan of you.
Oh, that's my video. That's the video that I posted on my YouTube channel.
Yes, and that's why she became. She now loves the Bepish song because of you introducing it to her. So
Oh,
people
that's
here in our
fantastic.
chat, Israelis, they know her. So I just wanted to celebrate her as an Israeli enjoying the song that you introduced to her. So she's a big fan, by the way. So let's play. Just a minute. So how much? What should I do? Should I play a little bit of it?
Just
And
play a
then-
little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
انقلاب است.
کشور ما تاریخ ما نفسی دگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا
Look at her smile.
عشق سرودی سر میدهم باز بار رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Just wanted to share that before I go.
Very cute. Very cute. I love, you know what? I actually do. I appreciate and I love how Bapish is going global. So good for her. Good for her. I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
So that's exactly
Just
what
want-
Feridun Farouzad would have wanted to see his song go global. So
Yeah.
I
yeah.
love that.
And we appreciate
girl.
all the Israelis supporting us in this time of need. We see you, we appreciate you, and we will never forget. We will never forget what you're doing for us in our darkest hour. So thank you.
All right, Armin, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm also gonna take like Armin's gonna go for the day because he has a lot of other things to do, and Armin also has like a Persian channel, so Armin's like doing double duty here. So, and now that the internet is back up, he's got to go there. So, guys, I'm gonna take like a 20 minute break, but everyone say bye to Armin, and guys, before you say to Armin. Guys, show your appreciation
Oh.
for Armin in the chat. Put an A in the chat for Armin.
Oh,
Put an A
that's
in
so
the
sweet,
chat for
Gold.
Armin.
You're so sweet. Thank you, Goldie. You're amazing. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out and thank you. Oh my god, you guys are so sweet. Thank you, thank you. Oh, stop it. Stop. I can't. All right, guys. All right, guys. I'm Israel. Hi. Javid Shah. Love you guys. See you again tomorrow.
Thank you, Armin. All right, guys. I'm gonna be back in about 20 minutes or so, but in the meantime, we're gonna have a quick commercial break.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما تاریخ ما نفسی دگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته عشق سرودی سر میدهم باز بار رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و باماش و همگاه تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجا تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آلین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thanks, Scott Shannon. Hour 2, Sean Hannity Show. Toll free, it's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Well, things have been ratcheting up in the last 48 hours with Iran and the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and President Trump. Iran threatening to continue their mass executions of protesters during its brutal crackdown nationwide. Anywhere between 20 and 30,000 is the conventional estimate of people that have been slaughtered. But if they begin the executions, that will be in direct defiance of everything that President Trump said he's not going to tolerate, and that help is on its way. And just to give you some updates here, among, many women have been slain, moms, pregnant women among the regime's victims, as reported by the New York Post today. We have, nothing but fear and loathing, but the people still stick to the streets. I go back to the videos that I've been telling you that, have been coming out of there. And it is as gruesome a sight as you'd ever see. I mean, one headshot after another and a harsh response. Hundreds have been taken hostage. One interesting moment came when the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, who we've had on this program, multiple Iranian state TV channels were hacked on Sunday amid a near total internet shutdown of footage of the exiled Crown Prince and images of anti-government protesters that have rocked Tehran in recent weeks. They actually hacked the TV stations, which is pretty amazing. The U.S. Navy's Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier is now headed towards Iran as these tensions now continue to escalate. And the Iran now accused of killing anywhere between 20 and 30,000 people as of now. The Iranian regime elites now allegedly, according to Scott Besson and others, the Treasury Department, they are moving millions and millions of dollars out of the country, which would be probably in the lead up to escaping themselves. All reports are that they'd head to Russia. Joining us is Goldie Gamari, a human rights activist born in Iran when she was just a year old when her family fled for Canada in 1986, 7 years after another revolution deposed the Shah of Iran. She herself is a supporter of Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the former Shah. But he has said to me he doesn't care if it's him or somebody else, but he just wants this theocracy, this tyrannical Nazi regime to be overthrown and these people to get out of office, that the people, formerly obviously of Persia, be able to live in freedom. And Goldie joins us now. You made the same point I noticed on X about Barack Obama after the Iranian nuclear deal, where he dumped cargo planes of cash and other currencies to try to placate the mullahs in Iran. And all they did was build out their nuclear facilities and foment terror in the entire region.
Oh, my gosh. You saw my post on X, Sean? That's an honor.
I did. It says Barack Obama, after the Iran nuclear deal, August 2015, Iran will gain access to $56 billion. And you also put up on X, in case you're not watching the Iran Revolution live, here is me and my reaction to Iranian freedom fighters hacking the Islamic regime state TV. So you were aware of the hacking of state TV, which I thought was very fascinating.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. It's an honor to be here. I'm a huge fan of you. And thank you for following me along on X. And so I have been broadcasting and covering the Iran Revolution. It started about 3 weeks ago daily. And, it's incredibly fascinating to see what's going on. And I don't use the word fascinating lightly because, of course, there is a mass slaughter and a mass genocide that is going on. The number of slaughtered Iranians, it's actually much more than 30,000, I think. 30,000, I would say, is a conservative estimate at this point. What we are seeing right now is it is the largest slaughter of Iranians by the Islamic dictatorship since they occupied Iran in 1979. But the message that Iranians in occupied Iran have been giving out, when they can, thanks to, of course, Elon Musk and Starlink, the message they've been telling us, those of us who are outside of the country, is to, don't lose hope. Don't let the Islamic Republic make people think that we have given up. We're still out in the streets. We're still demonstrating. This is the final battle. And what they're chanting, Sean, is "In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde," which translates to "This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return." And so for us Iranians, it's now or never. It's do or die. And all I can say is thank God that we have someone like President Trump and the U.S. administration on our side.
He really is the only hope. Now, I don't think it's an accident that Senator Lindsey Graham flew to Israel to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. I would imagine the Israelis know that if there's any military action, they probably will be the primary target. And, you know, they have to assume that the Iranians at that point on their way out with billions of dollars and no doubt in cash and other currency to Moscow and into the arms of Vladimir Putin, they have to anticipate that, you know, those people would be capable of going scorched earth on Israel, and they've got to be prepared for a worst case scenario. So I don't think it's an accident that Senator Lindsey Graham was in Israel all weekend and meeting with the Mossad head and meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and apparently now is off to Davos to meet with President Trump and report back to him everything that he learned while meeting with the Israelis. Does that sound like a fair assessment to you?
I absolutely 100% agree. There's a reason that Senator Lindsey Graham is there, and you're absolutely correct with the scorched earth analysis. I mean, just look at what the brutal mullahs are doing to Iranian people themselves. So imagine if the mullahs are capable of being that savage and that evil to unarmed Iranian citizens, of course they're going to go scorched earth on everyone else as well, because they don't even have empathy for Iranians.
I mean, that's the sad reality, and people are dying. You know, I've said this often on the program, is that, you know, people don't win revolutions with slingshots. And when you have a regime that has been this brutal with all their human rights violations and treat women like fifth-class citizens and beat them and torture them if they're not, if they don't even cover their head properly, and, you know, throw gay and lesbian people off of buildings, and it is a brutal theocracy. And these people take to the streets anyway, knowing that the odds are high that they're risking their life doing so. Obviously, they've just had it. And now it's a matter of, you know, does the world take notice and pay attention? The only one that seems willing to do that is President Trump.
Absolutely. And, you know, God bless President Trump for that, because he's seeing us for who we are, and he understands, he recognizes, and it's very, very interesting. I mean, President Trump is a very, very smart man, very intelligent person, and just the way that he's been maneuvering this entire situation. I mean, President Trump is playing 4D chess, while, you know, all these like Islamic dictators or whoever, they're basically playing checkers. So not even in the same league here. And, you know, President Trump is a winner. He wants to make sure that when the strike happens, it's, you know, going to be successful. And so, you know, I know that there are a lot of Iranians who are impatient or whatever the case might be, but I personally have a lot of faith in President Trump, and it just seems like the stars are aligning. And even His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, he met with Senator Lindsey Graham, I believe it was last week, and they put out a joint video message, and you know, they both said, make Iran great again. And
they even had Make Iran Great Again hats, which, by the way, I actually have one of them signed by President Trump.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. That's fantastic. I didn't know that.
Well, maybe I'll give it to you and you can auction it off and send the money to the people that are in need there. How's that? It's real. It's the real deal.
Wow. That you know, that would be an honor. But you keep that one for now, and then we'll get a second one later, maybe. But that's very, very generous of you. But oh my gosh, that would be great. But maybe a second one. You keep that, because I just love the fact that you have a MIGA hat. Maybe what you could do instead, Sean, is take a photo and put it on your social media with your MIGA hat. That would be a huge mood boost for Iranians. And, you know, that's the other thing I just wanted to say. You know, we Iranians around the world, we're going through a very, very dark phase right now with you know, the massacre and everything that's happening. But one of the things that has really made us, given us hope and encouragement, is the love and support from people all around the world, especially those who are who have been tuning into Iran Revolution Live pretty much every day, and especially all the Americans. So I just wanted to also give a big shout out to all the Americans who have tuned in, who have, you know, sent their love, all the Americans who are, you know, singing our Iranian revolutionary songs with us, like the Pish and others. I mean, just, you guys are keeping our morale up high as well. And I just cannot wait until Iran is free and that, Iran and America can go back to being the natural allies that we were prior to 1979 when this Islamic dictatorship occupied our country.
Quick break, right back. More with Goldie Gamari, human rights activist. She's following the events and the protesters in Iran very, very closely. Listen, way back in 2017, President Trump issued an executive order to give every U.S. citizen access to the same kind of low-cost, high-quality health plans that used to be available only to employees of big companies. And what happened? The Obamacare, he tried to get rid of it. This was the next best thing, but still premiums have skyrocketed. And unfortunately, they're up over 300%. We were promised the average family would save $2,500 on average per family per year. Never happened. Millions of Americans lost their doctors. Millions lost their plans. And many Americans, about 40%, have one, if they're lucky, two Obamacare exchange options, bad and worse. But there is a company called Ease Comprehensive Total Health, which stands for ERISA, access serving everyone. And you need to know all of this, that everyone who's eligible for ERISA and a plan already has one, more than 150 million working age Americans, including yours truly. Now, Ease Total Comprehensive plans are good for you, your family. If you have a small business or a big business, you need to look into Ease Total plans, and no deductibles, no copays. No out of pocket. Oh, you can't use that doctor or this doctor, because they negotiate all the fees ahead of time on your behalf, and they will advocate and hold these companies, hospitals, pharmaceutical groups accountable to what it is that they promised in terms of price. Now, you can call toll free, learn more, 888-123-EASE. That's 888-123-EASE or Ease, FOREveryone.com. Ease, FOREveryone.com today.
Entertaining Americans coast to coast. Sean Hannity is on right now.
All right, we continue now. Goldie Gamari is a human rights activist. She's following the events on the ground, in contact with people out protesting in Iran as they now fight for their freedom and, clinging to the hope that help is on the way from President Trump. If you look in history, because the Ayatollah Khomeini was in France in exile. Why France ever took him, I don't know. And there's a whole issue of the Islamization of Europe and no-go zones in certain European countries, and Sharia courts in a place like Great Britain is unfathomable to me. If you're going to allow immigration policy, I think it's a prerequisite, should be a prerequisite, that you have assimilation, not separation. But putting all of that aside, when you look at the rest of the world and the lack of support, I mean, how did this revolution even happen? How did this guy make it out of exile back into Iran, into power, and then take such control over all of society? I mean, the Persian people have such a rich history of innovation, creation, and it's just sad to see the oppression they've lived under.
So basically what happened is, long story short, it was the communists and the Islamists who were working together to overthrow the Shah of Iran. They put out a lot of fake news about him. Oh, the Shah was a dictator, this and that, which all of it completely false. However, because this was happening in the 1970s and the USSR was still around, so all of these Islamists were actually funded and trained by KGB assets. And, even like Yasser Arafat and the PLO, which is now, not the PLO, I don't know, whatever PL terrorist group they are, they were also funded and trained by the Soviets as well. So what happened was back in the 1970s, there was this, love affair with communism at the time. And so these communists and Islamists would put out lies. And then you also have mainstream media like BBC and others who even to this day are very, very anti-West, very, very pro-jihad. They were spreading, sharing that information as well. And then unfortunately what happened is Jimmy Carter, and, I know he's an American president, but Jimmy Carter is one of the most hated people by Iranians, because Jimmy Carter, we call him Jimmy Carter the traitor, instead of backing his ally the way Richard Nixon would have done. And we love Richard Nixon, by the way. Instead of backing the Shah, Jimmy Carter decided to back an Ayatollah who runs around yelling death to America and death to Israel and all of that. So, I mean, this was if Jimmy Carter had backed the Shah, this would have never happened. But it was Jimmy Carter, his involvement, that led to this. And so I just want to say it's incredibly poetic that after 47 years of oppression, because of a mistake made by the Democrats, the 47th president of the United States is going to, help us rectify that mistake, and he's going to help us make it great again.
This president certainly has reasserted America's military might and put fear in the hearts of all these dictators around the world, as he should, because I believe it is the natural condition of mankind to want liberty and want freedom. Listen, Goldie, honestly, keep up the good work. We will have you back. I'm going to send out a picture just on your behalf. I'll take a picture of the signed hat and put it up on X when I can. Appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me on. We'll be honored to come back anytime. God bless America.
God bless America, and keep these people in Iran safe. They don't deserve to die just for fighting for freedom.
Yeah, I can definitely answer that question. So the only reason you see them going like that is because that's what the carvings looked like. So this was a historical reenactment, and it was based on the carvings. So let me go back. I'll show you. There's no like special meaning or anything. It's just because a lot of the carvings in the Persian Empire, like 3,000 years ago, it just looked like that, right? So here, let me pull up one. I think it's here. I'll pause it when I get to the part. If I had to guess, I would say that was probably the military salute. So that was probably like 3,000 years ago. That's how I don't have it there. I'm pretty sure that was just like that was our version of the military salute 3,000 years ago. So instead of going like that, Iranians were like that. That was the yeah. So that's our version of the military salute. Yeah. Let me see if I can find like a carving here. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I can find something right now. Now you're putting me on the spot. Let's see what I can find. I can't find anything right now because it's like you're putting me on the spot. But it's the military salute. If I had to guess, it's the military salute because that's how the carvings. That's how that's how it was carved in Persepolis, right? So let me see if I can actually find something for you guys. Huh. Okay. I can't find anything right now because I have to do like a proper search for it because when I search Persepolis, there's like so many images. Okay, here we go. So here's one example. Open image in new tab. Okay. So, for example, so you see here like this person, so this is a soldier and he's standing behind the king, right? And so his hand is like this. So that's like the equivalent of the military salute. So think of it as like the equivalent of for like the Egyptians, when the Egyptians like you see like the stone carvings, they're like that. I don't know, like one hand is like this and one hand is like behind them. I don't know, like that. So when Egyptians do this, when you see like the Iranians do this, that's like the equivalent of like our military salute. So yeah, that's what it was. Does that make sense? Military salute. So and this was a historical reenactment. So oh yeah, you're right. The Zoroastrian, the Farbahar also has the symbol. Oh my gosh, you're absolutely right. So okay, there you go. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, amazing. So let me pull that up as well. So that salute, that's also Farbahar. That's also Zoroastrian. So it's literally on my necklace. Okay, look, it's right here. So here, let me make my screen bigger here. Wait. There you go. So you see that? So even on like the Zoroastrian symbol, right? His hand is like that. So and then yeah, there you go. So that's what it is. It's like a just, like a very, very Persian cool, like, Persian thing. So, there you go. Yeah, like, guys, everything about that military, it's literally a historical reenactment. See, now you know, now you guys know what it means, so now you can enjoy it even more. Like, even all of this was based on the carving, right? So the costumes, the outfits. Oh yeah, we got a Persian gang sign. Yeah, we do. Our gang sign has existed for 3,000 years, guys. That'll be our code now. Origin of rock, paper, scissors. Someone asked me about Iranian women and why some of them still wear the chador. Oh, I'm getting to that. That's coming after this. Secret society. It's just Persian. You guys you're just becoming Iranian. That's all it is. You're now one of us. And of course, the one you're waiting for.
انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و هنگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد، در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Okay, I wanted to answer some of your questions, but you asked me about the tomb of Cyrus the Great. I can't say no to that. I can't say no to that. So, okay. So, let me share with you a few videos. Okay? So, let me move this one. Okay. So, this video that I'm about to share with you, this is from 1971. This is from the 2,500 year anniversary of the Persian Empire. So, yeah, Americans, I think you recently celebrated like 250 years or something. Love you, Americans. Love you guys so much. But in 1971, we celebrated 2,500 years of Iran. That was, of course, before the Islamic dictatorship occupied our country. But like, this is how much we Iranians, like, we're patriotic and we love our country. So, and Iran is I think Iran is like the oldest modern country in the world. So this year's 250? Amazing. I love that for you guys. So imagine in 1971, we Iranians were celebrating the 2,500 year anniversary. So that was like our version of the 4th of July, but it was, in October. And so just watch this. So basically he's saying, so what the Shah of Iran did, he said, you know, on behalf of me, the Emperor of Iran, and on behalf of the Iranian nation. So that this is the tomb of Cyrus the Great here. So he's like, we oath, we swear. So basically he's honoring Cyrus the Great, okay? So in 1971, the Shah of Iran honored Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Persian Empire. That's his tomb over there, okay? So there was a big you know, Iranian Persian Empire celebration to honor our history in front of the tomb of Cyrus the Great. And then he says, let me just play this. Oh, okay, guys. So do you see this? Wait, let me go back. Do you see that? Do you see that emoji? So for the YouTube, the YouTube members, for me, you guys have that emoji, okay? Do you see that emoji? That's called the Shahbaz. Let me go to the actual live here. So yeah, that one right there. There you go. Yes. So that emoji, okay, that is the flag of Cyrus the Great. So that flag is the flag and the standard and the banner of the founder of the Persian Empire, Cyrus the Great. Yes, there you go. See, guys, listen, all the emojis in Goldie's gang, there's reason, there's meaning behind it. So we call that the Shahbaz, okay? So he says, okay, let me go back. Now that you know what the emoji is, let me just play this for you, okay? And then I'll translate. So he's saying, we make an oath to you, we commit to you that the flag, the banner, the standard that you raised 2,500 years ago, we will raise it high and we will honor it. So he's saying Kurosh. Kurosh is the Persian word for Cyrus. So he's basically saying, Cyrus the Great, we are standing in front of your tomb. We've come here to honor you so that we can tell you. Okay, so this is really important. So he's saying, Cyrus the Great, we're honoring you. And the Iranian people have come here after 2,500 years to gather in front of you and to tell you, Asude bekhab zira ke ma bidarim, which means rest in peace because we are awake. So that's actually a very, very famous quote by the Shah, where he basically says to, you know, so he's honoring Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great is the founder of the Persian Empire. He's the first, you know, the first emperor of Iran. And so he's saying, you know, it's, you know, 2,500 years later, we have come here, we have gathered in front of your tomb to honor you. And we want to let you know that, you know, you can rest in peace. You can sleep in peace because we are awake. And when he says we are awake, what he means is like your children, your descendants. He's saying Iran is awake. So the Persian Empire that you founded 2,500 years ago is awake, and we will continue your legacy as your children because we are the children of Cyrus the Great. We are we are the descendants of Cyrus the Great, the Persian Empire. So there you go. That's let me just play that again now that I've translated it because I know there's a lot of Iranians.
از جانب من شاهنشاه ایران و از جانب ملت من سوگند یاد می‌کنیم که آن پرچمی را که تو 2500 سال پیش افراشته نگاه خواهیم داشت. کوروش ما امروز در برابر آرامگاه ابدی تو گرد آمده ایم تا به تو بگوییم آسوده بخواب زیرا که ما بیداریم.
ما بیداریم. And we are awake. And I think you guys saw that video. Armin shared it earlier, but let me see if I can find it. Because it was the girl, and she was had it somewhere here. It was the girl, and she was yelling like, "We are the children, like we're Aryan or something." Let me see. No, I have to go find it. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find that. But Armin played the video earlier. It was the very, very angry Iranian woman, and she's like, you know, we're here, you know, this is the roar of the Aryans, right? So when she was saying that, she's referring to the fact that we're the children of Cyrus the Great, because Aryan has nothing to do with Hitler. Hitler, like he stole that word from us, but the term Aryan actually goes back thousands and thousands of years, and Iran actually means land of the Aryans. So yeah, but there's another video which is pretty similar, and I want to share that one. Wait, where is it? This one here. So for example, this one here, you see, so one of the ways that like Iranian freedom fighters are now fighting back against the Islamic dictatorship is they're going around and they're marking the homes of Islamic regime terrorists with the Deraf Shekherad. You guys have that emoji. You have that emoji as well. That's the purple and yellow one, where it's like the purple background with the red border and then the yellow X in the middle. That's yeah. So that one is also like a really, really old symbol, and that symbol represents pre-Islamic Iran. Okay, so pre-Islamic Iran, and so they're actually using that symbol to mark the home of Islamic regime terrorists. So basically, it's like, you know, we're decolonizing. I love the random cat there. So you see that? See that? Like the X with the 4 dots, right? So Iranians are going around and they're marking the homes of Islamic terrorists. Yeah, we read. So yeah, we read from right to left. We read from right to left. Absolutely. So there you go. So there's that. And then let me just show you, and let me, like, this is what I mean. Like, so even though the Islamic dictatorship, they've tried to like erase our Iranian identity. Whenever it's like the Persian New Year or any sort of like Iranian celebration, Iranians in occupied Iran, they will just go to the tomb of Cyrus the Great on their own, and they'll just hold you know, pro-Iran celebrations, even though the mullahs don't want us to, right? Like the mullahs literally hate everything about Iran because they want us to be Muslim. Obviously, we're not Muslim. But look at this. So look at this. Like this is not like a government organized event, right? This is literally just Iranians going to the tomb of Cyrus the Great to celebrate, like, I think this was the Persian New Year. What was this? Let me see. Sizabedat. Okay, so Sizabedat, this is part of the Iranian New Year celebration. So one of the ways that we celebrate the Persian New Year is that, you know, so the Persian New Year is the first day of spring, the spring equinox. 13 days later, we go outside and we celebrate outside because that's supposed to like get rid of bad luck. It's, you know, from Zoroastrian times. But so what a lot of Iranians do is they go to the tomb of Cyrus the Great and celebrate. So look at this. And they're also chanting Reza Shah Ruhat Shad, which means Reza Shah, God bless his soul. So there you go. I hope that answers your question about Cyrus the Great. But I want to go to so someone else had a really, really good question. It was in the comments earlier, and she was asking, well, you know, like if Iranians are against the Islamic regime, then why are there like why do they see women in like, you know, I don't know, burqas or, you know, black blankets or I don't know, like trash bags or whatever, looking like Islamic savages? Well, guys, that's because the women that you see in these videos, okay, these are either the wives or the daughters of Islamic regime terrorists, right? So these women are part of the Islamic regime. These women are not innocent, right? These are not normal women. These are the same like terrorist jihadi women, right? And we don't like these women, right? Like, I mean, just look at them. They're like literally a bunch of like inbred savages, right? So these are part of the Islam. Oh yeah, and you know what? They're not just as evil. I would say that these women are even more evil, right? Like, have you guys seen A Handmaid's Tale or read Handmaid's Tale? You know the Aunt Lydias in Handmaid's Tale? Those women who go around and they like oppress the other women and monitor them and everything. So these are literally like the Aunt Lydias. They're the Aunt Lydias of the Islamic regime, right? So like we don't consider them part of us, right? So these are all of the Aunt Lydias. Yeah, they're a bunch of inbred. Oh, of course, they're all inbred savages. So yeah, so these women, they're the inbred Muslim jihadi Aunt Lydias. Yeah, and these, by the way, these are the ones who go around spying on other Iranian women, and then these are the ones who are part of the Islamic morality police. These are the women who will drag normal Iranian women away, like the Iranian women who don't cover their hair, right? And like, you know, the Islamic morality police like take them away. That's who these women are. These are the Aunt Lydias. So they're just as evil, if not worse, than the others. And like, look at look how savage these women are. And they're all sitting there and they're like listening to Khamenei as if like, you know, he's like the best thing ever. Okay. Just, you know, pro tip. I don't know if anyone from US intelligence or military or, you know, Israel intelligence or military is watching this, but I just want to let you guys know. And again, you know, this is just, you know, theoretical educational purposes only. If there's ever a gathering like this where all of these like jihadi men and women are gathered together in one place, if for some reason someone decided to do like a boom boom, you know, if President Trump decided to do a thank you very much, or what is it? Thank you for your attention to this matter. So if President Trump ever decided to do a thank you for your attention to this matter on a gathering like this, we Iranians, we would be actually very happy because no normal, regular Iranian is here. No normal, regular Iranian would ever attend this, right? Like these gatherings are only for Islamic regime officials and their supporters. So I'm just saying, you know, you want to deal with the problem all at once? Just saying. I don't know. What is it that Candace Owens, like the crazy person, says? She's like, I don't know, but I know, right? So I'm not saying, but I'm saying, right? If she can get away with it, I can too. I'm not saying, but I'm saying. Yeah. We would not shed a tear. Really there for like this evil demon man, right? And he's the one that's threatening President Trump. So yeah, there you go. So now you want to know why there are some Iranian women who do that? That's because those women. Oh, and then look, now we're getting to the part where they all start chanting death to America. Here we go. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Bunch of savages. Oh, so here they start chanting Magbat Amrika. So guys, this was, I think, like, I don't know, 1 or 2 days ago. So what Khamenei here, he's basically like, he's celebrating the fact that they've slaughtered over 30,000 innocent Iranians. Okay, so he's saying we've successfully we've successfully slaughtered 30,000 Iranians. And then everyone starts cheering, and then they're like, Magbat Amrika, like death to America. Do you see the kind of like jihadi savages we deal with? Magbat Amrika, right? So like, this is how messed up these people are. It's literally a death cult. It's a Shia Islamic Muslim death cult, right? And look, see, even the women are doing, even the jihadi women, and they're like inbred jihadi children are like, Mag, like they're all chanting death to America, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you want to like Allahu Akbar these people, like if you want to help them like reach their 72 virgins, there you go. Just, I don't know. I'm not saying what I'm saying. Because these are a bunch of like these are the people that are going around murdering Iranians, right? So by day they go to their mosques and they're like, Allahu Akbar, whatever. And then at night they go around with their snipers and they shoot Iranians, right? There you go. So there's all these savages. So and they're very dangerous people, by the way. So yeah, there's the answer to your question. But I want to show you this video because I want to share some new videos with you. So this is a new one that came out in the last 24 hours, okay? After the war, where will they go and do? I don't know, man. Jail? Hell? I don't know. They can go to Pakistan, or I don't know, they can go to Gaza. But you know what, guys? I just want to say this to you though. Like, this is also something really important because after the revolution, you have to keep in mind that every single, refugee leaving Iran after we win the revolution, they're all literally terrorists, right? So you guys better make sure that your countries don't take them in, because when Iran is free, you're actually going to see more Iranians go back to Iran, right? And anyone who wants to like escape Iran on like refugee status or like an asylum seeker, they're terrorists, and they're literally escaping Iran because they're terrorists and they know the time is up, right? So you guys better like they can go to Afghanistan, or I don't know, Pakistan, or I don't know, Gaza, I don't know, whatever. Send them to Gaza, and then, Israel can just deal with them. I don't know, man. No, I don't condone violence, but they can go to Iraq as well. They can go back to Iraq. Right? But because I'm telling you right now, when Iran is free, you guys are going to see like a very, very huge brain drain from the West. You're going to see so many Iranians who are going to want to now go back to Iran to help rebuild the country, right? So make sure that your governments are aware, and they don't like, once we free Iran, there's no such thing as like an Iranian refugee or asylum seeker. Every single Iranian refugee or asylum seeker after the revolution, that's basically code for terrorist. That's code for like Muslim Nazi, right? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. You don't want your countries to accept all these like Nazis, right? Because they're literally escaping Iran because they were the ones occupying us, and then we're freeing them. But look, I just wanted to share this with you. So this is a funeral, and and yet even though Iranians should be upset, just hear the rage and anger in their voice, right? So this is what I mean when I say that Iranians are not giving up. Look at this. So, guys, if you were listening to my Sean Hannity interview, this is what I actually said on Sean Hannity. I said Iranians are chanting "In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde," which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So even in this footage of a funeral that was released today, right? Iranians, even though they should be mourning, they're chanting, "This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return." Why? Because we are saving our tears for after victory. Because right now we're in a war. We're in a huge war. We're almost winning. We're almost there. And so this is what Iranians want you guys to know. They want you to know that they have not given up, that the revolution has not stopped, that they're still fighting, and it's victory or death. Listen to this. And then here they start chanting. So you know how, so guys, remember in the other video that I shared with you, all of like the Islamic jihadi inbred Muslim terrorists, they're chanting Magbad Amrika, right? Like those are the people who are murdering us, right? They're murdering us and they're chanting Magbad Amrika, which is death to America. Meanwhile, real Iranians, so these are the Iranians who are actually occupied by those Muslim savages. They're actually chanting Magbad Khamenei. So they're chanting death to Khamenei, right? This is the real voice of Iranians right here. Magbad Khamenei! 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 So now they're chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king. There you go. So there's that. And then I just want to leave you with one final post, and then I'm going to call it a night because I've been going for, almost 12 hours. But look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The Islamic regime is now threatening the rest of us. Look at this. So, Iran Judiciary Chief vows to pursue protest instigators abroad. Now they're targeting the rest of us Iranians who are outside of occupied Iran because they don't like the fact that we are raising awareness about what's happening in occupied Iran. And I know that I'm one of these people. Why? Because one of them actually put my interaction with Chunky Yogurt on Islamic Regime State TV. Remember, that was from yesterday. So I'm already being targeted by the Islamic dictatorship, right? How is it possible? Oh, it's 100% possible. It's 100% possible. So the Islamic regime actually murdered the Pishman in 1992. So it is incredibly possible. It is actually a very serious threat. So I actually need to file a police report. I'm not even joking. I need to file a police report because especially since I was featured on Islamic Regime State TV and then they started attacking me. Yeah, no, it is 100%. Like, this is a very, very serious, credible threat. But now, like, the Islamic regime is now targeting Iranians outside of occupied Iran, right? And he's saying, like, he's going to pursue what, like, so see, but this is what I mean. This is what I mean, like, about how, like, insane and dangerous the Islamic regime is. Even those of us who are outside of Iran, right? If we want to speak out, right? They come after us. So, but don't worry, guys. I'm in a safe location. No one knows where I am. And my location is confidential. No one knows where I am. It's all good. But I just want to show you guys, like, this is what they do. They even threaten those of us who are outside. And yeah, these people murdered Bapishman. They murdered Fereydun Farrokhzad because he was raising awareness. But don't worry, guys. I responded. I said, come and get me, you inbred Muslim jihadi terrorist. You think you 7th century savages can threaten us Iranians outside Iran into silence? When I'm done with you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body left if you're lucky. Hashtag Iran Revolution. There you go. But there you go. Like they're literally threatening us right now. They're threatening me. They're threatening ARMIN. They're threatening Mahir Tusi. They're threatening all the Iranians who are raising awareness about what's happening in occupied Iran, because they don't want the world to know that they're a bunch of savage, inbred 7th century Muslim savages who have been murdering our people for the last 47 years. So this is why I'm just, I'm hoping and praying that President Trump and the US Air Force just Allahu Akbars them. Just please, Allahu Akbar them off the face of the planet. Goldie's gang, Kotak Khamenei. Oh yeah, we're going to Kotak all of them. Don't worry. But there you go, guys. So I just wanted to share that with you. So yeah, the death threats are real. And we're not exaggerating when we say, when Iranians are afraid to speak out, it's literally because of this, because they're threatening us, and they've murdered us. They've murdered several of us, right? So, yeah. There you go. All right, guys. I just wanted to thank you all for joining us tonight. Well, today, first of all, for all day. And it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. Why, is there something on Fox News? I don't think there's anything on, no, there's nothing on Fox News, but it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. And we will see you guys tomorrow for day 24 of Iran Revolution Live. So thank you everyone for being here. God bless you all. God bless all of you patriots all around the world. And thank you for supporting the Iranian people. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. آواز رافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش.